Hey, Kevin. What's up? Hi, everybody. Hey, Kevin. What's up? You were quiet this whole time. Now you see Mom's about to go live. You want to be loud. I'm right here. Oh, stop swinging. Is that what it is? You're so funny. Can you guys see me? What's up? I'm not here. Let me give you guys a minute to get in here. Oh, you guys, I was so tired today. But I was like, let's go. We're on a roll. I got topics to do. I have videos to do. I got a lot of videos to do. Can y'all see me? Do y'all see me? Are you ready for tonight's live? Hey, Queen, what's up? We have to talk about Pastor Keon today. I have so many topics. But I'm like, hey, Lily, what's up, my love? What's up? I have so many topics. I told myself I was going to stick to one topic a day. One topic per video, okay? We're talking about Pastor Keon. Fine, what's up, babe? And my co-host is really quiet today, so that's really good. He has a smile on his face. We live, baby. We live. We're outside. We're outside. But I was going to come earlier, but I was so tired. Hey, Shed. I was going to come out earlier, but I was so exhausted. I was like, I need to sleep. So I slept. You guys. So today we're talking about Pastor Keon. Okay. Asking everybody for $4 million. These people are crazy. These socialists are crazy. Okay. Socialism, you guys. Oh, before we get to that, let me play this one thing on Instagram. Hold on. I saved the video for you guys. I'm like, yeah, I got to show you guys this video quickly. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. I'm like, these people are insane. Like, they are seriously insane. Hold on. Wait a minute. Saved. Hope you guys had a good day. Where's the video? Okay. Abby, what's up? I'm glad you worked out yesterday. Abby's like, Marlene, I worked out for an hour yesterday. I said, good. I like that. Yes. Your auntie went out for a walk yesterday. That's good, right? Where is this video? Give me 1 second, y'all. I should have planned this, huh? What's the cover for this? Okay, let me go to Reels. Okay, y'all. So before I put the video, remember how we saw this last night? Okay, hey Diana, what's up? Hey Hair, what's up? Okay, remember how we saw this yesterday, right? So this is the median household income in the U.S. by ethnic group. Okay, all right. Okay, cool. So look at this video real quick. Okay.
Chinese American support Trump. All right. So the reason is the Democratic administration, Biden administration, lead this country towards socialism and eventually towards communist dictatorship. We came from China. We know this is the way. This is not like people here don't understand what is a communist is. We know communist is what communist is. That's why we support Trump.
This is really interesting because I'm also Chinese American myself. So
you haven't lived in China, I guess.
I did. I grew up in China.
Oh,
I grew up in China till I was 17. I'm from Shanghai, but yeah, I don't want to talk about my opinions because I'm a journalist. So I just want to hear more about your opinions. You know, as immigrants, a lot of people might say that Trump is anti-immigrants, or
Trump is not anti-immigrant. It's just against illegal immigrant,
Right.
it must be lawfully ordered. Why
Okay.
Chinese Americans support Trump? All right. So the reason is the Democrat administration, Biden administration, lead this country towards socialism and eventually towards communist dictatorship. We came from China. We know this is the way. This is not like people here don't understand what is the communist is. We know communist is what communist is. That's why we support Trump.
This is really interesting because I'm also Chinese American myself. So I know.
You haven't lived in China, I guess.
I did. I grew up in China.
Oh, when?
I grew up in China till I was 17. I'm from Shanghai, but
Shanghai.
yeah, I don't want to talk about my opinions because I'm a journalist. So I just want to like hear more about your opinions. You know, as immigrants, a lot of people might say that Trump is anti-immigrants, or
Trump is not anti-immigrant. It's just against illegal immigrant.
Right.
It must be lawfully ordered. Why
Okay.
China?
Okay. Do you see that? Let's go back to this. Where do Chinese people rank? Like on average, okay, the median household income for Chinese people in America is $69,000, right? You see this? You see this? Okay. You see black people? 35,000, right? You see this, right? Okay. What I tell you? Socialism. Right? And I'm like, the man, he's older. You can hear his accent, whatever. So he's also an immigrant, right? And he was like, no, Trump is not against immigration. He's against illegal immigration. Okay. There's a clear difference. Okay. And the other thing he said is like, yeah, the Democratic Party is going to lead this country towards socialism, which is what I told you. Right. And people think it's cute. Like, oh my gosh, they're going to give money to the poor. No, they're going to create more poor people. Okay. Because what socialism does, right, is that it dissuades people from working harder. Because the harder you work, the more you get taxed. The harder you work, the more you get taxed. Right. The second thing I want to talk about is the fact that, who was it yesterday? When we were listening to Michaela yesterday, and the man said, oh, LBJ gave us the right to vote. I'm like, you are saying a whole bunch of nonsense. The 15th Amendment gave you the right to vote. And honestly, it was earned through the black people who fought in the Civil War. Okay. But, right, the Asian people also got an executive act from Joe Biden, right? The anti-Asian hate bill, right? This man is Chinese. He's Asian. And he doesn't feel like he owes Joe Biden anything. Why? Because like I said yesterday, he was doing his job. It is the job of the president to protect all citizens and those who are legal residents in this country, right? You don't have to go above and beyond like you owe him your life. No, he did his job. LBJ, just like Joe Biden, he did his job, right? So this man is Chinese. There's an anti-Asian bill that was passed by the Democrat, and he's like, okay, thank you, but you did your job. That is your job. And my thing is, even if the Chinese man's Republican, it doesn't matter. If he's a citizen and he voted, right, whether he voted for Trump or did not vote for Biden, right, once you become president, you are the president of all American people. You have to protect all American people, okay? That's it. That's that. You did your job. So isn't it kind of weird that the Chinese man, he has an anti-Asian bill that was passed for him by the Democrats, and he doesn't feel like he owes them his life for the next 60 years. He's like, no, I did not leave China to come to America to experience socialism, because eventually it leads to communism. Okay. Whereas black people, because the man was forced, LBJ was forced to sign the Civil Rights Act. Now it's like you have to vote Democrat for the rest of your natural life. And I said this clearly. If someone gives you something just to take it right back or expects you to give it right back to them, right, then it's null, okay? It's null and void, because honestly, you gain nothing. They gain everything, okay? I gave you something and I take it right back. What'd you get? You got nothing. It's all performative, okay? If you really gave you the right to vote, it should be the right to vote for anyone you choose. If he gives you the right to vote and you are required, expected, and shamed into voting Democrat, right, then it's the right to vote Democrat. Then it's not the right to vote. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? Hey, Lonnie. Hey, Bruna, right? And this is why I say, when you look at this graph, it's not just the fact that Asian people tend to have really high, like, difficult degrees, like STEM degrees, right? It's also the fact that the parents usually will have businesses, and it's also their religious beliefs, and it's also their understanding of the political system. Like, these people here are more likely to be entrepreneurs. When you're an entrepreneur, you don't want to pay taxes, okay? You want to pay the least amount of taxes because you got things to do with your money. When you work for people, right, you resent the people that you work for. And my mom and I had this conversation today. I told her, I said, girl, your husband is a socialist. I sure had to go tell her. I always stitch on my dad. I was like, girl, your husband's a socialist, girl. Your husband is a socialist, okay? And I'm like, when you socialist people, they always want other people who have more money to be taxed. Because low-key, high-key, they resent wealthy people. They resent successful people. They're jealous of people who have money. Because my thing, you're saying, oh, let's tax this person. Go tax this person. But this person is creating jobs. They are creating jobs. What are you offering? You have nothing to offer. Child, mom's not here, child. She's not Ivory Coast. She's like, she's into real estate. But that's like, oh, I'm retired. I said, girl, your husband's a socialist, child. She's not here. She's been gone. Like, she'll come for like a month or so. Like, she'll just go right back. My mom loves nice things. She needs money. She needs money. She's gone. Mark, she's been gone. She ain't got time for that man. My mom is gone. She's not here. My dad's here. She's not. Right? And I was like, sis, your husband's a socialist. So do what you have to do. Okay? And I told you because my granddad was a socialist. If you were here the last time I talked to you, I was like, oh, my dad, he was raised by a socialist. My mom was raised by entrepreneurs. So like, they're very different people. And like, the older I get, I'm like, oh, now it's starting to make more sense. Right? And so it's like, when you embrace socialism, right, it truly destroys your willpower. It destroys your agency. It destroys your motivation to really fight for yourself and to believe that you can do something imaginable. You can do something great. Because they give you a welfare check or they give you a welfare state, and then eventually you become content. And then when you start becoming content, it's like, oh, well, I kind of want more, but I don't want to work for it. So can you tax other people and make my life easier? And it's like, no, for what? Right? Because when you think about it, like under socialism, yeah, she's always had a business. My dad has always worked for someone, right? Because I had another friend, like she was trying to like be like, oh, but Marlene, your dad came and you guys had a great life. And I was like, yeah, but he worked though. My dad had a career. He had a job. A job don't make you rich. A job don't make you rich. My dad never like cared about money. I'm telling you, like, stuff is starting to add up in my head. Like, I'm being serious. Stuff is adding up because I'm the type of person, if I have a question, if there is an enigma, I am not going to stop thinking about that problem until I know the answer. I am obsessed. I am so obsessed. Like, even my ways, my mindset, like, why was I like this? Why was I like this? And I'm like, you guys, we've been indoctrinated into socialism through religion. I'm not trying to be funny. And I told you guys yesterday, my sister goes to church way too much. I'm going to put that to a stop. I will put that to a stop. She's going to bring it all the way down. Like this, it's enough. It's enough. You've gone to church for like over 40 years. You already know everything. It's time to work. She's like, oh, Marlene, no, it can be within reason. I said, Mom, it's enough. All this church going stuff is ridiculous. Okay? We should have gone to many money-making seminars, you guys. We should have gone to real estate seminars. We should have gone to like 401k seminars, Roth IRA seminars, how you double your money. How do you own a Chick-fil-A? How do you own a food franchise? This is how we should have spent our time on Sundays. We all have been, Kevin. It's real. It's real. Because you mean well. You're like, oh, Jesus said, take care of the poor, take care of the poor, the poor, the poor, the poor. To the point that you even you self-neglect because you want to be a good person, right? You want to be a good person. You tell yourself by doing this for the poor, the poor, the poor, the poor, the poor, right? I'm being a good Christian. I'm showing God that I'm not attached to money. You don't have to be attached to money, but we must understand money. It is not a wicked thing to be rich. It is not bad to be rich. It's not evil to have money. If anything, it's prudent because God forbid something bad happens. You have money to save yourself, Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Look at what Mark said. You guys, you're like, Marlene, what is this? We came here for Pastor Keon. It all ties in together, y'all. I'm coming. It all ties in together. Look at what Mark said. My family invested all of our time growing up, working for free at the church, right? Because another thing too, when you're a Christian, you don't value your time. You don't value your time. Whereas like time is one of the most important commodities you will ever have, because you don't get more time. You get less time. Every day you wake up, you're closer to the grave, right? They don't respect time at church, especially Black churches. They don't respect time. Okay. They'll start late and then they'll run late, expect you to stay there for hours and hours and hours and hours. It's like, oh my gosh, make it quick. Get to the point, right? But time is so valuable. Like all of us growing up here, all Black, don't matter where you come from. Like all of us, for the most part, being Black people, right? How many times did our parents take us to like a money conference, invest your money, real estate, how to get real estate, how to get into real estate, how to invest in stock and bonds? You know what I mean? How do you your estate planning? How do you buy houses? How do you sell houses? Like we never were exposed to that. You know, oh, just go to church and pray and then live by faith. You know what I mean? And then give your money to the poor and then somehow and just work and then it's going to work out. No, it's enough. Right. And this is why you have the likes of Pastor Keon who can get on social media and say, oh, I want 2,100 people to give me $2,500 as if it's nothing. Like he's saying $2,500 like it's not somebody's 2-week salary. Like, what are we doing? That's a whole check for some people. Right. And you're not even telling us that, oh, if you give me $2,500, you're going to get some type of equity. And this type of, and it's okay. Like people think that's okay. Because the church is all about socialism. Oh, you're like, this is God's church. No, Jesus preached outside. It ain't got to be this big. Why is it this big? You can't afford it. You can't afford it. Okay. And my thing is, why y'all can't have the church over the internet? Why does it have to be a building? Like, what the heck? You don't have the money. You don't have the money. But I'm like, the gall of people in this economy to go on social media and to say to people, hey, give me $2,500. It's one thing to say like, oh, you know what, you guys, the church was damaged, right? And we're calling out anybody who wants to donate. Like whatever God puts on your heart, go ahead and give it. Sure. Like, I don't have an issue with that, right? Like, hey, adopt whatever you want. It's up to you because you truly don't owe us anything. But we want to let you know in case you're interested, right? Here's our website. Here's our GoFundMe. If you want to be a blessing to us, we would greatly appreciate that. That's how you talk to people, right? This man is sitting there on the internet talking about, oh yeah, he wants 2,100 people to give him $2,500 while he's married to a millionaire who's the ex-wife of a man who's worth $500 million. And you still want poor people? Like you want regular people to just give to you? We should just give you our money? Because somehow God is God's church. Who's God? What God do you pray? Right? You can reach millions of people without even having a church building. Do online service. Okay? Record yourself, post it on YouTube. Boom, 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 boom. We are done. But I'm getting sick and tired of people asking people for money or feeling entitled to other people's money or thinking that other people owe them money. It's enough already. Like it's so much, Rachel. Like it's disturbing. It truly triggers me. Because I'm like, do they ever say to people, hey, do y'all need $2,500? Okay. Do y'all ever say to other people, hey, do y'all need money? Are you okay? Can you feed yourself? Do you have groceries? Is you all right? Is you good? Is you okay? No. Kept on stage. Oh, I'm getting that. And they kill me with the, oh, I'm giving you guys an opportunity to help the church. I'm giving you guys an opportunity to help me pay for people's salary. They're not my staff, Kevin. It's your staff. Only for your wife to spin the block and show us that she has over $100,000 in bags that she doesn't like. What do y'all do with your money? Oh, let other people pay for my staff. No, you're a business owner. If you have payroll to make, sell whatever you have to sell. That's what most Americans do. They sell what they have to sell. They get a home equity line of credit. They go pawn this stuff. Hey, Tina, right? They do what they got to do to get the money. But it's like it's socialism. It makes people feel entitled to other people's money. And I'm not going to stop talking about this because it triggers me. Okay? People feel so entitled to other people's money. No. Take care of yourself. Manage your money right. Do what you have to do. Learn to invest your money as well. Always have savings. Always have investments. If you're overwhelmed, then, well, it is what it is, right? But I'm like, act like, oh gosh. So let's just play the video, you guys. Yeah, exactly. And they live in a $3 million home. I'm like, so if you need $3 million, sell the house. That's already $3 million. Why? Like, it's just you and Shawnee. Why do y'all need to live in a $3 million house anyways? That's crazy. So you pick one. You can either have your house or you can have the church of your dreams. It's up to you. I got time for this. Mike, please. And that's why I told you, Kevin. I said the church is a place for defeated people. The church is a place for losers. The church is a place for people who gave up. Hey, Ola, what's up, my love? The church is a place for people who gave up. Go to church. They're all sad. They're all scared. They pretend to be so. No, as soon as they walk out that church, they don't even know how to handle life. How often do you go to church and the pastor says, you guys, if you love God, fix your credit. Oh, exactly. Then stop renting. Go somewhere smaller. Okay? How often does the preacher man said, you guys, I know you want to like coming to church, but before you come to church, make sure you fix your credit, right? How often does the pastor say, you know, I would love for y'all to pay your tithes and offerings, but if you still have credit card debt, right? You don't have to pay your tithes right now. Fix your credit card debt. Lower your credit card debt. I want you to prioritize paying down your debt. Pay off all these stupid credit cards. Get rid of all these goofy credit cards. Maybe have like one or two that you use for stuff like gas and things like that. And you just pay it off, right? You understand what I'm trying to say? You can always pay your tithes later, but you must have good credit. They don't even care. You go to church, these pastors, they don't care about your health, like your mental health, your physical health, and especially your financial health. But they keep expecting you to keep giving and giving and giving. Where is this money going to come from? They don't teach people how to make money. They don't teach people how to have good credit. But somehow they always want you to pay for this, the tithes, the offering, the bishop love offering, the whatever this. I'm like, wow. They'll say, we got to pay off the church mortgage. But they never say, do you need help paying off your mortgage? Okay. And we accept that, we're doing it for the Lord. No, you're doing it for a human being. Do it for yourself first. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. People might think it's noble. You guys, this morning, I woke up this morning, the stuff I heard, I said, this is a confirmation. I'm going to play for you. And it's an older Black woman. I was so sad. I said, my Lord, where are her children? Because somebody needs to have power of attorney over her money. She's ridiculous. She sold all her stuff. I heard a voice from God. So she sold everything. And she gave everything to the poor. I'm like, are you insane? And then she was living in her car. Because she said she heard a voice from God. I said, from who? What are you talking about? So God told you, sell everything. And then God told you, go give it to the poor. And that caused you financial harm to the point that you had to sleep in your car. And it's an older woman too. I'm like, it is so unsafe. Anything could have happened to her. That's not God. That is not God. And she really thinks she's doing the right thing. Because in the Bible, Jesus told the rich man to sell everything and to follow him. So I'm like, I see where she got that from. How can you read a book, a religious book that tells you to sell everything you've worked hard for, give it to people who don't even appreciate it, and then sleep in your car as a woman in a big city? My Lord. My goodness. So God don't tell y'all people to invest your money. God does not tell you to sit down with an estate planner, a lawyer, a CPA. And it's funny how this God, he's never about doubling money. He's always telling you to lose money, to give money away, to give money away. You guys, you need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to seriously wake up. And I'm watching this and I'm like, like her children, her kids truly, truly need to have power of attorney over her finances. She's not okay. She's truly not okay. Hold on. I'll find it for you guys. And then we'll get to the Keon thing. I'm like, and it's funny that I talked about this last night, and then this is happening right now. And so I said to myself, this has to be confirmation. Okay? Here she is. Hold on. I'll show you.
With HoneyBook, you can make sure your marketing business is as polished and professional as you really are. Here's how.
It was so sad.
Your perspective on
multi-million-dollar house in Mexico, real estate, and the bicycle industry.
Y'all listen to this.
And because of the nature of who I was married to, I'm not at liberty to release their name out in public.
Of course, I don't want you saying the name. I just want to hear your story.
At the end of the day is, it was giftings that God had in me for building houses, but I didn't build as much as I did flip houses. And then I began to see that there were gifts and talents on the inside of me that allowed me to make money that didn't need to go to a normal job. So between the industry that my husband worked in and flipping houses and gifts and talents that God revealed that I had, me taking and using those talents and flipping houses was what brought me into wealth.
And that was in California.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
You did that for how many years?
So you see, she was making money. She was making money. She was building houses, flipping houses. And she said, I went into wealth. And then somehow she goes into poverty. It was self-afflicted poverty. And the thing that hurts me so much is like, people don't know. I don't know why people act as if only God talks to them. The devil also talks to people. I don't know what part. I really don't know. When you read your Bible, do you not see the part that tells you that the devil used to live up there also with God? That he was also an archangel? Lucifer was an archangel. Okay? And you know how the Bible says that the gift that God gives is the gifts without repentance? Like, meaning when God gives you a gift, he don't take it back. Right? But he's an angel of light who was casted out by Archangel Michael. So I'm like, do you not realize that he also knows how to trick people? Do you not realize that the devil also talks to people? Right? You became wealthy. God made her wealthy. Then all of a sudden, a voice says to you, sell everything, give it to the poor. And you say to yourself, oh yeah, that's the voice of God. Why? Because Jesus told the young man, if you want to be perfect, sell everything and give it to the poor. No, you have to test the spirit. You need to ask questions. Just because you hear something does not mean you heard it right. Even the Bible says you have to test the spirit. You need to ask for confirmation. God, if this is really you, show me. Tell me again. Tell me again and again and again. Because as far as I'm concerned, you tell me once, I ain't doing it. I ain't giving them my money. I can be a blessing to others, yes, but I'm not selling everything and giving it to the poor. I'm like, y'all think all poor people are good? That's why I said about the Bible thing. Like, when the way Jesus talked about poor people, it would have you thinking that all poor people are good. A lot of poor people are evil. A lot of poor people they're poor because they're cursed. They did bad things to people. That's their punishment. Let them be punished. Do not interfere. But because you don't have discernment, you know, oh my gosh, they're poor. He's poor. I need to help him. Do not help him. He is cursed. Do not get close to him. You don't help everybody. Okay? Yes, a lot of poor people are cursed. They've done bad things. You have no idea the type of karma that's on their head. Don't get involved. Do not get involved. I'm not, God made you a wealthy person. And then she started feeling bad because she was wealthy. Because when you're a Christian, when you go to church, they make you feel bad about being wealthy. Oh, it's wicked. It's so hard for a rich man to get into heaven. So it's easier for the poor person to get to heaven? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I will not be poor. And no one is going to shame me or scare me into poverty. There is nothing wrong with being wealthy. But if you sell drugs to make money, yes, that's not okay. If you kill people to make money, that's not okay, right? But if your gifts make you wealthy, as the Bible says, your gift shall make a way for you, then so be it. If you have an honest business, if you have an honest talent and it makes you wealthy, it made you wealthy. You're not a bad person. You're not a bad person. You have to charge people for your time. You have to charge people for your knowledge. You got to charge people because you got to pay taxes. You got to charge people because you got to pay your upkeep and all your expenses. Yes, you have to add to your price. You can't just say, oh, I bought something for $5. I'm going to sell for $6. How? Even PayPal takes a 2.5% fee. So if you're going to sell something and then they're going to pay on PayPal, you at least have to include the PayPal fee in there. Like, listen, I got to add the PayPal fee. You gotta make them pay for shipping. It's not your fault. There's a cost to doing business. If they don't want to pay, they can go do it somewhere else. They don't have to come to you. But it costs money. Time costs money. The time that you spend to learn something, it costs money. Everything costs money. Why do you feel bad that you're gifted? Why are you like, why do you feel guilty that you have more than other people? They can get up and do the same thing. So you're going to sell your stuff to bring yourself down to their level. I can't stand socialism. And I felt so bad for her. I woke up. I said, James, wake up. Listen to her. I said, oh my gosh. I'm like, auntie, your children, one of your sons needs to have, or your daughter needs to have power of attorney over you. What is this? What is this? So she makes all this money. There's a black woman making money in California, right? Selling real estate. Unbelievable. But then she feels bad about it. Hold on. Let me keep playing this. Wait a minute.
Over 25 years.
Wow.
Was that how long you were married, or you still married, or divorced, or?
I'm divorced. And for 25 years, that was what we.
How much you want to bet that these goofy ass religious beliefs you started having is the reason why her husband left her? Like, what are you doing? Right? When she started going to some weird church, started reading this weird Bible, being involved in the New Testament, I'm sure she started doing stuff with money that started scaring her husband. What are you doing? What are you doing? You gonna sell everything? Multi-million-dollar houses? You gonna in California, like in Santa Monica, in Malibu? You gonna sell your real estate to go give it to the poor? Are you insane? I'm like, oh my gosh, she needs power of attorney. This lady's not okay. And that's why a lot of times if you're a Christian person, especially if you're black and you're a Christian person, and you go into a business setting and you start doing all this God stuff, people are weird. Like, they're like, man, what's wrong with her? Right? Because we're talking business, you're talking God. But what is this? It's weird. It is weird. It's giving mental health problems. Who is this God that's always talking to you? You can't think for yourself? God told me, and God told me. It's giving mental health problem. Are you insane? Do you need to be do you need to go to a cuckoo home? What is going on? What is going on? They can never say, after I thought about it, after much reflection, after doing my analysis, after doing my business plan, right? I was led to believe that this was the right move to make. It is a business setting. It's not a church meeting. Oh, well, the reason why I did this because God told me to start this business. Oh, that's it. We're not investing. Okay? It is insane. Keep your goofy faith to yourself. Nobody wants to hear that stuff. You go into a business meeting, talk like a business person. After doing my numbers, after doing a financial analysis, after looking at my profit and loss statement, after doing a business plan, after reading the book by so-and-so who's an expert in financial accounting, blah, blah, blah. Like, talk like someone who's a business person. Like, and the Lord told me, and God told me, and I was led by the Spirit. What spirit? So if people invest in you, is that how you gonna make decisions because the Spirit told you? Oh no, you're not a safe investment. You are crazy. And I used to be crazy too. That's why I've been healed. I've been saved. I thank God for saving me.
He did up until the moment God told me pack up and go to Texas.
And so you were living a very affluent life. Would you say that?
Yes.
Because you said you had a multi-million-dollar house in Arizona, a house in California. You had all of this, and you didn't want for anything financially.
Multi-million-dollar house in Mexico.
In Mexico
and California. Yes, I did. I lived a very affluent life.
What would make you walk away from all that?
God.
Oh, Jesus.
What did God tell you to do?
Oh, Jesus.
It was a prophetic word that came forth. It was just after my divorce, and God had told me, come to Texas. And one day I was here, and he told me to go over to the Potter's house and go to the bookstore. And I follow the instructions of God. He will do that. He will speak to me and tell me to do something, and I just do it. Okay.
And you see, and for her to legitimize her insanity. Hold on, Maverick. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. For her to legitimize her insanity, she calls it a prophetic word. A prophetic word. It's a word of poverty. It is a curse. You heard a curse. Okay? That's not a prophetic word. A prophetic word, it elevates you. It don't ruin you. Okay? A prophetic word. And she's like, oh, and then the voice told me to go to the Potter's house. Of course, my thing is, people swear everything is God. No. You look up to Bishop Jakes. You appreciate Bishop Jakes. So you are in Texas. So you say, oh yeah, why not go there? Because I'm in Dallas. If you are in Dallas and you're black and you're super Christian, of course you want to go to the Potter's house. You don't need God for that. You don't have to say, oh, God told me to go to the pop. You wanted to go there. It's the church of Bishop Jakes. And a lot of Black people treat Bishop Jakes like he's God himself. A lot of Black people put Bishop Jakes on a pedestal. This is weird. And that's why they're so obsessed with Sarah Jakes. And I don't even know the weird stuff she be preaching. Because I'm like, this is not, what is this? What is this, right? Because they look at that family like they're coming straight out the loin of Jesus. They are not. They are people. They are people. Okay? So you see this? A weird obsession with Bishop Jakes. Does Bishop Jakes sell his stuff? Have you ever seen Bishop Jakes sell his properties? Huh? Bishop Jakes has like 5 mansions. One person with one body. I mean, he got a big belly, so I guess that makes it 2 bodies. Okay? Have you ever seen Bishop Jakes sell any of his properties? He probably has a private plane. Will he sell it? I bet he won't. He loves money so much, he put his daughter in charge of his business. Okay? Woman evolve. Evolve into what? Okay? Have you ever seen? No, but it's true, Kevin. Like, sometimes you got to ask yourself a question. Okay, God, you're telling me to sell my house. Are you telling Bishop Jakes to sell his house? What the heck? God told you. I'm not saying she's a regular person, but she don't have money like Bishop Jakes. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? But my point is, like, are you telling Bishop Jakes to sell his house? Okay. Are you telling Joel Osteen to sell his house so that Victoria, you know how he loves to talk about Victoria, me and Victoria, I woke up this morning and I said, hey, Victoria, you know how Joel Osteen always talks about his wife, right? Is he telling Victoria to sell her diamonds? I know that's right. Before you telling me to sell my house, go tell Joel Osteen to sell Victoria's diamonds. I promise you he'll turn his back on you. Okay? Don't play with me. Victoria and her diamonds. She said, one day I was looking for my wedding ring. I said, oh, that girl, I know that ring is like $1 million. And I couldn't find it. And I said, Joe, have you seen my ring? Yo, that diamond is like this. So you're not telling Joe Osteen to sell Victoria's diamonds, but you telling me, a little Black girl who built her own business, okay, out of scratch with nobody's help, you telling me to sell my house? You funny. God must have dementia. Because he ain't talking to me. Have you ever seen Bishop Jakes' houses? Bishop Jakes has 5 mansions, you guys. 5. Sarah Jakes, she lives in Calabasas, near the Kardashians. Is he telling Sarah Jakes to sell her house? Okay? Is God telling Sarah Jakes to sell her house in Calabasas? But you're going to tell me, a regular person, to sell my house? Nope, I will not. I'm not doing it. Bunch of foolishness. Oh, you're not going to get to heaven. Then I guess that's what it is. I'm not doing this.
Okay, so he spoke to me and told me to come out here tonight. I went to the bookstore, and when I got to the bookstore, I asked him, I said, okay, so why am I here? And he said, get that tape right there. And you're God, I'm not. I bought the tape, and I went, and it was a tape from Bishop Jakes, and he was giving a prophetic word. And the prophetic word was this: you have gone as far as you can go.
So she says, hey, Sheila, what's up, my love? So she said she got to the bookstore, and then she said to the spirit, why am I here? Auntie, it's a bookstore. You're here to buy something. Like, what? Like, they want to make everything so religious, like, so, like, I had this divine encounter. When you go to a bookstore, you either going to buy a book or you going to buy a DVD. Like, we've all grew up in church. What's inside the church bookstore? They got religious books and they have DVDs. Oh, so why am I here? Bitch, do you not see all them damn books? Pick one. The freak. I'm like, oh, wow, look. And God took to a book. God told you to go to a bookstore? You don't say. And then God told you to buy a book from the bookstore? Wow. Oh, wow. What a revelation. It is a bookstore. Why do you think he sent you there? To just look at these books and walk out? Of course, it's to get something. But like most church bookstores, you can get the sermons like in DVDs or CDs, or you can get the pastor's book and other books from the community, like religious community, whatever. But I'm like, why are we acting like this is so surprising? Like this is such a revelation? Because she wants it to be so special. And that's the desperation of a lot of Christians. They want everything to be, God led my path and God did this, and like it's a movie. Like, I'm like, no, God does not talk to people this much. Like, be quiet. It's your subconscious. For years, for decades, you've been a fan of Bishop Jakes. You got to Dallas, Texas. You wanted to go check him out. So you went to the bookstore to buy something from them. Womp, 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 womp. It's not that deep. It is never that deep. Stop trying to make everything so spiritually like entrenched. It is never that. It's never gave. It's not that serious. Right? And then Bishop Jakes gave a prophetic word. What prophetic word? You've gone as far as you could. Well, yeah, you left from California to Texas. Of course you're tired. And you're divorced. So it's like you're sad. You know, going through a divorce, it's a lot. If you were married for 25 years and now your marriage is no longer together, like your marriage has been dissolved, you are sad. You're broken. So everything he says, you think he's talking about you because you're sad. That doesn't make it prophetic. It makes it obvious. Like, what in the world? Oh my gosh, I went through a divorce. And then I heard a pastor said, you've done enough. You're tired. And on top of that, it's America. We're all tired. Everybody's overworked. There's nothing prophetic about that. Okay? Something prophetic is something that's like so specific to you that only you know. Like if a man of God or woman of God says something to you that nobody knows but you, they're like, yes, that's prophetic. But we live in a capitalist country where most people work overtime. Of course you're tired. Okay? 50% or something like that of marriages end up in divorce. So yes, that doesn't make it like, oh my gosh, oh wow, how did you know? Girl, it's a wild guess. Oh my gosh. It's like me saying, oh my gosh, you guys, God is telling me right now, there's somebody on this live who's having a hard time financially. My girl, everybody is. Okay? God is telling me right now, there's somebody who's living paycheck to paycheck. Like, that's really prophetic. Seriously? The economy is bad. Inflation is like what? Like most, in some states, you got inflation at 21%. You don't have to be a prophet to say the obvious. You just got to read the news. You read the news, you will know. Oh my gosh, the Holy Spirit is telling me there's someone right now who has a hard time paying for groceries. That's prophetic, like really? Like we got to stop doing this foolishness. Like seriously, I'm like, how is that prophetic? Oh, there's someone right now and the Holy Spirit is telling me, woman of God, I know what you're going through. I know what you've been through, right? Exactly, Afia. Right? The majority of people who go to church are broken. The majority of people who go to church, they are going through a heartbreak, a divorce, all kinds of stuff, right? So, of course, everybody in here is sad. Huh? And the Lord is telling me there's a woman right now. You're waiting for a breakthrough. That's exactly how Sarah preaches. And you're pregnant right now. And you are pregnant right now with the manifestation of the Lord's work. Okay, woman of God, I see you birthing a business. Huh? I see you birthing a marriage. Huh? I see you birthing a new car. Girl, that's what most American people want. That's what most women want across the world. Most women want to be married. You don't have to make your voice like that. Like you do it way too freaking much. Okay, with her petty ass childlike sermon, she preaches like a kid. Okay, no, like she says nothing. She says nothing. She tries to make her voice sound like just like the voice of her dad, like, and you're pregnant, huh? And you're pregnant, huh? And I see you, huh? And you are. I grow up in church. I know Keon. I know all these theatrics. It's to get people's money. It's to get people's money. And then you'll see there's a girl in the audience. She's like, hey, T. She's like, oh, yeah, I've always wanted to start a business. And when I went to church, Sarah said somebody is pregnant with a business. And I think she was talking about me. So then she'll go to her bank account. She'll take her last $10,000 and she'll start a business with no business plan. And she'll just do it on faith. Okay, well, I'm going to do it on faith because Sarah said, Sarah, what? Do you know, like, even Sarah, there's a whole machine behind her. She's not even doing stuff by faith. Okay, the Potter's House is a corporation. She's not doing anything by faith. She didn't build a church by faith. Her daddy gave it to her. Okay, she didn't build this whole woman community by herself. Her daddy gave it to her. Do you not see her YouTube videos? You think she's recording herself and editing herself and doing all that herself? No, she's not. Okay, she's a freaking corporation. They do stuff methodically. They have business plans. They have accountants. They have financiers. They have all kinds of stuff. She has an assistant. She has staff. She has all kinds of stuff. She's not doing anything by faith. Everything she had is stuff that her daddy, her earthly daddy, planned for her. She's just walking into the plan that her father gave her. Okay? She ain't doing nothing by faith. If she has a hard time, her daddy gonna help her out. He's going to baptize her in front of people. He's going to put his hands on her in front of people. She's like Kamala Harris. They compete for nothing. They are given everything. People just give them stuff. Okay? She does nothing by faith. What has she been pregnant by besides her own children? Okay? She does nothing by faith. And no matter how many mistakes she makes, how many divorces she has, her dad will always find a way to redeem her in the eyes of people. Otherwise, she has no business preaching to anybody. She's out of order. She's so out of order. Okay? And nothing prophetic about that girl. She said a bunch of foolishness. But because people do not want to have discernment, because people do not make it their business to be logical, to be rational, you are easily impressed by these pseudo-intellectuals. A bunch of faux connaissance over here. Go sit down somewhere. Yeah, you are pregnant, huh? And you are pregnant, huh? And the Bible says, huh? And the Bible says, huh? And shut up. Have a normal conversation. Do not try to make me feel like you're being moved by the Holy Spirit. Are you drunk? Or what is this? Chill out and talk like a normal person. Okay? And if you want people to have a business, let them know. No matter how much faith you have, it's going to be challenging. So make sure you have a business plan. Make sure you have investors. Make sure you know what you're doing. Do not rush into it. Go slow, go steady. Because even me, listen, yes, I have a great business, but I wouldn't be where I am without my father. And on top of that, my dad is a multi-millionaire. So even if I do mess up, he's always going to have my back because her dad is her safety net. Her father is a safety net. I've told you, I said all these female bosses, there's always a man somewhere. There's always a man somewhere with some deep pockets. Okay, so miss me with this whole feminism, miss me with this whole strong black woman stuff. Because if she didn't have a daddy, she would not be where she is. If her father was not Bishop Jakes, she would not have what she has. So be careful. You got to be careful because you don't have her safety net. Your daddy's not Bishop Jakes. So you got to think. You got to think carefully. Even if you want to have a business, make sure you study. Make sure you read business books. Make sure you do your research. Reach out to other people. Look for mentors. Take your time. Just because you think you have to start a business doesn't mean you got to have a business by tomorrow. It might be a year from now. It might be 2 years from now. But in the meantime, become a student. Go intern. Go do all kinds of stuff. I'm like, Sarah's not a random person. She's a freaking corporation. Do you know how much money the Potter's House makes every year? It will make your head spin. Okay? She probably has a private plane. But I'm like, so God is not telling these people to sell their houses in Calabasas? Bishop Jakes has 5 mansions. He can't sell 4 and give the money to the poor. Do you ever see Bishop Jakes with poor people? Let's start there. Have you ever seen Bishop Jakes officiate a wedding for regular people? Never. And on top of that, they don't pay taxes. Exactly, Afia. They don't pay taxes. You give these fools all your money and they go off tax-free. They live lives you can't even imagine. They're so freaking wealthy. And then they tell you about a Jesus who says that if you become rich, you won't get into heaven. So with that being said, then that means that Bishop Jakes is not going into heaven. Okay? So that means he's not going to heaven also. Because he got a whole lot of money. Okay? So he's also not going to heaven. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Whatever. I'm not selling anything.
Through your own efforts. Get out of the way, and I'm going to do something in your life that is going to be beyond human comprehension.
So you got to sell your stuff for that? So you're trying to tell me, I'm saying like, oh, y'all, hold on, Maverick, hold on, be a good person, right? Did you hear what she said? That God said he gonna do something for her that's gonna amaze her. Auntie, he already did. Because I'm sure this woman, if we look into her past, she comes from a very modest background. Her parents were probably not wealthy, right? You got into real estate. You became a real estate mogul. You started making all kinds of money. That was it. So for God to do something great with you, you have to sell everything, force poverty upon yourself, live like a homeless people for him to rebuild you. That makes no sense. You were already made. You had arrived. Why must you sell everything? Go into poverty, live out your car, take showers at Planet Fitness for God to say, okay, now that you've lost everything, you sold everything, you live out your car like a beggar. Oh, you've proven to me that you're such a good person. And now I'm going to rebuild you. What kind of God is this? What kind of God is that? Yeah, please. I'd rather be godless Because when you didn't know God, look how much you did for yourself. You had houses, you were building and selling houses from California to Mexico. Do you know how expensive real estate is in California? Okay, you as a Black woman by yourself with your husband, look at what you did. You were already exceptional. You were already great, doing great things. But you got scared because you felt like you were doing something wrong by being rich. Are you insane? What is going on? I was like, oh my gosh, where are her kids? Where are her children? Somebody needs to have power of attorney over this lady. Put all her money into a trust fund. She's not to be trusted with money. And she's going to keep going to these. And I'm like, and it's the thing with older people, right? When older people start going to church, their children need to come quick. Because your mom going to give all her money to the pastor. Your mama going to give all her money to the pastor. You got to put her money in a trust. She could not have access to her own money. Because old people are taken advantage of by these demonic pastors. Just like the guy who went to prison, the guy from New York, that fake pastor, he took $90,000 from an old lady. Y'all know him, the guy who claimed he was robbed in church. They're always stealing from these old women. I mean, it's so sick. Y'all got to get close to your mamas. Get close to your mom. Get close to your grandmother, especially if they're obsessed with church. Check on them. Check on their finances. Make sure they're not being taken advantage of. I couldn't go to sleep because I was asleep and it was playing in the background, and then my subconscious was listening to it. I said, hold on. So I woke up. I'm like, what am I listening to? God didn't tell her nothing. It's the devil. Or maybe she has it, like her mind is failing her, because maybe after her divorce, she started becoming manic depressive. God didn't tell her that.
When he spoke those words, there were two people in the church. I was listening to the tape at home, but there was a man in the audience. And we were the only two people that just started jumping and screaming.
So that means what?
Because I knew that God was telling me that you've gone as far as you can go with the things that you've done. And I knew that I had.
Why?
The affluent life.
Why? Nancy Pelosi has $46 million. Huh? Nancy Pelosi. What? Bring Nancy Pelosi over here. Okay. Nancy Pelosi has like 40. She's worth $115 million. Y'all look at this. I'm telling you, this church stuff, the way Black people do church, is going to have Black people poor forever. Okay? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Maverick. Hold on. You see Nancy Pelosi right here? Right? She has $46.5 million in real estate. Okay? She's close to $50 million in real estate. Nancy Pelosi got almost $50 million in real estate. Okay? You think she's going to sell that stuff? Oh, you've gone as far as you can go. Why? Have you caught up to Nancy Pelosi? Right? Why are you scared to make more money? So you mean in the real estate game in California, you trying to tell me that in the real estate game in California, you were at the top of the food chain? No, you were not. So you didn't go as far as you could have gone. You were not focused because you got involved in this church stuff and this New Testament stuff, right? Right? Look at Mr. Pebbles. Mr. Pebbles, Don Pebbles, right? How much is he worth? He has billions of dollars in real estate. So you cannot tell me, okay? You cannot tell me that you went as far as you could have gone. There's always more to do. Oh, I don't even want to see it, Kevin. I'm scared. Okay? So God didn't tell Nancy Pelosi to sell her real estate, but he told you.
It wasn't satisfying my soul.
Oh, please.
All the childhood dreams that I had, but you got to have money, you got to have wealth, you got to have the house, you got to have the clothes. I'd had it and I wasn't happy in my soul.
Yeah.
What does that
mean? So when God...
What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I wasn't happy in my soul. What does that mean? So poverty gonna make you happy? I'm so confused. You see why I say women are goofy? Y'all think I'm mean sometimes? Abby was like, Marlene, you always come so hard on women. And I hope Abby's still here. Abby, where are you? And I hope this woman is not like a water sign, because it's giving Pisces, it's giving Cancer, okay? I hope she's not a water sign. Abby, where are you? She was all in my DMs yesterday trying to tell me I go too hard. I'm so harsh on women. Do y'all see this? A lot of women have foolishness in their heads. And I said to her, I said, Abby, I don't have a male audience. I have a few guys who do watch me, like Kevin and Mark and stuff, but I'm like, I do not have a predominantly male audience. I have more of a woman audience, right? So I do have to talk to women. Okay? I wasn't happy in my soul. Can you even touch your soul? Where is your soul, Auntie? Show me. What does that even mean? Right? What does that mean? No, it's really giving water sign. This is because she can't be a Taurus. I kid you not. God cannot talk to a Taurus, talk about, oh yeah, go give your money. A Taurus, like my little sister, if God told my little sister to sell her stuff, if God told Cheryl to sell her Mercedes, she would give up on her faith. Oh, no. The way she loves money. Okay. She definitely can be a Taurus. You will never hear a Taurus talk about, oh, I heard God tell me to sell my stuff. It will not be a Taurus. It will not be a Virgo. You will never hear a Capricorn, a Virgo, a Taurus. Imagine Candy Burrs, because Candy a Taurus, right? Imagine Candy Burrs talking about, oh yeah, God told me. No, Candy, every season she has a new business. Go tell Candy that God said for her to be perfect, she got to go sell her business and sell everything. You're like, y'all know you're lying. Okay? So I'm like, at this point, it's really giving, and she's not a Pisces, she's a Cancer. I'm not happy in my soul. What does that even mean? What does that mean? Like, let's talk it out. Let's talk about it. You're not happy in your soul. Why? What is the problem? Because you feel guilty that it's like that you made it. It's like people have it's like people have success remorse. You know how they talk about survivor remorse? Like if there's a car accident or there's a plane crash or something and you're the only one to make it, you feel bad. Like, oh, I should have died too. No, you shouldn't have. Why would I die? Okay, I didn't die for a reason. Okay, let me make something of myself. Right? So it's like, I feel like that's what she has. Like she has survivor's remorse because maybe she comes from a family where a lot of people did not make it. No, she's not a Virgo. Ask Val. Val is not selling her house. Val is a Virgo right there. Okay, Janelle is not here. She tell you. Janelle also not selling nothing. Okay? Just like, I love living in California. Okay? Earth signs don't do goofy stuff like that. Yeah, they're not giving her money. You want to see Beyonce? Beyonce not giving her money. Beyonce is not giving her money away, child. She's not an earth sign. And she definitely is not a Taurus. Because Taurus people, they love money. Like that sign is obsessed with money. And she's definitely not Sagittarius. Okay? So I'm like, at this, exactly. Taurus, go tell a Taurus, God says sell everything and be poor, and then he will rebuild you. Yeah, like, I already have it, though. I want more. I don't want less. I want more. Go tell my little sister to go sell her Mercedes. She will lose her mind. She will cry. She's like, God, I wanted to love you, but I can't. I wanted to love you, but hey, man, I wanted to love you, but I'm not. I wanted to love you, but you try to make me broke. Taurus are obsessed with money. They love money. They absolutely love money. So I'm like, this lady, the way she's talking is giving water sign. And not just that, it's giving somebody who has survivor remorse. She's sad. Because you know, one thing about success is that sometimes because if you become really wealthy, especially as a Black woman, right, you can find yourself in different circles. Because a lot of people that look like you don't have this money. Not because they can't have the money, but a lot of us are scared. We're afraid. We're socialists. We want to spend all day in church. We don't want to learn nothing new. We think everybody's scamming, right? Like there's a cultural attitude also that keeps Black people in poverty. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's true. So when you make it because you're determined, you're focused, right? Eventually you might find yourself in a room full of white people. And they talk different, they act different, they move different, right? So it's like, it's making her sad. Okay? Makes sense? That's probably what she meant. She started making so much money, everybody around her did not look like her. And because, especially here in America, right, God forbid you're successful and you start hanging out with too many Black people, white people, they're going to call you what? Uncle Tom, a coon, this and that. When we saw the little preview of The Banker, I said, this Black man today, if he had lived today and he was doing business with that white man, they'd have called him all kinds of Republican, all kinds of coon, all kinds of Ben Winch, da-da-da. Black people will make you feel bad for being successful, for being way too successful, and for being successful with white people. Unless you're a rapper. Only rappers are allowed to be around Jewish people and make all kinds of money, right? But everyday Black people, they're not allowed to have proximity to whiteness, make money with white people, do business with white people, etc., etc. Oh, so you think you're better than? Oh, you think you're this? Oh, you think you're that? Because your own family will make you feel bad for being too ambitious and for actually being successful. I told y'all, you better run away. Stay away from the culture. So then you start to feel bad because you think, oh, you're not Black enough. You're not loyal. You ain't blackity black, wumpty wump wump, wump wump, wump wump. Because you want to have that validation from Black people. Because like, why are you not happy in your soul? You can pay for everything. You can do stuff for other people. But I'm sure she was lonely because the people that she started to be around, they didn't look like her. And she felt like the people had to look like her. And it's like, no. When Daniel is in Babylon, the people don't look like him. Okay? When Joseph goes to Egypt, people don't look like him. But he does the work, though. You got to get comfortable being the only Black person in rooms with no Black people. It is what it is. They're free to join you, or they don't have to. But don't feel bad about it. Right? You know? And if like I said, being Christian, they'll shame you. They make you feel bad. Like there's something wrong with being so rich. Why you have so much? Give some to the poor. No. It's sad. This is what they do to people. Oh, you left the hood. You know, I got to go back to the hood. You go back to the hood, they shoot you in the butt. Okay? Leave them alone.
God had that prophetic word spoken. I knew he was talking to me.
No, auntie.
And when he began to tell me how to dispense the wealth and started breaking me down,
you see? And that's how she understands, because in the church, how they God's going to break you down. God's going to break you down. The Lord's going to strip you naked like he stripped Jesus on the cross. God got to break you. You got to be broken to be remolded. God don't need to break you. Okay? I'm like, this is ridiculous. Break you for what? Are you a criminal? Are you a child molester? Like, do you do bad things? No, you don't. Why do you have to be broken? But once again, you know, if you listen to a lot of people, they will always have you thinking that to become righteous, to be right with God, to truly know God, you have to suffer. Even if you don't suffer, go manufacture suffering for you. Go look for problems, right? Turn yourself into a martyr. That's why most Christians love this whole victimhood Olympic stuff, right? Oh, the suffering. I'm suffering. God is making me whole through my suffering, right? Because we are trained to believe that for us to be perfect with God, he has to break us. He has to take our money. He has to make us go through a divorce. No. Do not claim those things over your life. God does not need to break you. God can have a conversation with you, okay? And if you really know the Holy Spirit, if you really know God, he will converse with you. God is not abusive. That is abuse. You have to be broken. Why do I need to be broken? I'm not a bad person. Why do I need to be broken? You know, you can reason with me. And he a God. Did he make all these beautiful things? Did he not create nature? Okay. Let's reason. You don't have to break me. Go break a criminal. Right? So she really thinks she's being noble. And God began the process of breaking me down. And I accepted to be broken. Because she's thinking about Jesus going to the cross. You know, they come and they snatch you up and they beat you. And you're like, oh, please don't beat me. Please don't hit me. Can I get some water? It's giving vinegar. Oh, right? Because they look at this whole cross business and they think it's cute. So now they want to have the same pain and affliction in their lives. No, God don't need to break you. Like God can reason with you. What is wrong with y'all? Okay, is he done breaking the criminals? Why would you break me? Am I a criminal? Why would you break me? I've done nothing wrong. I might be a little silly, prideful, but it's like we can reason. We can have a conversation. You can talk to me, and God talks to people. He doesn't need to break you. You're not a bad person. You're not a bad person. If you touch a child, well, yeah, you gotta be broken because something is sick in you, right? If you kill people, yeah, you should be broken. But all you did was be successful. And then somehow your own success made you sad because you were like, wow, maybe I'm too successful because how come I can't keep up with my people? My family is not keeping up with me. Can you imagine it? When your own success makes you feel like you should be punished because you were successful. And you see it, right? People scream, oh, go tax people more. Tax the wealthy, tax the wealthy. Always making it seem like rich people are bad people. Now look at what it does to people. There is a face, right? Because sometimes when you talk, when I think especially with Black people, when they hear like go tax the rich, they're thinking it's white people only. No, a lot of Black people got money too. And you dehumanize people because they're wealthy. Now here you go. There are faces to these people. Now you got this auntie over here who felt like she made too much money. Because every time you look around, people got bad things to say about rich people. Tax them more. Make them pay more money. Make them pay more money. This one just gave everything away. So she would not be made to feel guilty for how ambitious she was. And I told y'all this yesterday. Socialism punishes people who are ambitious. You're like, there's such an antagonistic relationship between ambitious people and those who are just content with status quo. It is not okay. Now look, we're all like, why would she do this? Why would she not? When her religion, her faith, her community tells her it's wrong for her to be this wealthy, and she got to think about the poor people. And God is not going to love her until she gives everything away and she accepts poverty. It's like, this is nothing more than a humiliation ritual. She's being humiliated. This is insane. And she really thinks it's coming from God. Abby, hold on.
All it meant to me was God was in control of my life.
So dispense it. He told you to give it away.
He told me to give it away. And he told me who to give it to, what to do, how to do it. And it was amazing because it was like I was in a spiritual place with God where he was guiding me step by step by step by step. And I could feel the Holy Spirit keeping me on task. It was a period of time, and probably about a 2.5 month period of time, that he strategically told me all the people that I was supposed to take care of and do, to give the money to for specific things. And when And
I'm going to ask you, all the people that she claims the Holy Spirit told her to give that money to, you think they said thank you? You think today, when they made it, anybody came back around and said, oh, auntie, remember that one time you gave me 10 grand? Or remember that one time you gave me 20 grand? Here's your money back. Right? How many of these people came back around to say, auntie, that money you gave me 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I multiplied it. Now I want to give it back to you. How many of them came back and said, auntie, for all the money you gave me, I'm going to take you out to eat? All the people she gave that money to, how many of them call her on her birthday to say, auntie, happy birthday, I'm thinking about you. And thank you for what you did to me? No. The majority of these poor people, they don't have good manners. They never call you on your birthday. They never say thank you. They never say to themselves, like, you know what, maybe it's my duty to, repay her. Let me go multiply this money so I can give my auntie back her money, because I'm sure she needs it too. Who don't need money? No. You think all these people that she claims God, the Holy Spirit, told her to give them money, when she was building her business, did they ever come over to help her? Oh, auntie, you work so hard. Let me come cook for you. Oh, auntie, you work so hard. Let me clean your house. Oh, auntie, how's your business going? I'm praying for you. Oh, you wake up in the morning, somebody going to send you a text message telling you how much they love you and they're praying for your business and thank you for being such a light and a role model for the family. Girl, bye. They will never, never, ever, ever think of you. They won't think about you on your birthday. They won't call you. They won't check on you. They won't come and cook for you. They'll never say, hey, let me take her out too, because she always does so much for the family. She reminds me of my mom. Okay? They're just going to take and take and take. And tomorrow, when they're wealthy, they won't give you nothing. It's the same thing with Alyssa Forever. The Black girl who does videos on here, right? Alyssa, when she was up and coming, when her channel was blowing up on YouTube, right? She had so many collaborations, right? Alyssa had so many collaborations. How do you spell her name? Alyssa Forever, right? Yeah, that's her. No. Let me show you her channel. Some of y'all don't know her, right? Right? She collabed with so many people. She put so many of these Black girls on. She collabed with, because at that time she had more followers, she had more views. Alyssa put so many people on. She exposed them to a new audience. They got all these subscribers, all this money, right? Then they started making more money. Nobody said, Alyssa, Not that you're struggling financially. Let's do a collab together. Let's do a TikTok together. This is her, right? And look at all the, you see? You see? Look at all the people she collab with. Okay, and it's more. It's more than that. But nobody said to her, hey, Alyssa, let's do a collab. Okay, I saw your video. I see that you're going through it. Let's do a collab. Nobody says, hey, let me reach out to these brands that I work with to see if they can do a paid partnership with her because she's very pretty. She's very gifted. Look at this one right here. Look at this one, right? Look at this one. Miss Pro Blackity Black Black. Did she help her? Did she help her? But y'all, like, y'all people are so deranged. They think blackness or being pro-black is cussing out white people, insulting white people. Man, please. If you're really black people, if you really pro-blackity black black, you care about black people. You go on her channel. You'll see for yourself who she collab with. And to know that she's helped so many people. And now some of them are rich. They have all kinds of money. They have brand partnerships. They have so much. You would think that, like, oh, Alyssa, when I had less subscribers than you, you helped me. Let me help you. Let's come back. I'm going to help you reboost your channel. Because all it takes is one collab and your channel can go back in the algorithm, right? Understand? There's a white girl here. What's her name? Bunny? Hold on. Let me show you something. Oh, these black women are so damn evil. We talk about this all the time. The sisterhood. My ass. What's that girl's name? Bunny and Shane Dawson. Hold on. Let me show you something. There's this crazy white girl on here. Exactly. Okay. Graveyard Girl. Yes. If y'all remember her from years ago, right? Like her, when I first started YouTube, right? She was very popular. Then, like most things, she kind of fell off the algorithm, whatever. So her channel was having a hard time, which I'm sure was affecting her finances, right? So Shane Dawson, who is a racist, I would say, I think he's a racist, right? But Shane Dawson, from one white person to another white person, because he's really good at like doing documentaries, whatever, he did a collab with her. You see, 14 million views. When I tell you that girl's channel blew up, her money came back, the subscribers came back, because the way he did the documentary and the way he like told the story about her, it made people want to support her, right? White people are so racist. White people are evil. White people also know how to show up for their community, okay? But here, you have Alyssa Ashley, you have Alyssa Forever, right? You should see the type of black girls that she collab with. And today she's homeless. She's going through stuff. Her channel's not doing well. Where are all these bloggers? Like, you know what, sis? Let me help you out. First, we're going to do a collab together on my channel. Then we'll do a collab on your channel. I'm going to reach out to all my favorite brands. I'm going to have these people do something with you. No, it's not the mindset. They swear, these girls, I'm like, they're fake pro-black. They are so fake. It is nothing more to get brands to give them money. They don't care about black people. Because if you really care about a black person, if a black person helped you when you were at your lowest, if you're above that black person now, you should say, hey, let me pull you up. Because when I was down, you pulled me up. Let me pull you up also. But no, they let this girl be so broke like this. You know what I'm saying? They could even sell a Chanel bag and help. Even DGG also. Like, this is how they are. I'm like, this black community thing is a freaking lie. It is a lie. It is fake. Okay? Because she's really, really nice. She's truly nice. But I'm like, all these girls, she took girls to Paris. Y'all go on her channel. Y'all see all these black girls on her channel. And when she comes out here, she shaves her head. She cries that she doesn't have money. She cries that she's sleeping in her car. None of these black girls are touched. But yet they'll have the Van Cleef and Arpels bracelet that's like $5,000, right? They have money. Nobody will say, hey, when I was building my channel, Alyssa, she introduced me to the sisterhood. She introduced me to a black audience, etc., etc., etc. It's not in them. Because the majority of these black people, especially these black women, they are incredibly selfish. It's all about them. Nothing but them. And when they make it, they forget all about you. Me, I've learned, you guys. I have learned. That's why I said not all poor people are good people. It's not everybody that you help. And out here, they make you feel like when you're black and you're successful, it's your job to worry about every single black person because it's the community. It is not the community. Don't do it. Because at your worst hour, they're not going to help you. They might even laugh about you. They might even laugh and make fun of you behind your back. Alyssa used to have a lot of money. And she, even me, Marlon, I told you she helped me. out the blue, because I didn't even think much of it. Like, because we met in LA. I was like, oh, maybe she thinks I'm crazy, because I was so overweight, you guys. And when I came home, the other Alyssa said, Marlene, yeah, she was like, Marlene, Alyssa said she wants to do a video with your products about Black-owned products. I never asked her for anything. I said, oh, this young woman right here, she get we had like $22,000 in sale. Alyssa is a powerhouse. I was like, wow. She's one of the only Black girls I've ever seen move product like this. She didn't even ask me for money. And because I sent Alyssa some money, like the first one, I sent her like 1,000, and then I sent this one too. I sent her, I wanted to buy her the Nike gift card, and then Nike, like, when I paid for the gift card, they canceled the gift card, and then something happened to my PayPal account, and I had like all these problems. I was like, you know what? The day when I get back up on my feet financially, I will give her what I owe her, because I was so touched. I have never seen, like, seriously, she's like one of the only Black girls who, like, just out of the kindness of her heart was like, you know what? We're gonna do a whole scene talk about, oh, she's the one who started the trend. Alyssa, this Gemini over here, she's the one who started the trend, Black-owned makeup, because most of these Black girls over here, the one thing they'll do for sure, a second thing they'll do for surely, right, is promote a white person's product. They're obsessed with white people. Alyssa is the one who started the whole Black-owned makeup challenge. It's not Daenerys Targaryen over there. It's not her. It's not her. But people are, and the thing that is so sad, yes, the thing that is so sad with Black people fail to recognize genuine people. That's what breaks my heart. That's why I'm so done with Black people. Like, you don't even know. Like, I am so done with them, because it's the people who they don't have discernment, and they don't know how to read people, and they always fail to recognize good people. They're so mean to good people. They forsake good people. And they're always obsessed with wicked people because of how they dress, their clothes, their car. Black people, the day they die on Judgment Day, they will be deceived by the devil, and they'll lose their salvation, because it's a people who does not know how to read a good person. They don't know what a good person is. They only want to be around braggadocious people, loud people, rambunctious people, bratty people. Then they want to come my DM. Oh, Marlene, look at what Jackie's doing. I don't care. She's always been this way. But because she was doing it to other people, it was okay. Now that she's doing it to you, you're hurt because you thought you were special, because all of y'all were her minions doing bad things. Right? Now they want me to make a video and talk bad about her, so that way they're going to come over to my channel. I don't want your kind in my community. I don't want you people. You're mean. I don't like mean people. I don't like mean people. I don't like people who don't take their time to learn to read people and recognize who's truly good. No, they always go with a mob mentality and go attack people, and they don't even know what they're doing. They don't realize what they're doing because they're so freaking emotional and they're so unhinged, right? And they always make the wrong people famous. They always make the wrong people wealthy because they're so obsessed with performative behavior instead of true, sincere, and genuine behavior. And now they think, because I've had issues with Jackie in the past, that I'm going to sit here and make videos bashing Jackie. No, I told you who she was. You chose not to believe me because maybe I didn't have that many followers. You thought she had more money than me. That is perfectly fine. You made your choice. You chose Jackie. So now if she's abusing you, it's on you. Jackie's always been abusive, right? When she had her situation with Jeffrey, I said, Jackie, why is it okay for you to block her? She had blocked this other sis. She's from Trinidad. She blocked her. I said, you blocked her on Twitter over foundation shit because Jackie always have to have the last word. She's a Leo. Everything is fire. Reflection, it comes later, right? She's a Leo. And I told you, I said, me, Marlene, I see everything. You might not agree with what I say, but I never come from a place of harm. Her issue with Jeffrey is started long before y'all actually realized. She just came and told y'all he called her a gorilla. But y'all didn't say to Jackie, what made him call you a gorilla? Because he's white and he says gorilla. Y'all chose to internalize this stuff and go crazy. No problem. But she was antagonizing him the whole time they were in Paris. So he blocked her. And I said to her in the text message, why is it okay for you to block Tina? Her name is Tina. Okay? Eileen Guile or something like that. Her name is Tina. I said, why is it okay for you to block Tina, but Jeffrey cannot block you? So Jeffrey doesn't have the right to block you But now y'all see it's a trending conversation. Jackie just blocks people. She'll block you for whatever reason. She just blocks people, right? And that's the same thing I said. Even if Jeffrey is a racist, right? That's his Twitter feed. You don't like him, obviously. Before you went to Paris, you sat there, you made a whole video bashing his company. Racist or not, anybody makes a video talking poorly about your products, and at that time she had 500,000 subscribers, right? Right? You have 500,000 subscribers, you sit on your channel, you talk badly about his products. No, anybody, racist, non-racist, black, white, whatever, anybody talks poorly about your products to an audience of 500,000 people, yeah, I don't like you also. Nobody would. I'm like, if a racist, people have feelings too. And then at that time, she was friends with that boy, the chubby Mexican, Mac Daddy, okay? He was putting stuff into her head. Meanwhile, he also does business with Jeffrey. I'm like, this is so confusing, okay? So the whole thing, I always used to look at her Twitter feed, and I knew who she was talking about because she's passive-aggressive. See, unlike me, I'll put a name to it because I'm not scared. She does passive-aggressive stuff because she don't have the courage to stand behind her stuff because she's messy. So she was saying all kinds of stuff. And I'm sure because she went to Paris, she was writing all kinds of women on Twitter, and she was trying to be friends with Laura Lee. So Laura Lee told Jeffrey. Jeffrey also saw her Twitter feed, so he blocked her because he didn't want to see it. He has the right to not want to see your post on his feeds. That's his feed. He has the right to say, I don't want to see it. The same way she don't, if you call her auntie, she'll block you. If you say, oh, congratulations, she'll block you. There are certain things she doesn't want to see. Racist or not, he has the right to say, there are certain things I don't want to see on my feed. But, oh, no, you're racist, so you got to let us do whatever we want to do to you. No, you say he's racist, right? Go your way, let him go his way. That's it, that's that. Tina, yes, her. She blocked Tina over foundation. They were arguing over like some L'Oreal. It was drugstore foundation too. It's not even like it was like NARS. Okay. Over foundation. And mind you, Tina had been following her for years. I'm like, why are you doing this? Right? But because most Black women are extremely unreasonable. That's why I don't deal with them. They're like, you're extremely unreasonable. Why is that okay for you to block Tina? And on top of that, Tina is your follower. She's followed you for years. Let's agree to disagree. But y'all really about to fight over L'Oreal True Match Foundation? That's like $6. Are you kidding me? Right? But then Jeffrey doesn't have to, because she used to say things like, oh, if I was a white woman, and she was talking about Jeffrey, and he knew she was talking about him, so he blocked her. Why he can't block her? But now y'all see, she also enjoys blocking people because it is your right. It is your feed. So she kept talking about him. He opened up the door real quick. He called her a gorilla. And me, I did not internalize it because he's not talking about me. I'm not a gorilla. He's talking to her ass. But Black women, every time one Black woman has an issue, you want to internalize. He's not talking to you. He's talking to freaking Jackie. She's a fucking coward. Well, like, what the heck? And she knows Twitter. One thing about Twitter, if you're sensitive, do not go on Twitter. Keep your sensitive ass off of Twitter. It's a crazy ass playground. Me, I'm crazy too, right? I don't care. But I don't go on Twitter. But if you're going to talk crazy on Twitter, you better be ready for what's to come. So he called her ass a gorilla, and so what? And so what? Okay? What's wrong with being called a gorilla? Gorilla are actually really pretty. I like gorillas. She got called gorilla. I said, I'm not internalizing it. He's not talking about me. He's talking to your ass. And you got so much mouth. She had over 200 tweets that they went to Paris for Jouer Cosmetics. I remember that like it was yesterday. She went to Paris. She was so desperate. Jackie always wanted to be friends with Jeffrey. You go unless she deleted it. She used to wake up every day. Hey, Jeffrey, hey, Jeffrey, hey, Jeffrey. Jeffrey paid her no mind. But one thing about Black people, all it takes is somebody calling someone a racist and y'all lose your shit, just like Donald Trump. Oh, he's a racist. Has he been racist towards you? No. Then what's the problem? Always trying to internalize stuff, be involved with things that have nothing to do with you instead of having discernment. How did we get here? How did we get here? Did you just call her gorilla out the blue? She was doing stuff. And on top of that, she had Mac Daddy behind her putting stuff in her ear. Because when Shane does the thing with Jeffrey, you see that Mac Daddy has his product at Jeffree Star's warehouse. So I'm like, so okay, what's the problem? He's telling you to hate Jeffrey, but then he still has Jeffrey sell his product. You don't make no sense. You truly make no sense. Always trying to be his friend. He paid her no mind, and it hurt her feelings, just like Shayla. Because Shayla refused her friendship, she decided to do bad things to Shayla. Jackie has never gone live, but on Shayla's wedding day, because Shayla removed her, yes, that's who she's talking about, because that's what she always does. She lacks the courage to say what she has to say with her damn chest. When I tell you she's small, it's always small people who do foolishness. Okay? She will never come outside. She's just another Kamala Harris. She's so petite, like she's so tiny. The first time we met, I picked her up. She's a small person. She's so small. She's a tiny person, always doing foolishness, right? She ain't got no strength, like she ain't got it. It's like if I compare like Jackie to Super is a big woman, like she's really big. I met her real life. She a big person, tiny, like that girl right there, Jackie. She a small person. Es tan pequeño. She's like this small, and petite comme ça. She's so small. The first time we met was Atlanta. I picked her up because she's so small. You understand? But I'm like, you can't be behaving this way. And it's like, oh, the sisterhood is like, oh, if I do bad things, co-sign me. I ain't co-signing nothing because I see your behavior. It's not okay. And I said to me, that's just me. That's just me, Marlene, right? You have you waited this long because it all came from the video of like Jeffrey saying like the black woman is like the N-word, and he said you should pour bleach on your skin, whatever. Like an old video, he said that. I said, okay. But when I saw the video, because he used to promote my lashes too. But I said, okay. I was upset, and I even took his stuff off my page. I made a video right then, right there, because I ain't no punk. I don't need an audience to say how I feel. Y'all know me. I'm going to say how I feel. She was like, and then she called me. She was like, oh my gosh, Marlene, you're so brave and stuff like that. I'm going to make a video about him in December, like the things we're no longer doing. She used to have like the strand, whatever. She didn't do it because she was scared, because she didn't have the audience. She waited for her audience to grow. That's how she is. She hides behind people. That's why I call her Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. If you ever watch Game of Thrones, Daenerys, that's Jackie. A whole dragon, because she'll find us one. You see how Daenerys starts like she's so humble. She's trying to save herself. Then she saves people. But towards the end, she goes crazy. Once she sees Daenerys, or she sees Cersei is Jeffree Star. Once she sees like Cersei, she loses her stuff. She even forgot that she had her own people down there. When I tell you Daenerys went crazy, these dragons started spitting fire because she had so much hatred for Cersei. She became the Mad King, which is what everybody feared, because her granddad or her dad back in the day, he used this dragon to burn people. And she said she would never do that. And she became that very person. Okay, that's why I always call her Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons. And her people, a bunch of dragons. Nobody wants her audience. And I don't want those who are frustrated dragons to come over here. No, y'all crazy people. You're not good people. You're not good people. Nobody should have y'all in their community. Stay over there. Fix your relationship. Okay? But I'm like, if you wait so long to address the whole situation, right, you might as well wait until you're in Paris. Because for me, that's what I would have done. If I'm not going to make a video, I'm going to wait right before the trip, like 4 days before the trip to Paris, right? You might as well wait until you meet him. Then ask him face to face. But then again, like I told you, when you're black and you're black in America, it's so out of the ordinary to think about sitting with someone you don't like. It could have been, I'm not saying what he said was okay. It's never okay. But at the same time, when you realize that Jeffrey also was raised in the streets by a woman who was like a streetwalker, you know, like he also has his own mental issue. So sometimes white people will say things because they're also hurting. And it's like, I want to go viral, so I'm saying dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? We never know, because he was young too, and he's broken also. Jeffrey's very broken. He's a Scorpio. They're in their feelings too. He's very broken. I don't think he's a super bad person, but because he never grew up in a family, he grew up in the back of a car. He grew up on the street. His mom was unstable. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's why he's such a messed up white boy. Right? But I'm like, wait until you go to Paris. Try to have a conversation with him. If you try to talk to Jeffrey and then Jeffrey acts crazy, then you come tell me, we're going to handle this white boy. But me, that's the way I feel. I think diplomacy should always go first. If you have a chance to talk to someone, no matter how much you don't like the person, try to talk to the person, because they might apologize, right? It might be a misunderstanding. You might get to know more about them that you didn't know. Try. But if you try diplomacy and then it fails, then we can go World War III. That's not a problem. But I despise people who use war first instead of diplomacy first. It's just like with America. America's always out here bombing people when you can try to make friends with people. I don't want to spend billions blowing up shit because it's money. If I could try to be friends with Iran, if I could try to be friends with Russia, I would at least try to be friends with Vladimir Putin before I decide to go. Before you go to war with someone, you have to exhaust all possibility of diplomacy. But war should not be the first thing in your head. And with Black people, it's always fighting. That's the first thing that comes to mind. And many times, they don't even have a strategy for this war. They just want to start fighting. That's why Africa is riddled with civil wars. Like, why are we doing all of this? Right? Because destruction is always the first thing that motivates Black people. It's never resolution. It is never diplomacy. How can we, like, even though I don't agree, but let's see how we can come together before we create so much harm. And that's why I appreciate Trump in the sense as though Trump is at least trying to get to know Vladimir Putin. Let me try to get to know you because I know that you are also a formidable adversary. Even if America can manage to destroy Russia, it's not going to be easy because Vladimir is not a punk. Because one thing about Libra too, they know how to be destructive. So I don't care how strong you think you are. You also got to learn to read people, and you have to learn to read the fact that my adversary is also a smart person. He's also powerful. He also has a powerful military. So before I try to take it there, let me see if you and I can't talk. And when you start like that with someone you don't like, to make it easier, you always start with the things that you agree on. Because when you talk about the stuff you disagree on, most likely somebody gonna leave and walk away, and then it's over. So usually you start with the things that you agree on, right? What do we agree on? We don't want to have World War III. That's a great start. What else do we agree on? There's a certain we say in French, like there's a certain sagacity. There's a certain way of being. There's a certain like savoir-vivre. Like you have to know how to do things with finesse. You gotta know how to be smooth. Right? But with like Black people, it's always let's fight, let's shoot, let's this. And like, oh my gosh, why do y'all move like this? Why do you move like this? Like you never see the bigger picture. You always want to honor your feelings of pain, of hurt, of rage. You will never go anywhere if you always lead with emotions because you'll be destructive to yourself. And when you talk about it, they try to say, oh, because you're trying to be nice to a mean person. No, I'm not trying to be nice to nothing. I don't want to go to war because he's smart too. But I'm like, go to Paris first. Give him a chance. See if he's really as bad as the person he used to be. Because that's also an old video. Y'all might have a long conversation. Y'all might even talk for 6 hours. You might even talk for 10 hours. You might be like, oh, you know what, Jeffrey? Although I didn't like what you said because it was very hurtful, I do forgive you. And I would like for you to do X, Y, and Z to show to my people that you understand how hurtful your words were. And this is how you plan on making things right. This is how we can solve things. We can solve things. And just because somebody is a racist doesn't mean that we cannot help the person to understand that your words, they were truly hurtful, right? The things you said, it was very mean. How many white people truly know about slavery like that? How many white people truly know how painful the N-word is? Sometimes they'll say it just to try to be like mean or whatever, but they don't really, really understand. Because if you grow up in America and you go to public school here, they don't teach you to truly have empathy. You're more likely to have empathy for a Jewish person because you have to read the Diary of Anne Frank. But they bastardized slavery. So sometimes, yeah, I do have grace for white people because I'm like, I can see how they don't really get it. I've had people come over here. I've had white people come on my channel and say, oh, but you do realize that there was slavery everywhere. Because I understand that argument. But you see, I always bring it back to say, yeah, nobody is saying we didn't have slavery around the world, but we are talking specifically to this type of slavery because it's not just the slavery that we're upset about in America. It's the things that ensued after the slavery. It's the Civil War. It's the Jim Crow. It's the system. It's a lot. We're not just mad about the slavery because slavery could have happened. And the white people could have been like, you know what, you guys, it is messed up. No human being should live like this. We forgive you. We release you. Now we're all friends. Now we're all citizens. We would all moved on. But it did not just stop at slavery. And the slavery in America is a very specific type of slavery. So nobody's saying that we don't know that there's slavery that happened around the world. Of course. And there's still slavery going on today. But if we don't learn to talk to people that we don't agree with, how are we going to make things better? It's like, oh no, you said something bad, so I have to hate you forever. Me, I don't function like that. That's not how I operate. I really do not. If that was the case, I wouldn't have been, I would be divorced right now. Okay? If I had to hate people every time they say something bad, even me, I would not be married right now, because I would have left a long time ago. I would have cussed out my mother-in-law. I would have cussed out everybody, been gone. Okay? I don't care. But I don't put my feelings first, though, because you got to think and you have to forgive. I've been, even in my own marriage, I've been through a whole lot of stuff. If I was here sitting here holding grudges against this person and that person and this person, I would not be married. Or if I was married, everybody would be miserable. Because it's insufferable to live with a person that refuses to forgive. You have to learn to let things go. Now, if it becomes a repeat behavior, I get it. But a video you saw 10 years ago, okay, when you first see it, it's very jarring. Like, oh my gosh. But if God is allowing you to sit down with the person, try to first have a conversation. If the conversation fails, at that point, we're going to think about the next step. But no, she easily could have been friends with him, but she chose to do this. No problem. Then the next person she had on her list was Makeup Shayla. And anybody who sees it sees her behavior. She does everything she can to be passive aggressive towards Shayla. She attacks everybody. When there are posts on Twitter where people are questioning Shayla's loyalty to Black women, she's always liking those posts. She's a mean person because Jackie is broken. She's seriously broken. And that's how you can always tell a person who grew up without a solid family and without a solid foundation. She didn't grow up with a solid family. I'm sorry to say, but it's the truth though. She's seriously broken. She's seriously broken. And when you didn't have certain things growing up, you might think that success and money might fix you, but it doesn't. It just reminds you of the things you could have had growing up. And one thing about me, I'm very glad that my mom and my dad just stuck it together. I'm very glad about my culture. I like that little French side of me because we have a way of doing things like it's very different. You know, French people, like, we're very chill. Like, you need to calm down. Like, it's too much. It's too much. We even say, like, when stuff gets, like, when the temperature rises, we say a thing, it's called mettre de l'eau dans ton vin. It's like, put water in your wine. Like, you need to chill. Calm down. It's never that serious. There's not, as long as two people are alive, we can always try to fix it. We can try to fix it. Oh, no, fuck that. Oh, no, I want to get a divorce. Oh, no, I'm going to put you on child support. Oh, fuck this thing. It's like people do too much. And then 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you say, wow, I should have stayed with my husband. Oh, I should have stayed with the mother of my children. Oh, I should have been there for my kids. Oh, I wonder why. Because you never think it's a sound thing to do to try to sit down with people that you don't agree with, and let's try to resolve this. We can talk calmly. Talking calmly to a person does not mean that you say, oh yeah, whatever you said is okay. It's not okay. Do you see us calling y'all all kinds of names and all kinds of slurs of white people? It's not okay. You know what I'm saying? Using the N-word, I think for anybody, it's not okay. Right? But we got to learn to be calm. You're going to get what you want, but you have to learn to be calm. So I understood. I don't think calling her a gorilla was like, I don't think it was like nice like that, but I can see why he was so tired of her. He just said, gorilla. I get it, because you see, she's annoying. She's like a little pest. So I'm like, I get it. Okay, maybe he could have used another word like not gorilla because they reinforced like a racial stereotype. But honestly, too, a lot of Black people have to understand that gorillas are actually beautiful. Like even me, I saved so many videos of gorillas. So if you're Black and you find a gorilla ugly, you got to also ask yourself why. Because they're very pretty. They're a very powerful creature. They're magnificent. They're super Black. They're super strong, right? And we're also closely related. So you got to get to a point where like you also demystify being compared to a gorilla. It's an ape. It's not even a monkey. Okay? But they're beautiful creatures. There's even a gorilla in Japan right now. He's all the rage. They're very pretty. A monkey is not a gorilla. A gorilla is not a monkey. It's an ape. And it's a beautiful creature. One time I know, like, I had a tutor. He was white. Like, he was Eastern European. You know, they're crazy. So he was like, when he met James the first time, because he was like, oh, your dad is tall. He was like, oh, your husband is so big. He reminds me of King Kong. I could have been offended. Right? But I know what he meant. Like, he's a big Black man. Like, he is big. That's what he's trying to say. But he's like, oh, you remind me of King Kong. But it's true. Right? It's true. And on top of that, gorillas do come from Africa. So why would I be offended? They're very pretty creatures. I really do love, I love gorillas. They're very, very pretty. And the one from the one that's like all the rage in he's so cute, you guys. I was like, he is so handsome. Okay. The girls are going crazy. Let me show y'all. Look at him. He is so cute. Like, he's my little boo thing. Like, he's just, I'm like, you are so cute. Right? People have to start demystifying this thing. Like, oh my gosh, like, no, they're very powerful creatures. Okay? They're beautiful creatures. So it's like, okay, gorilla, like, stop. Because as long as you allow that to hurt you, yeah, people gonna use that against you to hurt your feelings. But the day you start to see the day you start to say to yourself, like, you know what? Why am I even triggered? Gorillas are beautiful. Okay? Gorillas, look at him. He is so cute. Like, he be selling out. Like, all the tickets at the zoo to see him are sold out all the way. And I'm like, they probably stole him from the Congo. This picture of him is so cute. I'm like, he's very handsome. He's very cute. Like, and his thing, like, he's all black. His coat is all black. Like, he has a full coat and he is strong. Like, he's all the rage in Japan. Like, he is completely sold out. Okay? Because he's such a cutie. Okay? I'm like, he's an ape. I'm like, they're very pretty. So I'm like, oh, whatever. Okay? But I can see where he was coming from, though. Because she's insufferable. And now y'all see that she's also insufferable. There you go. Right? And now she blocks people, which is what I said. You block who you want. Why he can't block you? You're too good to be blocked. Right? Same thing with Shayla. One day she sat there making a makeup video. My little sister sent it to me. Oh, somebody took me off their wedding list, like a bridesmaid. I was like, oh yeah, it's Shayla. Right? Because Shayla's a Virgo. And I always said, Virgos, they're very secretive people. Like, they choose who they allow into their life. My mom is the same way. Right? When it comes to Virgo, yes, you know, they might seem friendly and open, but it's the people who, honestly, they want their privacy. They don't like anybody in their business. It's a very family-like people. They like to be to themselves and their family and their children. It's a home person, like, and they don't like crazy behavior. I'm like, she's a Virgo. You cannot force yourself on Shayla. She has to want you in her life, right? And that's something that she didn't take well. You know what I'm saying? And so because of that, on the day of Shayla's wedding, she went live. I'm like, you've never gone live before. Why you go live? Right? Because she couldn't stand all the attention and the repost that Shayla was getting. That's how she is. It's really hard for her to be happy for other people. That's how she is. Right? Jackie's a mean person. And she's mean because she's broken. And when it's all said and done, right? If it's all said and done, if you can actually calm down, okay, and have discernment, you'll recognize that her and Jeffrey, they suffer from the same thing. They have the same pain from their childhood. One parent not being there, et cetera, et cetera. They suffer from the same thing. And maybe that's why, you know, they were meant to meet, but it was not handled properly. It's the same. If you look at Housewives of Atlanta, right? Look at Nene. Look at Nene. Look at Kenya, right? They have the same story. They were not really wanted by the mothers, right? I'm like, you guys, like, sometimes people don't even realize y'all have so much in common. There's a reason why y'all came together, but you're so busy fighting. You don't even say to yourself, like, why would God have us together? Like, why does God have us fighting? Because y'all have more in common than you think. You have when you dislike a person, you can't stand a person because they're a reflection of you. You have way more in common than you care to admit because you're not mature enough, right? You're not mature enough. But people have to learn to have some maturity and say to themselves, right? Even when someone like really, really triggers you, you really have to ask yourself, why does this person trigger me so much? Because they're exposing you that you still have things to work on, right? That person right there is a test to teach you that you still have things that you got to work on. Got to accept it. Me, I had when I saw the Jeffree Star video, I really had a hard time with it. I really could not stand him. Like, it was really, really bad. I'm like, and I felt like I was having hatred towards the person. I said, ooh, I don't like how that feels. I don't want to be a hateful person. My cousin, my same cousin, he had to help me through it. And when I went to an event, like, what's it called? RuPaul's Drag Con in LA, right? And I told her, I said, oh, Jackie, I'm coming. She's like, oh yeah, have fun. That's how she handled me. I said, okay, no problem. But when she would come to New Orleans, though, even when I couldn't see her, because she used to work for her affinity, even when I could not see Jackie, when she was in New Orleans, I would check on her. Are you okay? Is everything okay? Is your hotel good? Y'all know me. I'm a very family person. Like, if I say you're my friend, I really mean it. Because at times when she would come to New Orleans, like I had Stefan. He was so small. I couldn't do much. But I will always check on her, right? When I come to LA, I'm telling you, oh, I'm coming to LA. You're like, okay, have fun. You never check in on me. And I said, when I went there, Jeffrey the racist was nice to me. And I was really, and it made me sad. And it made me upset. Like, oh, wow, you're supposed to be my friend. How many times you call me with all your wahala and all your drama? Okay. But here's this racist white boy. He's like, oh my gosh, Leon Lashes. And I'm like, oh, you see this? And someone who's supposed to be a friend, she's not even there for you. But she's so pro-blackity black on Twitter. She's the MLK of makeup. She's the MLK of foundation shade. But in her whole life, the foundation shades, the actual human shades of blackness, of black women, how do you treat those person? So at that point, what do you want me to do? I had to forgive the man. I had to let it go. I said, God, I don't want to hate him. And on top of that, he's way nicer to me than the black woman who claims to be a friend. It's not a problem. But a lot of people at that time, they were too dense to hear what I was saying. I refused to be hateful. I had another friend too. I'm not talking to her right now. I had to put her on ice because she's hateful. We can sit here and talk about our grievances against white people, but I've refused to hate white people. I might not like them. I might strongly dislike them, but I don't want to have hatred in my heart towards anybody. I got things to do. I'm raising children. I don't want to be a hateful person. Okay? And I don't want to teach my kids hate. It's very corrosive. It's cancerous. I don't want that in my life. I refuse that. And that's why I also I'm not so keen on having a huge black female audience because many black women are bitter and they're hateful. I don't want to be a hateful person. And I don't want to sell hate to people. I want to sell diplomacy to people, forgiveness to people, how you mediate stuff with people. Yes. You understand? And even when I started my business, that's what, oh my God, that's why it was so hard. Because when I started my business, she didn't help me. Even Esoken also did not help me. Esoken chose to go with Juvia's place, right? Jackie chose to go with that girl, the girl, Miracle Watts. Okay? Because at that time too, she was very popular. They all chose to help black people that had way more followers than me. You didn't help me. The person who helped me when I started Leon Lashes, it was a Korean. It was Naona. She helped me. And then somehow, then it was Vasya who told me to send my stuff to Jacqueline Hill. It's not until Jacqueline Hill helped me that she came along to help me. She waited for a white person to promote me before she promoted me. I didn't hold that against her. But it's like, as soon as somebody criticizes you, oh, you got to weaponize your audience against people. Jackie and I, we had a personal relationship. You have my number. I have your number. Right? If we have an issue, let's talk it out. And my thing is, if you have an issue with me, it's me, the person. It's not my business. You decide to weaponize your audience against my business. For what purpose? Like, for what? Who does that kind of stuff? It's so mean. It's belligerent. But that's the behavior of most black women. When they get upset, they don't know how to do a proper partition between business and private. They get upset. They have to ruin the entire relationship. They go way too far. They go way too far. And so for me, when it comes to black women, I really do not feel safe around them. I don't feel like my heart is safe with them. I don't feel like my friendship is safe with them. I don't feel like nothing I have is safe with them. Because me, I'm the type of person, when you're my friend, you really are my friend. I have boundaries. Even to myself, I have boundaries. Even when I talk to my husband, I have boundaries. Because he's not just anybody. And when you talk to people, you got to be mindful how you talk to people. You have the right to be upset, but you don't have the right to be destructive. And so many black women in America have been giving this wide open permission to be as destructive as they want to be because they're hurt. Let me tell you something, sweetie. You're not the only one to be hurt. We all go through stuff. I've been through a lot of stuff. But and every day you see me, I don't have hatred for people. Okay? I've been through a whole lot of stuff. I could truly be a hateful person. But you will never come on my channel, oh, hate this person. I'll always say, forgive people, let things go. Learn to resolve things. I've had a friend say to me, Marty, I think my husband is cheating. I was like, man, fuck this ninja. Pack your bags and go. I said, sis, you got to be strategic because you have children, you have a family, and also you need to know the law. You can't just be doing things because you're in your feelings. You got to think about it. All my friends, I've always given advice. I had another friend, she spun the block after almost 10 years or so to apologize. Marlene, you were right. I'm like, what? Because all I said to you was make peace with him. I said, make peace with the father of your children. That's the sin that she had against me. Because I should have told her, F this ninja, kick his ass out, he ain't shit, right? I don't behave like that. I'm actually educated. I didn't go to hair school. And I keep telling y'all this. She went to hair school. I did not. I went to a proper college. I'm very intelligent. Okay? I'm a mathematician. I'm not a freaking idiot. There's reason and there's logic to what I do. This makes no sense. Why would I teach you to hate you? This man is going to be in your life forever. So, okay, you cuss him out. Okay, now what? You're still tied to him. Okay? So because I told her, forgive him, make peace with him. Yes, he cheated. Yes, he did bad things, but all of them is not bad. And that's the part they can never stand. Because when you talk about somebody, you only have to, when they don't like someone, only say bad things about the person. I can't live like this. Because like for once, like Jesus said, right? Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Everything about this man is not evil, right? He cheated on you, sure. But I told her after a while, you chose to stay. You chose to stay. So after, if you stay with someone, somebody cheats, you stay. It's been 5 years. At some point, you got to get over it. At some point, you have to get over it. You cannot keep holding it over his head. For how long? For 10 years? For 20 years? He cheated. You should have left. You didn't leave. You stayed. And you're staying just so you can be abusive. I'm like, you're verbally abusive. Oh, but Marlene, you don't know what he did. I'm like, even if I don't know what he did, it was years ago, sis. There's a statute of limitation. So if you cannot forgive him, let him go before you become hateful. But what I'm witnessing here, you are verbally abusive. And all of them is not bad. But that part, because I said that all of them is not bad, I became her enemy. I'm like, girl, I got to go. You are insane. Y'all want to be so damn hateful. I bounced. Not one day she called me, oh, Marlene, I want to say I love you. You were actually right. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, well, took you almost like 10 years to understand. I'm like, y'all crazy. You are seriously crazy. And whenever you can, try to make peace with people. It's a lot easier to be at peace with people than to be at war with people. And not just that, it's cheaper. It's a lot cheaper. Even my own life. I told y'all, when I was going through the whole divorce thing the first time, right? And in Columbus, right? When they started telling me how much it was going to cost, I said, you know what? Peace is a lot cheaper. Because who's about to pay $1,000 an hour? I ain't got that kind of money. And at that time too, I definitely didn't have that kind of money. I don't have it. So I'd rather learn to be peaceful than to pay $1,000 an hour. I don't have that kind of money. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, right? Sometimes you gotta be like, you know what? Everything about this person is not bad. And you have to force yourself to see good in people. And you have to learn to forgive because you're also not perfect. You've said some mean things. He might have cheated. That's a form of abuse, but you are also abusive. You are both in the wrong. So apologize to him, and he also going to apologize to you, and let's try to do better. Y'all don't have to be together. But if you don't want to be together, you don't have to break up in a toxic way. Y'all got to do better. And the kids are in the house. You're fighting. You're screaming. You're insulting each other. I'm telling you, this behavior is deplorable. It's deplorable behavior because the kids are seeing this. It's not okay. It's not okay. You know, I'm like, that's me. I always think about, that's just who I am. I always think about family. I think about children. I'm like, because what y'all doing, y'all going to scar these kids. It is not acceptable behavior. And I always say this, a lot of Black people need to learn how to argue. This notion that an argument means you insult people, you go low, you go to the white meat, it's excessive. You don't have to destroy a person, okay? You can argue calmly like, oh, you did this, this, and that, and it hurt my feelings, right? Here he is, right? That's it, that's that. So let's go back to our main video. I'm like, y'all, you're insane. Where's the auntie? Where is she? Let's go back to our main video.
Came out of it. I knew that I had been anointed by God, for the act of obedience at another level in my relationship with God.
Jesus.
And
you were about 43 then?
Thank you, Mabel.
I was 40, probably about 43, 45, something like that. Yeah.
And so what did your family think? Did they think you was losing your mind?
Yes.
Like, what would they think? You start selling stuff, whatever your divorce, whatever you got from that, and all that, you just start giving all your money away.
One night, after staying back late at his clinic doing admin, Dr. Tom was very...
Scripture. Did Joseph's family like him? Did David's family like him? Esther probably slid under the rug because she didn't have a family. Okay, so who did the Bible say would be your worst enemies?
Your family.
Okay, so why are we surprised I mean, really, why are we surprised? Why do we get my family, my family? God already told you. Okay. And
see, and even that too, like this right here is a truly poor understanding. Your family is not your enemy. They are concerned. You're giving all your money away and your family is asking you questions and you're like, oh, well, the Bible said y'all my enemies anyway. No, the enemy is the voice in your head telling you to give all your money away. But you see, people extrapolate from the Bible and they just read it in all kinds of horrible contexts. And I'm like, for some people, you really got to take their Bibles away. It's crazy. But anyways, let's go into Pastor Keon real quick. Let's get to it. I was going to show you all this because I'm like, socialism is crazy. So here's Pastor Keon talking about his church. Hold on. Let's start.
Know where we are after the unfortunate events of Hurricane Beryl that came at us unexpectedly. Started off as a hurricane somewhere in the deep waters, found its way to landfall, and we had no idea that we would be in its grip. You see, my wife and I were on our sabbatical month. We were on vacation, spending time with each other. It was just my birthday 2 days prior. All I could think about is the time I would have with my bride and the time we would be able to use to reconnect through the busy vicissitudes of life. Only to get a call.
You know what kills me with this man, right? Is the fact that he doesn't even realize that most Americans can't even afford a vacation. I was on vacation with my bride and we were just trying to have a good old time and I got disrupted. Sir, you run a business. Because I'm like, pastor or not, you're running a business. It's a business, right? Okay. Non-for-profits are a business. A church is a business, right? When you are the CEO of a company, you're always on call. Like, I don't know what they think this is, right? Oh, I'm like, the majority of Americans don't even know, they can't even afford a vacation. Like even a staycation, they can't even afford it. I was on vacation with my bride. And then we got the call. Yes, you're the CEO. They're going to call you. Like, what the heck?
There was a storm that hit and things might not be okay. Now you have to understand, I didn't believe it because you cannot imagine how many storms we've survived. We've gone through Harvey, Ike. None of the storms ever seemed to touch us. But did God have something else in mind? Well, this storm was not created for us. I would not be selfish to just have you pray for us alone. For when we got the news, 2 million people at the time of impact had no power, no food. Some had no air conditioning. They were in literal heat waves because the temperatures in Texas are unforgiving. But we are a resilient people, not just the city of Houston, but the Lighthouse Church is a byproduct of that hard-nosed, tough, you can make it if you try attitude that we have as a city. Well, I can't give you all of the details, but let me tell you, our building is uninhabitable. As of this moment, you can't even walk in it. It's catastrophic. It's shocking. It's sobering. It's actually emotional. The reason why it's emotional is because you could not imagine all we had to go through just to get here. I will never forget when we were signing the papers to close on the building we're in. Closing had to be postponed. My grandfather died on the same day we were scheduled to close. Well, we rescheduled closing 30 days later. I was signing the papers. The lawyer that was in the room with us, he looked at me with tears in his eyes, and I thought he was happy because of what God had done. What I didn't know is that my mother had called him to tell him that my uncle had died while I was signing the papers. 3 days later, when we walked in the building with the keys, we got the news that my oldest cousin had died from a brain aneurysm. You can't imagine all that took place for us to get in the building. And now I am looking.
And you see how he's trying to layer all these tragic events on top of you to make you have all this sympathy for him. It's like, but sir, and your pastor, did you not read the story of Job? At least for you, your stuff was staggered. Job, everything happened on the same day. But he's like, hey, Callie, He's like trying to layer like all these tragic events because he wants you to be emotional. Oh my gosh, poor Pastor Keon. Look what he had to go through. We have no idea if he even talked to those people, to be honest. Were those people even invited to his wedding? Right? You understand? But it's like when people want things, they'll go bring up somebody who died that they haven't talked to in 25 years, but they'll use that person's death, right, for their own gain. It's very shameless. It's very shameful. Okay, because I'm like, how do I even know that you used to have a steady relationship with those people you're mentioning? Did you talk to your uncle? I don't even know. Was he even invited to your wedding? Can you show me the man on your wedding pictures? All these people you're mentioning, were they even invited to your wedding? Most likely not, right? But it's like he wants to layer that on top of you and layer that on top of you and let death and death and death. Child, you're not unique. It happens to a lot of people every day. If you talk more to your congregation instead of telling them to hush, you would know that. Okay? Y'all have all these mega churches with 1,000 people in there. You barely know what is happening in people's lives. If you talk more with your congregation instead of telling people to hush, you would know you are not unique. But at least you have the money to help out. That's the thing, you guys. People die. I wasn't like my uncle died, my this died. People die. But at least when you're rich and you're married to a rich woman, you can afford to go to the funeral. You can afford to buy all black Alexander McQueen outfits. You can contribute towards the funeral because at least like you have a way. So it's not that bad. There are people die. They have no money. And the people also did not plan, like they have no estate planning. They didn't plan for their funeral. So everybody got to put money in their pocket to pay for a casket, to pay for some flowers. That's not the case for you, sir. You're not a destitute. Okay? So miss me with that. Exactly. Because he doesn't talk to his congregation, Brenda. He don't talk to them. I'm like, you think if he was really connected to his people, he would even have the audacity to say these things to people? If you truly, because I'm like, honestly, y'all, does the church need a building? Right? Is a church really a building? Even Jesus was preaching outside. Okay? Is the church a building? No, the church is the people. The people are the church. But because human beings are so wicked, now it has turned into who can have the biggest church, the most seats, 20,000 seats, 50,000 seats. Where does God ask y'all to compete like that? Okay? But the people themselves are the church. And I'm like, I would have even more respect for him if he was trying to raise money to actually help the people of the church. Because I'm sure there are families who go to his church who right now they're sleeping in their cars, they're displaced, So I'm like, if he at least was raising $4 million to help the church members get back on their feet, I would have so much more respect for him. But the people in his church are suffering, and he wants to rebuild a building. And they it's the Lord's house. It is not the Lord's house. The earth is the Lord's house. Your church, your building, sir, okay, is not the Lord's house. The world belongs to God. So therefore, the world is the Lord's house. Even the ocean belongs to God. The people make up the church. So like if you're going to raise money for the less fortunate in your church who right now are really going through it. Help them to get back on their feet. If they lost their cars, if they don't have drinking clean water, if they don't have a place to stay, if they don't have clothes, if they lost everything, go buy them some clothes, buy them some shoes. That's a priority, not having a building. Like, make it make sense. Exactly. He needs to try to build shelters for people to get them back in the workforce, giving them homes to live in. That's what he needs to do instead of asking for money. Exactly. Go somewhere. That just makes no sense.
Looking at 15 years gone in 15 minutes. Yes, I had moments of depression. Yes, I live by faith and I walk by faith, but I had moments where I felt like giving up. The impact was so great, not just on the building, but all of the decisions I knew I would have to make. Where is the daycare going to go? Where is the school going to go? We've got 300 kids in daycare and school that are now displaced. And where do you put the 60 to 80 staff members? So many decisions so quickly with little time to think about them. Then I had to reach in my...
I got time for this dude. I got time for him. Yeah, and the thing that annoys me with him too, you guys, I'm telling you, I'm being so for real, right? Anybody who knows, like if you've lived in like Louisiana, Texas, like those parts of Louisiana and Texas, especially like New Orleans, like, ooh, child, right? Louisiana and some parts of Texas, especially Houston, they're not new to storms. Like it happens, y'all. Like it's a real thing. So my thing is, if you have a business, like if you have a church, you have a business, you have a building, not only should you have the proper insurance, but you should be prepared for moments like this. You should always have a backup plan, an emergency plan, right? That if one day there's a really bad hurricane, what are we going to do? And maybe you should be investing in the stock market and bonds and things like that too, right? Because that's what you do. Futures, I don't know. You got to surround yourself with sound financial people to make plans for days like this. Because storms in Houston are nothing new. It's like saying, oh my gosh, I'm so surprised there's a hurricane in New Orleans. Child, New Orleans is the home of hurricanes. And not just that, New Orleans is below sea level. So when you decide to live there, to build there, these are things that you need to have in the back of your head. That one day it could be a storm that will wipe everything out. And you got to be prepared for that, which lets me know this man was not prepared because he should not have been surprised by this, right? Insurance companies do the same thing. Big businesses do the same thing, right? You gotta be mindful of where you are, your geographical location and the weather and how it affects your buildings. If you live somewhere where you never have a hurricane or a storm, I can see how you were taken aback. But my thing is, if you live in Houston or New Orleans and things like that, you should know those places attract all kinds of hurricanes, attract all kinds of storms. And so therefore you have to plan for emergencies such as these. Oh, I have 80 employees. Okay. Google has over like 20,000 and they fire people. It happens. And even they should be prepared to know that one day if there's a storm, we might never come back. You have to prepare your people. But y'all too busy dressing nice, dressing fresh, posing for Instagram, than to actually be real leaders who have plans in place in case of a serious disaster. Now you want us to come and bail you out because you failed to plan. Okay? And I'm like, no. You know that's how that area goes. Like New Orleans used to, I'm like, y'all, it's like, it's hurricane. Like that place is nothing more than hurricanes back to back to back. One time in New Orleans, we didn't have power for 14 days, you guys. 14 days. We had no power. But that's how it is out there. You don't have to live there. But if you decide to live there, if you decide to invest there and have these huge buildings there, that has to be in your head. So you got to go somewhere where hurricanes usually don't go, and that's where you'll build your church. But if you build your church, your church, right, on the path that's usually like a hurricane path, then it's like, okay, it's gonna happen. I'm like, this right here should not be surprising to you. It's Houston.
A reservoir, and remember that we are a royal priesthood. I am a resilient person because I walk by faith and not by sight. Our church does not waver because we belong to the Lord Jesus Christ. And we believe when he said, upon this rock, I will build my church, and the gates of hell, or let me rephrase it, the wind of a storm shall not prevail. Our North Campus, yes, it is closed, but our church, it is as open as ever. Our physical space is destroyed, but our hearts still sing the beautiful song of Jesus Christ. We believe that God will do it again. Our resilience has not wavered, and it will not. We had in-person services the first Sunday after the hurricane. And since the storm, we've hosted in-person services every week since. We've had Monday morning prayer calls. We've had a men's prayer breakfast. On August 9th, my wife and her team will host a light fest, we call it, and we will give out backpacks and we will give out school supplies, and we will make sure that the kids of our neighborhoods go to school with dignity, because the ministry of Jesus Christ is not dictated by the four walls of a building. I want to applaud the unity of the staff of the Lighthouse Church in the face of this adversity. See, this staff came together like a community and they rallied together. God has shifted us, no doubt, through seasons before, and his plan for us includes this greatness that I believe that will come out of this moment, the beauty, the glory of God. At this very moment, he's still with us. It's important at every moment that we, and that includes you, are also unified under the cause of Christ. We are one united community. Whether you go to church in Nebraska or whether you go to church in Houston, Texas, we are a part of the same body of Christ. That same strength from the cross sustains us on the West Coast and the East Coast. It sustains you in Africa and it sustains you in the UK. And we know that all things work together for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. And we know it is the hottest fires that produces the strongest steel. You know, we have an unwavering commitment as a ministry. You know, can I just give you a small anecdote about a person who's been at our church since we started? As a young man, he's been committed as long as he's been at this church. I've seen him grow up. I married him. I saw his first child born, his second child born, his third child born. I've seen him grow up from a young man to a full-grown business owner. His name is Jason. And despite the turmoil of the past 2 months, Jason has been coming to work every single day. A tree fell through the center of his house, and yet he still comes to work. Both his father-in-law, who serves as a lead servant at our church, have been serving at in-person services. I'm just picking out one example of how the people in our church don't lose faith and how God's hand is always on us. Because let me tell you, Jason's sister wanted to go outside to check on her vehicle during the storm. A mother said, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Less than 10 minutes later, a tree fell on the car, completely crushing it. What if she had been there? But she was not. And you know why? Because her life is a representation of the glory and protection that rest on our church. God has seen.
So the young lady wanted to go outside and check on a car in the middle of a storm. The older woman told her, don't do that. It's not safe. So somehow it's God? No, that's just common sense. Like, that's just common sense. I'm like, these people are insane.
Us through before. And I promise you, he'll see us through again. Now, let me tell you, faith is always easy during good times. These are Jason's words. He says, but the challenge is to demonstrate how true your faith will be in the midst of difficulty. How can I be somber? Yes, the ceiling tile is on the floor. Yes, there is water rushing out of the building. But I have the word of God hidden in my heart that in times of trouble, I will not sin against him. I believe that God is real. And I believe the king is still sitting on the throne. And just because the world stops doesn't mean the word stops. The word of God has been going forth since the days of Jesus Christ, and no weapon formed against that word will prosper. And so, yes, in the midst of tragedy, we've chosen to be active participants in how we show up on God's behalf. We have chosen to show the power of God through the love we show to the Houstonians who call this home, the generosity of our members, the generosity of this community, the generosity of people in trucks pulling people out of the water. We are Houston strong, and we are proud to be a part of this community. Now, I know what some of the skeptics have said. They've said, don't worry about Keon and Shawnee. They're going to be fine. You know, insurance will take care of it. Let me tell you something. Anybody who tells you that doesn't know how the world works. The insurance job is to give you a depreciated value on the assets that you have. And we are in the process now of fighting to get all we can for the people of our community, of our church. The process is a hurry up and wait process. And we're in the beginning of it. Rebuilding is a daunting task. However, if there is but one defining trait that unites us, it is that our church and its leadership, we are resilient. We have faced storms before, and we did not name ourselves Lighthouse Church because we wanted to be convenient. We named ourselves the Lighthouse Church because we were equipping people to stand the storm. And coming in our direction is a signal that you're getting closer to land. We've faced heartaches before, and we've overcome them. We are in, and I mean this with all of my heart, we are in the toughest test that our church has ever faced. But we will not cry. We will cry out to God.
Listen to this man. The toughest test he has is raising money. Imagine, like, it's money. You just want money for a building. Nobody has cancer. Nobody has AIDS. Nobody's on life support. You know, like, there are real things you can, like, yeah, that's really tough. That's a tough challenge. You only have money problems. When you really think about it, money problems not that serious. Okay? You just need money. There are people right now who are trying to fight for their lives. You have women right now who have breast cancer and they have small children. Okay? You have people right now who have to pay these oncology bills. They ain't got the money. You have people right now who are in a serious car accident. They're about to lose their leg. Like, you have people who have real problem, like real test. Raising money just to have a bigger church is not a real test. It's a vanity. It's what you want. It's not what you need. Okay? You're not fighting for your life. You want to raise money from other people. You want to swindle people out their money. That's number one. Number two, when he talked about the insurance, and he was like, oh, anybody who knows this knows that the insurance is going to give you a depreciated value. Okay, so as a leader, as a businessman, you should have planned for that. Because as I stated, Houston, New Orleans, out there, those places are prone to hurricanes and storms. So if you got to have a contingency plan. Like, the day something bad happens, we probably expect the insurance to only give us like 50% or 60% of what this building is worth. Good. That's why I say you got to sit down with the money people, right? And have other type of investments, maybe another type of insurance with another company, right? You got to think about how you're going to make yourself whole. You don't wait for the day that you need this money to start thinking, like, oh, wow, insurance only going to give you 50%. You should have thought of that before. Maybe you're going to have multiple insurance. Maybe you could have asked for better insurance and paid a higher premium. Maybe you also have all kinds of investments. You invest in the stock market, right? Which goes to show you these churches need to have money people on their boards, not just these weird deacons. Does that make sense, you guys? Because you have to plan. It's not new. Houston is known for power outages, storms, hurricanes. I mean, you name it. So you have to know this. One day something bad could happen and this building could have to be rebuilt from the ground up. If that were to ever happen, what's going to be? It's just like that's why Titanic was such a disaster, because the captain and these people, they did not put enough life vests because they thought it would make the boat unattractive. I'm like, what? But when you're a captain, you run this boat and you're taking people across the Atlantic, okay? You need to make sure you have enough life vests and boats for these people. What is wrong with you? Because anything could happen. You might not think bad could happen, but you still have to plan, because anything can happen. And when you're the leader of the church, you're a pastor of the church, you own the building, you have to plan when you are in a hurricane-prone area for the day that there's going to be that one storm that will wipe you blind. So if this insurance is only going to give you 50% of the value, go find another insurance or ask them, can I raise my premium, right? Start investing in the stock market. Care about money. Once again, socialism. These people don't care about money, right? They get all this money. I showed you. It said like every Sunday, the Black church receives $1 billion, and yet Black people are poor. I'll find it for you. But you got to plan for things like that, okay? That's what you do. Just like, and I'm telling y'all this, for as much as we're talking about this man, I mean, he deserves it, but you know what I'm saying? Let this be a good conversation too for us to talk about. You got to think about your retirement, because if you think that your 401k and your social security checks are going to be enough for you when you retire, remember Keon. Remember Keon. So while you're still young and you're still working, think of other ways to make money for your retirement, because 401k and social security, it's not going to be enough. Because by that time, whatever money you get plus inflation is definitely not going to be enough. Okay? So if you want to live well, like, you got to think about, okay, when I retire, how much do I need a month to live? And that's why a lot of us need to go sit down with estate planners, money people, CPA people to help them plan your retirement. You actively have to plan your retirement. Do not wait for the government. These people squander money. They are seriously unserious. Do not trust the government. You're going to be old. Think about that. Think about your pension. Think about your 401k. Think about your social. And I promise you, it's not going to be enough. So while you're still young, you need to think, what else could I do to make sure that when I get older, I have enough money to have a comfortable lifestyle and I don't have to depend on my children or my grandchildren? Because it's not just Keon. He's thinking about his church because he didn't plan right. He should have planned for the day because Houston is prone to bad hurricanes. And the same thing goes for retirement. If you think the government is going to do right by you when you retire, I need to tell you, it's not going to be enough money because they squander money. They truly squander money. So everybody, if you're still young enough, it doesn't cost like what, 200, 500, pay the money, sit with an estate planner and tell the people, hey, when I retire, what's it called? Adjusted for inflation. How much would I need to live this lifestyle? And they will tell you. And then that way you can know if your social and your 401k payments are going to be enough. If it's not enough, you got things to do. You have a lot of books to read, okay?
With strength, with courage, with tenacity, and with comfort. So in the meantime, as I sit and I face you on one of the premier stages in the world, I want to thank God that we're at the Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas. And they've opened their doors to us. And we will be allowed to have services here in the month of August, every Sunday night at 7 p.m. And services will conclude at 9 p.m. But we're not just coming to have church. No, we're coming to have a revival. Each week, I want you to come with the glory of God. I want you to come with the word hidden in your heart. I want you to come understanding that weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. I want to express my gratitude to Pastor Joel and Victoria Osteen and the Lakewood staff for welcoming us with open arms.
Did I not tell you about Joel and Victoria? Okay. The God tell Victoria to go sell her big diamond. Have y'all ever seen Victoria Osteen? I'm gonna show you her picture. That lady stays dripping in these huge diamonds. But God gonna tell you to go sell everything you have, right? All right, cool. Let's keep going. Don't sell nothing. And he's like, oh, come every week, come every week. Everybody's been displaced by the hurricane. They cannot come. They need to focus on their own lives and get themselves back in order. You can simply do service online and they can tune in online. But they're gonna take, and you see, and that's the thing with church people. Y'all, I swear, that is the thing with church people I can't stand. They don't think your time is valuable. Oh, come every night, as if people have kids to raise. School starts really soon. People got food to make, house to clean, all kinds of stuff, and they got to work. Why don't you just record yourself preaching and put it online? No, they need to come to their church, drive in Houston traffic, park in the car, come to the church, hear you say a bunch of nothing, then drive home, get ready for work. It is a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of gas. Whatever you want to say to them, say it online, put it on YouTube. They're going to watch it later. Okay? Because once again, we teach Black people, oh, dedicate your whole life to the church. Put the church over yourself. Put the church over your household. Take time that you could be spending rebuilding yourself, applying for new jobs. No, come to church. You've been to church all your life. The church is not going to miss you. Okay? Focus on what matters. Get your affairs in order. Be on the phone with the insurance. Take care of yourself. He's married to a millionaire. And I'm telling you this, even if Shawnee runs out of money, she can always call Shaquille. Can you call Shaquille O'Neal? No, you cannot. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Value your time. You have to learn to value your time. Do not let these people make you feel as though God needs you in church every single day, every single night. No, he does not. No, he does not. God needs you to have a job, to take care of the children he gave you. Your number one priority is raising your children in a stable household with food and clothes on their backs. If you cannot fulfill that, you don't have time for church. You need to go look for a job. Ridiculous. He's insane.
It is a blessing to have them stand with us, knowing that we will always be there for them as well. What we're building is a new future, not a building. Our world changed July 8th. Again, I have to say 2 days after my birthday, I will never forget it. But somehow I know that this is not the end. We're building a symbol of God's undefeated power and glory. And I want to thank our staff, just to name a few.
who I do not think is an appropriate person for it. Now, if you haven't heard Keon Henderson, who I do not think is an appropriate person for anyone to be listening to, I don't think that he's qualified. He had, and unfortunately, their church was hit by a hurricane just recently in Houston. A massive power outage throughout the entire city, over 2.5 million. I think people were without power. It took them a long time to get back to power. And his church was hit hard. As a matter of fact, their sanctuary, I don't know if I think they have 2 campuses. I'm not sure how many campuses they have, but at least this one, that particular one, the main campus, that was hit hard. And so you could not go into it. Now, here is the problem. Here is the issue that I have.
I wanted to spend a moment to give you the state of our church and to let you know where we are after the unfortunate events of Hurricane Beryl. You see, my wife and I were on our sabbatical month. We were on vacation, spending time with each other. It was just my birthday 2 days prior. All I could think about is the time I would have with my bride and the time we would be able to use to reconnect through the busy vicissitudes of life. Only to
now that part, and this is just me thinking, he's the kind of person who is all about branding himself. He is busy. He stays busy. Part of the problem with his schedule, and I have this problem with a lot of these modern pastors who they're more about branding themselves and putting out the brand than being a shepherd. A shepherd, an effective shepherd, has to be close by, has to have close proximity to the flock.
Yes.
Otherwise, what sort of shepherd are you?
Exactly.
And so, because it also highlights your concern. Is your concern more about you or the sheep? And so oftentimes he's away promoting his book, promoting his wife's book, promoting all these other things.
Exactly.
And what I mean by that, as a matter of fact, here is just a quick little snippet of him out gallivanting, doing whatever. And every time when you go to his Instagram page, you see a lot of branding. It's almost like a commercial put together.
Book coming out August the 6th called Lazy Love. Lazy Love.
On by the river.
My God.
In a little tent.
You're taking care of stuff.
Ever since.
My God makes my enemies my footstool.
So whether it's highlighting his book, his wife's book, or things that's happening with him, as though he's got an entourage, people coming to open the door and so forth, highlighting his birthday. Yeah, maybe that's the problem why you feel like you are been too busy. But I'll come back to that in a little bit.
And I'm like, and you guys, for real, right? You see all these cars, these private jets, these cars, these Escalades, these Yukon trucks, this private security. How much does he spend a month on all this stuff? Just transportation alone. How much does he spend? Look at all, y'all, these are expensive ass cars, okay? These are very expensive ways to travel. Look, just so ashes of like monthly. How much does he waste on private jets, having chauffeured? Like, he can't drive himself. What, is he paraplegic? Like, does he have a handicap? He looks fine to me. You can't drive yourself, right? I'm like, you live in a way that most people can't even afford to live. And then you want the regular people to come give you money? I mean, like, this is utter luxury. I'm like, when you display this type of wealth, you should be embarrassed to even ask for money. So like, sell all the stuff, cut down your trips, cut down your spending. There you have it. You'll get the money. Because I'm like, this right here might just be like, they might spend like $100,000 a month just traveling and stuff like that, right? So if you don't do that for a whole year, you have 1.2 million. There you go. Do it for 2 years. You'll have like 2 or 3 years. You'll have your money, right? And I saw the building. I'm like, yeah, it looks bad, but I'm like, okay, you got hit by the storm. Honestly, this is what a lot of people do. If you don't have the money to fix it, sell it. Yeah. If you don't have enough money, if the insurance is gonna fix it, if you don't have enough money, let the insurance fix what they can and sell it to someone who has more money than you. Move on. Maybe it's time to do something different, because why you can't have church online? Okay, maybe do something smaller where you only you minister online. You don't have to have a building. Take the insurance money, fix what you can fix, and then sell it to someone that has more money. Right? But if it's your dream to have a $4 million sanctuary, cut your spending and save your money. And when you have enough money, go ahead and do what you want. I'm like, this is a lot of money.
Let's go back to what he's stating about his church.
To get a call that there was a storm that hit and things might not be okay. Now, you have to understand, I didn't believe it because you cannot imagine how many storms we've survived. We've gone through Harvey, Ike. None of the storms ever seemed to touch us. But did God have something else in mind? You can't imagine all that took place for us to get in the building. And now I am looking at 15 years gone in 15 minutes.
Now, this is not uncommon. Other churches have had issues too. As a matter of fact, other churches throughout the country, whether it's there through the hurricane or other issues, have had these similar problems. And I'm going to highlight one in particular. As a matter of fact, a church that's bigger than this particular church that had something that happened to them. And you're going to see a stark difference between the two.
Yes, I had moments of depression. Yes, I live by faith and I walk by faith, but I had moments where I felt like giving up.
Why? Listen, literally, it's been less than a month. Why would you feel like giving up? Why the depression? Really? If those are the sort of things that will rock your faith, test your faith, then you really have no business being called Lighthouse Church or whatever it's called, Lighthouse, whatever it's called. There's no.
He swears most people don't have depression. That goes to, does he even buy groceries himself or he has somebody else buy his groceries? Like, I don't know, right? I'm like, most people have depression. Do you not see the economy? But like he said, it's only been 30 days. You're already depressed. I'm like, Job went through his stuff for like almost a year or so, or like 2 years or something like that, right? There are people who like are really down. It's been like almost like 5 years. They have not found anything, like no job, nothing. There are young people who've been applying for jobs. They sent like 300 applications. They still have not got a call back. It's only been 30 days. You're married to a millionaire. You have money. You're living in a $3 million house and you're depressed of 30 days. Please, this is pure madness.
No reason for that because you're not a lighthouse. If you're the kind of person that at the sight of this, that tests your faith, giving up and depression, well, we might need another shepherd.
The impact was so great, not just on the building, but all of the decisions I knew I would have to make. Where is the daycare going to go? Where is the school going to go? We've got 300 kids in daycare and school that are now displaced. And where do you put the 60 to 80 staff members? Now, I know what some of the skeptics have said. They've said, don't worry about Keon and Shawnee. They're going to be fine. You know, insurance will take care of it. Let me tell you something. Anybody who tells you that doesn't know how the world works.
Okay, a couple things. One, and obviously I've never had this happen personally with a church. Now, I've been involved in churches and we've had logistical issues. So there's always something happening, even when an insurance company has to come in. Now, a couple of things. One, this isn't uncommon. Churches have issues where there might be a flood in the sanctuary, a fire, things like that, and the insurance does kick in. As a matter of fact, another popular church here in Texas recently had an issue. It wasn't with a flood, it wasn't with a hurricane, but it was with a fire.
Breaking news, flames destroyed part of the First Baptist Dallas historic sanctuary in downtown. Good evening, I'm Clarice Tinsley. That 4-alarm fire caused the building's roof to partially collapse. Tonight, church leaders tell us they are glad no one was hurt.
Now, what they did not do was that they did not come back and ask anyone for any help because their insurance kicked in. There's a difference between what their insurance is trying to do versus what Keon is trying to do. At least I speculate. Now, obviously, there's logistical issues happening. And just like his church, there's a lot going on at First Baptist Church here in Dallas. I mean, a lot going on. And where it's located, it's literally downtown Dallas. And so the logistics of even putting the thing back together and fixing things.
Like, I don't know if the insurance can cover the salaries, right? But as an employer, you can get insurance for the people. Like, they sell so many insurance, you guys. You should have, like, he could get insurance for his workers. But like the man said, you're always traveling. You were from TV set to TV set, TV show to TV show, hosting to hosting. You barely at the church, right? Otherwise, like I said, because Houston is not new. It's like fires in California, right? Like, they come every year. Like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. What you mean you didn't know? Okay, those crazy fires out there in California, they happen every single year, right? It's the same thing. I'm telling you, like Houston, all the way up to New Orleans, all the way up, like up there. What is it called? St. Charles, whatever. It's always like it's the route for hurricanes. So you should always plan for that. So I don't know if the insurance for the building would cover salaries, but there is there is that type of insurance though. He could have gotten insurance for like the salaries of his employees just in case. That's why you plan these things. But like he said, he'd rather be a superstar than to actually be a business, like a real pastor, like a real CEO, and take care of what needs to be taken care of. And it caught up to him. And now he wants us to foot the bill because he was not prudent. No, I'm not doing that.
So forth. It is difficult, but I understand what insurance is going to do, and I understand what insurance in this event is not going to do. I'm going to bring it up in a second as well.
The insurance job is to give you a depreciated value on the assets that you have. And we are in the process now of fighting to get all we can for the people of our community, of our church. The process is a hurry up and wait process. And we're in the beginning of it. Rebuilding is a daunting task. However, if there is but one defining trait that unites us, it is that our church and its leadership, we are resilient. I need you to help us in rebuilding. You know, we were getting ready to do this in October anyway. And those of you all who've watched me, you've heard me say that it was time for us to expand our sanctuary.
That's the issue right there. Now, I understand you want to have the insurance company to come back and typically in most cases, now I don't know what sort of insurance you have, which also may speak to the leadership and not knowing what sort of insurance you have. But in most cases, the insurance is going to make you whole, but they're not going to make you better off than you were before. That's not the insurance company's job. And so if you have always had in mind to grow your sanctuary, to build it, he's going to talk about a little bit about doubling it. Well, then the insurance company is not going to make adjustments so that you can help to meet your goal. No, they're going to replace what was damaged. Are there things that happen with the insurance companies battling back and forth? Sure. But what it seems like you're trying to do is the wrong. It's almost though you're going to use this to step up, and he's going to say something about this in a second. But before we do, remember, and this is what I've always felt about someone like a Keon Henderson. So something about Keon and his wife is something that is abundantly clear, at least even from someone looking back from outside looking in, and even someone on the inside looking in, and uncover something that he doesn't speak about. That is this. When he brings up this point, Paul brings this point in 1 Timothy 6. He says, but God, these are people who are depraved mind and deprived of the truth, who suppose that godliness is a means of gain. There are those who will use the church, their position, to kind of gain in their status, in their stature. And I think that's what's happening. I don't think that's what seems to be happening here, because we can just look at the evidence. These are the kind of people that will use you, that will exploit you. I'm going to come back to that in a second, because he's going to make that clear also.
We were turning 600 to 700 people away every week. The parking was abysmal, but we made it. I told our church that we were going to start over. And yet again, I believe God said, Keon, your faith was too small. So let me blow the building down so you can build what I put in your heart.
So
I want to.
So what he's telling us now, God was like, oh no, I'm so like, you're turning all of these people away. So guess what? I'm going to commit arson. So I'm like, so you're trying to tell us that God is an arsonist. In order for God to give you a bigger building, God destroyed your building, right? So that you could ask other people for money. I'm like, do these people even realize? Do you realize what you are accusing God of? I'm like, this is fraud. So you're telling us that God said to you, because this is too small. Okay, I want a bigger church. So then God destroyed the building, right? Knew that the insurance was not going to cover but 50-60%. Right? So that you could come over here and ask us. But how come God didn't tell us about that plan? He only told you about that plan. Because I'm like, from the sound of it, you're saying like God is an arsonist. God is a destroyer of buildings in order to build bigger buildings. I'm like, do you have any idea what you're accusing him of? That's why I said, like, when it comes to God, hold on. I said, God is so nice, because me, Marlene, I will send a cease and desist, because that's defamation. That is defamation.
So it's the Lord who blew it down just so you can build over, but not build over, but I guess build back better. Blow it up. No, you're thinking too small, Keon. I want you to have something bigger than what you had before. Again, it's this mentality about getting more for yourself.
Increase the size of our sanctuary by 2. I want to increase the size of our sanctuary by 2. I want to double the size of it so that no one who has an opportunity to get in is turned away because we don't have a seat. We can't.
So how that works is if you want to double it, and let's say you've got more growth than you got space, well, what do? You have more services. You have more services and you increase the duties of others, and you put that into the budget. You account for that in the budget. You don't wait for a disaster and then hope the insurance company can also help. And then also ask for outsiders help, which is what he's getting ready to do. And to me, this is more of a scheme, more of a ploy. It doesn't sound right. You don't really hear churches doing.
You see it right here what the Bible says. Zechariah 4:10, it said, do not despise these small beginning, for the Lord rejoices to see the work, to see the work begin, to see the plumb line, right? So it's like even the Bible says it's okay to start small. But here you are telling us that God told you, oh no, this is too small. And like God can't say one thing and then in a different breath go against everything he said in the Bible. So which one is it? Okay. So then God said it's too small, so I'm going to destroy the building. So God brought a storm, because I'm like, it didn't just affect you. Because I could kind of believe it if the storm just affected your building. Like, okay, maybe he's right. Everybody in Houston got impacted. So you're trying to say in order for you to have a bigger church, God brought this type of storm, hurricane, over all the people of Houston so that one person could have a bigger church? Are you listening to yourself? What kind of God is that? I'm like, this is unbelievable. If God wants to build you a bigger church by destruction, he should just destroy your building. But the storm hit everybody. So you're saying in order for one person to rebuild a mega church so you don't have to turn down people, God inflicted a hurricane over all the people of Houston? You really think you're that special? You truly think you're that special? And this is when you recognize how narcissist some people are. You are insane. You are truly insane. You are so insane. Like your greed is out of pocket. You are so greedy that you're making up stories. I'm like, this is defamation of character. Like for real, for real. What do you think this is? Sodom and Gomorrah? Like these people read the Bible so much, they really think they're that special. Oh, it's like what happened to Lot when God went to Sodom and Gomorrah and struck the entire place. But it wasn't like to build a building, no. I'm like, what are we talking about? This man is unhinged. He's a crazy narcissist. Okay, he's a covert narcissist. You are insane. You are not that special. Okay, it's a hurricane. It happened. It happened just like it could have happened to anybody. You are not that special. Okay, stop trying to always retrieve some spiritual meaning out of your circumstances. Things happen. Okay, where your building is, it's on the path of a hurricane. So you got hit. Boom, 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 boom. That's it. That's that. Always trying to extrapolate some spiritual meaning from like normal circumstances. No, stop it. I'm like, it makes me want to vomit. Like it's so excessive, right? But I'm like, what are you saying? God commits arson to give people bigger buildings? And now someone who's too dumb and too stupid is going to listen to this, right? And go set their house on fire because now they want a bigger house. That's how y'all give people goofy ideas. Someone out there who thinks they're a Christian, who thinks they heard from God, is going to leave the stove on, let the house burn because God said he's going to give me a better house. So let me burn my house. Hey, Elaine. Stop lying on God like this. But like I told y'all, God don't send cease and desist, and he does not protect his brand. And that's why so many people lie on his name. This is egregious. So, like, why can't you just say, hey, I want to have a bigger church? And since this happened, I just feel as though it's a great opportunity to just start from scratch. That's it. That's that. Why do y'all always want to drag God into it to give it like a legitimacy to your foolishness? You can simply say, you guys, I've always thought about having a bigger church because every time we turn people away, it hurts me and it hurts my pockets because I can't get tithes and offerings. Okay. So therefore, I want to build a bigger church. And since the church is almost broken down, it's the perfect time to do so. Bum, 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 bum. There's no need to mention God in any of this. That's why I can't stand people say, oh, God told me to marry this person. No, you wanted to marry the person. But you say God so that tomorrow, if you make the poor choice, you can go file for divorce because you don't want to be held accountable for your decision because you haven't really thought this through, have you? Huh? You're being impulsive. I cannot stand that kind of stuff. Oh, God told me to marry him. Then they file for divorce. Oh, God told me to file for divorce. How? How can the same God tell you this is it? That's the wife. That's the husband. Then the same God tells you to divorce the husband? If he makes such serious mistakes, then he's definitely not a God. He's confused himself. So why would you pray to him? Because God can't tell you, yes, that's it. That's your husband. That's your husband. And then 5 years later, he's like, oh, you know what? I think I changed my mind. No, that's not your wife no more. That's not your husband. I made a mistake. No, it was you. I want to marry this person because that's what I want to do. Great. I want to file for divorce now because I'm no longer in love. Great. People don't want to be held accountable for their choices. So they always say, oh, it was God, it was God, it was God, to add legitimacy to their foolishness. Stop lying on him. It's really disgusting. And like, these people have no respect. You truly have no respect for the name of God. What do you, oh gosh. You know what? Let's keep going.
Is in the midst of a disaster or something happening like this, let's use this as an opportunity to get more money to come in.
Can't wait on the insurance company to do that. I need you from around the world. If I've ever preached a message that has touched your spirit, if I've ever spoken into your life and you started the company that you were not going to start had I not pushed you in faith, if you were thinking about ending your own life, but somehow God gave me a word that made you fight to live another day, I need you.
That bothers me.
I need to talk first. That truly bothers me. So he's saying, if I pulled you off the ledge, you owe me money. That's what you're saying? If you gave somebody a word. It's not even like you gave somebody a job. Like, I can understand, like, if I gave you money, I need you. Like, okay, sure. Because you poured financially into me. You gave me a word. I can give you a word back. Oh, Pastor Keon, I'm praying for you. That's that. What's the problem? Right? But to say, like, oh, everything I ever did for you, or because I prayed for you, I lay hands on you, now you owe me money. Have you ever seen in the Bible Jesus ask for money to say, oh, well, I pray for you. I pray for you. I pray for you. Y'all owe me some money. You don't have to be a pastor, fam. Nobody asked you to be a pastor. My gosh. Can you imagine? Can you truly imagine having to worry about your pastor spinning the block because one day you were depressed and now you're doing better? It's like, well, I see you're doing better now, so where's my money? It's like you weaponize your prayers, right? You weaponize your prayers and you weaponize. So because I had suicide and I confided in you and you helped me, now I owe you money? Wow. Are you kidding me? And that's why you don't tell these pastors your business. This is truly disturbing. You pray for people because that's the right thing to do. That's what you do. You're not a doctor. You're a pastor. You pray for people because that is the right thing to do. You encourage people because that is the right thing to do. It's like me. I sit here for 6 hours, 7 hours, 12 hours, right? And my stuff helps people. Oh, well, you guys, I pray. I was here for 12 hours. Y'all owe me money. No. That's why I can't even stand, like, when people shut the chat, like, they'll shut it down. And it's like, you got to be a member to come in or you have to pay. I'm not doing none of that. It's YouTube. If you need money, go get a job. Because just people being here and spending time with you and having to suffer through these goofy ass commercials, they're doing enough. Okay? People are giving you their time and you block the chat and they got to pay a membership to talk for what? As if the chat is not what keeps the conversation going. You should pay people to actually chat because it helps. It helps the algorithm, right? The more people talk, it makes it more interesting. But I'm like, people are coming, they're watching your video, they share your video, they comment on your video, they subscribe to your channel, and they need to pay to chat. Are you kidding me? Like, what is wrong with these people? I'm like, YouTube was not like this. Like, people actually did YouTube because they actually wanted to do YouTube. Like, yo, I'm going to sit here and have fun with people. It's never that deep. But not everything is like, oh, I got to sell membership. I'm like, even me, like, I get messages from YouTube telling me that this channel and the other channel is eligible for membership. I'm like, oh, it's excessive. It's excessive. How many membership is a person going to have? If somebody wants to bless me, that's fine. But just being here, having a good time with me, it's enough. It's crazy. Looking at people as walking dollar signs. I'm like, this is what we've come to. Oh, I have 100,000 people. So what if only 5,000 give you, oh my gosh. Do you actually like people? Do you actually like human beings? I mean, like, it's so bizarre to me. Even on TikTok, oh, if y'all don't send roses, I'm going to shut the live. I'm not going to shut the damn live. Go get you a job. Because me being on your live, me being on your panel, I'm helping you. But it's like, you also got to know how to make money for yourself. There was this guy on TikTok. He was doing too much. Oh, y'all not giving me likes. Y'all not giving me money. I'm like, fam, go get you a job. You're a grown-ass man. Okay? This is supposed to be for fun. Like, okay, let's have a conversation. But honestly, who should be paying for your channel are these brands. You shouldn't charge your followers, right? Make your channel so good that people come like crazy, and then you sell you're like, okay, I have this many followers, I got this many views, right? Do you want to do a brand partnership with me? Make these brands pay for it. Don't make the people pay for it. It's enough. Because time is very valuable. When somebody comes into your life and they spend hours with you, they could have done something else, but they chose to support your business. That's already enough. No, pay for membership, pay to chat, pay for this. They threaten you. Oh, if you don't hit the like button, I'm stopping the live. Then stop the damn live. You're that desperate for likes, you freaking idiot. I'm serious. They're so excessive. But I'm like, I think it's so disgusting. Because for me, it's like if somebody came to me and they were about to end their life and I was able to tell them not to do, I'll be like, God, thank you so much. Like, just me being able to get through to you, that you don't take your life away, that's such a freaking blessing. I don't need nothing else from you, but stay alive. Stay alive long enough to say, hey, Marley, you know what? I'm so glad you talked to me. Now I'm married. I got kids. I got a job. Oh, thank you, Jesus. You see, it wasn't that bad, was it? That's payment enough. If somebody has depression and you help the person not to have depression, that's your payment right there. What more do you need? Why do they have to give you money? You want money, you get a job. Or start a real business, like sell product. Or you get a job. And my thing with Keon too, right? Because I know he's stressed. Because I'm like, this $4 million, it is not just for the church. I don't care what he says. Okay? He chose to go marry someone who has a lot of money. Okay? He chose to marry someone that has very expensive taste. And he chose to marry someone that used to be the wife of a multi-millionaire. So of course you're stressed out. Because Shawnee is outside your league, you freaking moron. Okay? Okay? Because I'm like, she was married to Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille is like worth $500 million. You got regular money, fam. You might have some money, but it's not Shaquille money. And you choose to marry someone. You want to go marry the ex-wife of Shaquille O'Neal as a pastor? You cannot afford this woman, you freaking moron. You can't afford her. You had a wife. You had a wife who was content. She was probably amazed with the stuff you could give her. No, you're greedy ass. You choose to leave your wife of 19 years to go marry Shawnee O'Neal. Because low-key, high-key, Shaq is your influencer. You want to be like Shaq, don't you, right? Because he played basketball in college. I'm sure he tried to make it to the NBA. Everything you've ever wanted to be as a man, especially a black man, is what Shaq is. He played in college. He played in the league. He's worth $600 million. And you choose to go marry the wife, the ex-wife, the mother of his children. Are you stupid? Stay in your tax bracket. Yes, Kevin, he was married for 19 years and he left the wife. You married to a regular woman. That's why Kevin said, y'all, we all average people out here. Stay in your lane. Because me, Marlene, if I was Marlon, I am not going to go marry the ex-wife of a man that's worth $500 million. I don't have that kind of money. I cannot give her that kind of life. She probably used to like private yachts in Lake Como in Italy. Huh? It's like $100,000 a day to charter a yacht. Girl, I don't have it. I ain't got it. Stay with your baby daddy. And I'm sure the way when he married her too, most likely when he married her, Shaq had to stop paying alimony. So that's why Shaq was so happy about it. He's like, oh yeah, please take her off my hands. Okay, you are damn stupid. You took her off the hands of somebody who could actually afford her. You should have just been her boyfriend. Do not marry that lady. You can't afford the lady. So that $4 million probably for you to upkeep. You're going to take some of that money, ain't you? Okay? Because you can't keep up. Like Shawnee is rich. Shawnee is used to nice things. Okay? Shawnee is the ex-wife of Shaquille. Shaquille worth like $500 million, y'all. I don't have that kind of money, y'all. I cannot marry you, sis. Because the things you're used to, I don't have it. But because you're so envious, because when you look at Shaq, he's everything you want to be. And then be a businessman. You cannot be a pastor. What money a pastor supposed to be? Bishop Jakes got y'all messed up. Bishop Jakes got these black boys hella messed up. Okay? And on top of that, you don't even know how to talk like Bishop Jakes. Yes, Angel. Okay? Bishop Jakes, he knows how to talk. Like Bishop Jake is a talker. Okay, he can't get me no more, but he used to get my money too. You don't have the gift that Bishop Jakes has. Bishop Jakes has a powerful gift. He has a powerful gift. And that's why people think he's God. But I'm like, no, he don't walk with the Holy Spirit no more. Because if you knew Bishop Jakes back in the day, before he met Oprah Winfrey, my Lord, Bishop Jakes, back in his old days, like during quarantine, he kind of came back for a minute. But the old Bishop Jakes, baby, no, that man can preach a word. What? You're not him. You don't have his gift. Okay? You will never have the Potter's house. Even Joe Osteen. Joe Osteen is good at what he does. He knows how to ease it in with like that little joke he gonna do. You know what I'm saying? You're a white man. He gonna give you a nice little joke. He gonna ask you for money in the middle. Then he gonna send you on your way out. That's how he does it. Yes, I will. Okay? You ain't got that kind of gift. So if you want to be like Shaq, you better start a real business. That's what you need. But my thing is, why would a man want a woman like this? You cannot afford her. She's above you. She's above you and all. Even her children are richer than you. It's emasculating. All her kids are richer than you. Are you not embarrassed? Like TLC said, to stay to the lakes and the rivers like you used to know. Okay, stay there. Stay in your lane. Date in your field. Like go over there. You had a wife. Why you leave that lady? You had a wife that was okay with how much money you made. And I'm sure when you had your first wife, you weren't doing all these private jets and all. It's too much money. You have a wife who don't mind driving herself. And I'm sure when you had your ex-wife, you also drove yourself. So that right there is you saving an extra $100,000. You are not that dude. You just not. You're not. If you were Dwayne Wade, if you were LeBron James, if you were Stephon Curry, Chef Curry with the sauce, then you, okay, Draymond, if you Draymond them people, right? Then yes, you can try, then you can afford this woman, but you cannot afford this lady. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like part of you asking for this money is because you're also feeling financial pressure of being the man of the household for this woman. Because it's stressful. A $3 million house. Every month you got to pay that rent or that mortgage. That's very stressful. Then you got to pay for the trips. Then you got to pay for the food. Then you got to pay for that. So how much do you people spend every month? It's not sustainable being a pastor. You're not that dude. And on top of that, even Joe Osteen inherited the church from his dad. He didn't start from scratch. So he's also a legacy child. So like you're starting from scratch. You cannot compete with Joe Osteen. And on top of that, he's white. So their money is different. Okay? Now I'm like, come on, y'all. In life, you have to be serious. And you have to learn to be content with what you have. Joe Osteen, he's not a random person. His dad had a ministry for like 50 years. He's not some guy who just woke up one day and started church. No, his daddy did all the groundwork. He's like the Sarah Jakes of his daddy. Just like Sarah Jakes, she's not random. Like when you see Sarah, you see her videos, you see how many views she has because she's under her father. She's the daughter of Bishop Jakes. Bishop Jakes been preaching before we were born. 40 years of laying the foundation. How you not going to be successful? Okay, Joe Osteen, his dad was in ministry for like 40, 50 years. He has a powerful last name. He's not a random person. You think Victoria married him because he was a struggling pastor? Victoria knew who his daddy was, and she knew he was going to inherit the church. Now, was it going to be Compact Center big? Maybe, maybe not. But my point is, though, that last name Osteen out there in Houston, Texas, is highly respected because his dad is not just a random person. His dad's like an OG. He used to preach with like Billy Graham and them people. So anybody who knows about the Pentecostal movement, Billy Graham, what? His dad used to pray with those people. Catherine Kluman, all them people. These are not random people. Like Joe Osteen is not a random person. He's a rich boy. Now, did he get richer? Yes. But his dad had like 50 years in the game. He has a bigger church than Bishop Jakes. Why that is? Ask yourself those questions. I mean, come on. That's why if you want to do things big, get you a wife that can stay on a budget. Exactly. Billy Graham. So imagine if your daddy used to work with Billy Graham and preach and do all these prayer revivals and stuff like that with Billy Graham. That's who Joel Osteen dad is. He's not a random person. He's not a random pastor's kid. He tries to oversimplify his life. Like, child, please go. You think Victoria, okay, just married him because, oh, I like Joe. He has pretty curly hair. Oh, shut up. Go somewhere. Go somewhere. Exactly. They're like, yes. And then Priscilla, too. Priscilla Shirer also. But see, she gave up her daddy's name. Because she's a bit more calm than Sarah. I like her better, right? But Priscilla's another one. Priscilla Shirer is not a random person. That's what Jerry was like, this girl, I need to be careful because that's my pastor's daughter. He knew, like, that sounds like money. That's Pastor Tony's daughter. These are not random kids preaching the gospel. So, like, you can't come, and the thing is, like, it's a clique. Like, it really is a clique. You can't come in here random by yourself, no daddy, no covering, and think that in 5 years or 10 years, or because you married Shawnee O'Neal, that you're going to be on the same level as these people. Hold up, wait a minute. He's going to have to lay the groundwork. And then his sons or his daughters, they're going to be what he wants to be. But it might not happen in his lifetime. And you got to make peace with that. That's why you got to be content with what you have. If you know that you are a man who has big dreams, it's better to marry a woman who can be on a budget. Because those dreams you have, they're going to cost you money. But if you have a woman who it has a very lavish lifestyle, and then you got these big dreams financially, you're going to end up stealing from people. You're going to be a scammer. You're going to end up scamming because there's too much financial pressure. But honestly, he had as a pastor person who lives off of tithes and offerings, even these books, like, how you going to write a book called Lazy Love? What about love is lazy? Love is hard. There's nothing lazy about it. So just the title alone lets me know this book is not going to do well. You should have something like intentional love, meaningful love, perceptive love, discerning love, active love. Love is an active verb. There's nothing lazy about love, because if you're lazy in love, it's not going to last. Okay? It ain't going to last. Who going to buy a book that's called Lazy Love? What the heck? What in the OnlyFans fantasy is this? Okay? Of course he's saying that, but we know better. It's to sustain her, because it's a lot of pressure. I'm like, no pun intended, but like, you literally have big shoes to fill. Shaq is really rich. Like, it's not a joke. Shaq is worth $500 million, maybe like $600 million. And he would never have to come outside and ask for $4 million. $4 million to Shaq is, he probably spends that like every month without even batting an eye. And on top of that too, if we're being honest, if we're being all the way honest, even Shaq, although he made a lot of money in the NBA, he did not just depend on NBA money. he got involved with Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson showed Shaq how to open up all these business. He's an investor in what's the people the fried people with the peanuts. Five Guys, right? He's an investor in Five Guys. He's an investor in Planet Fitness. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you. I'm like, Shaq, he's an investor, which is what I told you. Y'all out here traveling the world like this, right? But Shaq, it was like he invested a lot of his money. Hold on. Let me see if I can see his investments. Hold on. Okay, let's see this. Oh, I hope I don't get in trouble for this one.
Life is listen. Like I've done a lot of things and it turned out well. And from the outside looking in, it makes it look like, oh, he's an expert. That's not the case. So my strategy is
I'm worried about this money thing. Ooh, Wall Street Journal, they're gonna get from me. Let's see.
I learned about business not from college. I learned about business from a book called The Dummy's Guide to Starting Your Own Business. And the first thing I did was incorporate my family.
What business you started after we?
First thing I did was incorporate Shaq, and then I put my.
You see this? He's not a damn socialist. You see this? Shaq wrote a book. You read the Bible, but you want to go marry a woman that was married to him. Then if you want to be like him, then think like him. That's why I said you cannot take care of this woman being a pastor, living off of tithes and offerings. That's socialism. You need to embrace capitalism. He incorporated his own name, put his mom on his side. Y'all, Shaq went to school. He went to school. He has like a PhD or something like that, like an honorary PhD. He has so many business ventures because when Magic Johnson told him, you got to make sure that you have money when you leave the league, he actually listened with his big dummy face, okay? This man has so much money. The money he has is not just NBA money. It's investment money. Do you see the difference between a capitalist and a socialist? The socialist think it's perfectly normal to beg people because he only reads the Bible. This Shaq, he don't go to church. Maybe he should go to church a little bit because he likes to run behind little girls, right? But I'm like, Shaq, he read a book about business. Hey, I don't know money. I need to learn money. Although he's a millionaire, he come out, oh, I make enough money in the league. I ain't got to worry about that. I can continue to be financially literate because I make a lot of money. But you can lose all your money also. So he reads a book about business and then he applies what he read. On top of that, he had Magic Johnson has his business. Magic Johnson is a benefit to so many of these players if they care to listen. Because he lets them know you need to invest this money. You have to be an investor. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
My mom on salary and put my dad on salary. I got him an office and got him a car, and they were so proud because the best day of my life was, how much you make in the Army? I only make $60,000. Now you make $500,000 a year. What? You start crying. Mom, how much you want to make? You make $750 a year.
Because instead of giving it to the IRS, you're giving it to...
Exactly. Money moves. I think also he's with Papa John's. Because when that man, the owner of Papa John's used the N-word, they had Shaquille also be involved with the board. So I think he's also with Papa John's. Okay? This man, he has businesses. He's not living off the NBA money. You guys, I'm telling you, he used the NBA money to get himself some businesses. And then he went to school. He got a PhD in education. You, Keon, do you even have one bachelor's degree? Okay? But you want to marry the man's ex-wife. Make it make sense. But you want to be a socialist who marries the ex-wife of a capitalist. How you think your life gonna fare? That's why I say these people, they don't think. Like I keep telling you, when I first say things, it might come off like I'm being mean, but it's like whatever. But you see, they don't think. They don't think. Because if you want to marry her former husband, you must think like her former husband. Because money matters. But when you're a socialist, I live by faith, I walk by faith, you think he married this woman based off of faith? You think she married Shaquille based off of faith? She saw how tall he was, how strong he was, and how much money he made in the league. He's a winner. He's a very alpha male type of person. That's what attracted her to him. So if you want to keep her, you're going to have to make money too. He has no business. He has no business acumen. He has no investment. I told y'all. I said because a real businessman, you would have known, God forbid, because where we're located is right there. We are on the route to hurricanes, right? So nothing here is surprising. The fact that insurance people never going to pay you back 100%, that's nothing new. So a real businessman would have made investments to compensate. Like, okay, I'm going to get this much from the insurance. I got to have other investments so that in case something happens, I can be made whole. That's why many of these companies, especially who have they have businesses all around the world, they tend to invest in futures in the futures market. They even bet against the US dollar. That's what they do. Like, you think Walmart and Target, they leave money in the bank account? No, their money is invested just in case something bad happens. They plan for inflation. You know, oh my gosh, we didn't know inflation was coming. They plan for that stuff. And they buy stocks, they buy bonds, they're in the futures market, they're in the currency market. These things are bound to happen. Only a socialist waits for retirement. Like, oh my gosh, what you mean y'all don't have my money? So government, can I get Social Security? No. Stop being a damn socialist and be a capitalist. This stuff is real. It's real things. But you want to go over here and marry this man's ex-wife. You can't afford it, and you don't have the mindset to afford it.
Cruise liners.
So now he's also involved with Carnival Cruises. Go see how much they make a year. So to be the chief fund officer, how much he makes? This man stays collecting checks. He said one day I didn't have nothing to do. I said, let me go check out this business. Keon, no. Instead of scouring for businesses, business opportunities, when you take your tithes and offerings, you might have left over. You should not spend everything. Y'all should allocate some of the money into investments. What is it around Houston that we can invest in? Maybe like Chick-fil-A's, McDonald's, right? It goes to show you a church cannot just function on tithes and offering. A church also needs to be into the investment business, right? They could have hotels because imagine, y'all, me, Marlene, I need to start teaching classes, right? Because think about this. When they got all these tithes and offerings, have they bought hotels and things like that around the city because it is a hurricane place? Right now, because a lot of people are displaced, they be collecting the money. That's why you need to have businesses, you guys. And I told you this. I said, when you look at this chart, these Indian people are not up here just because they go to school. I told you. I said, when you look at Indian people, usually the parents, the first generation immigrants, they will start a business. It's like a 7-Eleven, convenience store, gas station. That's usually where Indian people go. And then some will have like Indian restaurants, but it's usually like gas station or a 7-Eleven. We know Indian people will have themselves a 7-Eleven, right? And then they take the money and then they send their kids to to prestigious schools. When the kids from K to 12, they'll get them summer camps. They'll pay for tutor, blah, blah, blah. They take the business money. They invest in their kids, make sure their kids have the best grades, the best GPA, the best SAT score. The child will then get a free ride to college. But it's not just a random college. It's going to be Harvard. It's going to be Yale. It's going to be what's it called? What's the Georgia Tech, MIT, Stanford, like some bougie ass school where the child is going to have a great network, great professor, and a great career office. When you go to a bomb-ass career school, they have these amazing career offices where the business like Google, Amazon, they come on campus. They recruit there first. And when they can't find enough people, then they come to the regular schools. Okay, but the bougie schools, they get the recruiters first. So the child's going to go work for Google, be all the way at the top. Who is the CEO of Google? Who is the current CEO of Google? Huh? Let's look at this. Okay. Who is the current CEO of Google? An Indian man. I wonder why. Okay. It's an Indian man, right? You think this is random? I told you that. Their children will always be executives, or they will resign from the company and have a startup raising 20, 30, 40, 60, 100, 200 million dollars. This is how Indian people end up over here. They don't read the Bible. They're not socialists. They start businesses. They don't want to pay taxes. They vote Republican, and they send their kids to bougie ass school. Meanwhile, here are black people over here, socialists, always at church, don't want to know about money, don't want to read about money. They don't invest time in helping their kids, planning out how their kids are going to be successful. They don't check their kids' homework, kids' GPA, nothing. You leave that up to chance. You trust a child to do his homework. You trust the child to know how to get into college. You trust the child. Then why are you a parent? Socialism. These people think that the church comes before their own family. It is not a joke. I will keep showing y'all this chart because I'm like, it's the mindset that decides where someone's going to be. Like I say, your attitude is your altitude, right? But it's not random. Most Asian people have businesses. The parents will have businesses. We have Black parents out here. They start a business. They make great money, and then they sell everything because God told them. They heard a voice. That's a shameful thing. She sold her children's inheritance because she heard a voice and she gave it to poor people. So her children, they're going to have to work harder because their mama sold their inheritance and she just gave it to poor people. Why not give it to your own kids? So you have children and God tells you to sell all your goods, sell everything that you have and give it to the poor when he knows that you have children. What kind of God is this? And that actually makes sense to you. It makes sense to you. God's going to tell you the stuff that is meant for your children, sell it and give it to the poor. What about your kids? Are they not also poor in the spirit? Make it make sense. It makes no sense. Like, look at her. Does she look like she's doing good? Okay? This is absolute madness. Like, we need to stop. We must be stopped. We must absolutely be stopped. We are insane. We are seriously unhinged. It's so embarrassing. Like, who does stuff like this? I'm like, who thinks like this? Is he even bringing up Jeff Bezos? You over here begging people for money. I really hope you guys see what I mean. I hope you see what I mean when I say there is a difference between a capitalist person and a socialist person. Shaq is not waiting for nobody to save him. He is responsible for his own life. He understands it's my money, it's my life. I need to be curious. I need to understand business. I need to go over here, go over there. I need to see what's happening in the business world. When he goes into a hotel, like, oh, this is nice. I like this. Maybe I could invest in this, right? He's always looking for investment opportunities. Yet he's so rich. I'm so rich. Let me just live my best life. But you don't have money. You're broke. It's you on private jets. It's you in fancy cars. It's always poor people, poor-minded people, socialists, who want to live like rich people. Meanwhile, rich people are out here still doing business, still working, still looking for opportunities, still negotiating. It's a shameful thing, you guys. I'm telling you, it's very shameful. It's a shameful mindset. You want to open a church. You have no money. You want to be a pastor. You have expensive taste. You want to marry a rich woman on a pastor's salary. And how far you think you're going to make it? And you want to compete with this man who's a businessman. And I told you this. It's a big difference between being excessively greedy. Because making money by itself is not bad, right? Investing money, doing business, changing people's lives. Like you said, it's actually really fun to have business. It's when you become excessively greedy, that's the problem. But if you can truly help people and charge, as long as it's a fair value and they feel like they're not being cheated, it's not that bad. It's good, actually, because you're helping them, right? Like me, do I want to go fetch water? No. So when I go to the store and there's a water bottle, we're helping each other. I don't have to fetch water, and then you also get paid for providing me with quick water. It works out. It's not bad. It's the excessive greed that is problematic. And one thing about Shaq, too, compared to most Black women, he doesn't feel bad because I think sometimes, like even with 50 Cent, I'll see it. Like most Black men, they don't mind stepping outside of the blackness, right? But Black women are very self-aware of that because other Black women love to drag you down, right? So he's more free. But it's like, it's okay to meet other people. It's okay to talk with different people. And you should know different people to know how different people talk about money. And he said, I sit at my desk and I receive business plan. When it comes to Keon, he barely goes to the office. He's always making content for his social media, making it seem like he's jet setting around the world. You people are not serious. They're not serious people. Let's go back so we can finish this video. Hold on. Where's he at? Let's finish this.
That's the part that bothers me. That's your job. You're supposed to do that. So if I've ever given a message, if I've ever done anything that has ever blessed you or helped you internally, then I need you. In other words, I'm calling in my chips. If I ever done anything for you, now you owe me. I've done for you. You've been blessed by me, what have you. Now bless me back. That is not how that works. That's the part that is I don't want to say despicable, but it's problematic. That is not what a pastor should ever do. Listen, if I've ever done anything for you, I want you to give me back. No, not that way. Now, what you should have done is if you're going to ask for some help, What about the people that go to your church that have been displaced? What about the people who you mentioned about a person whose tree went through their house or on their car?
Exactly.
What about those people? What about you having people come together, asking for some money, donating money to help the community?
Exactly.
You'll take care of your church. Let the members of that church take care of that church. And then anyone who wants to give money will also use that to help the community. But no, we've got to build back and build it better. 2 times the size of the sanctuary than we had before.
For what?
God gave me a vision.
No, he didn't.
And he said we can do it in 21 days.
Yeah, right.
I'm asking 2,100 people to give $2,100 in the next 21 days. And what we're calling it is Out of the Harbor.
So what is that? 4.4 million, 4 plus million. The problem with that is this. Number one, what he's doing is he's using people.
Yeah.
The Bible says that in their greed, they will exploit you with false words. Their judgment from long ago, though, is not idle. He is using you to pull on your heartstring or to say, hey, if I've ever done anything for you, give, help me out. No. Now, we've got an example of what a church looks like when they are trying to kind of take care of the body. This isn't taking care of the body. This is taking care of the building. And so in Acts 4, we see what happens when a congregation is filled with the Spirit and their focus on each other. This is a congregation who believed they were all of one heart and soul, and not one of them claimed that anything belonging to him was his own. Now, I understand it's different and maybe even more difficult to do that today, but their focus was each other. And so let's say it takes a while to get the building back up to snuff. Fine. Rent out an auditorium, some school. It's possible there because other people do it. We've got churches all over the country that do that now. So do that. Let the insurance take care of what the insurance is supposed to take care of. Even if you've got to use some other funds as a stopgap, if you don't have funds in the bank already, that speaks to your management skills.
Exactly.
Or how about this? How about you dig in your own pockets and you do this? How about you go into your pockets? This is the problem that it's just bothersome. How awesome of a story would it have been that, hey, the church had a need, and then rather than going to the people, the pastor and his wife went into their pockets and covered what the church needed. And then guess what? Used as a stopgap. And then the insurance money that came in that went back into the church that ended up replacing whatever monies were taken from somewhere else. You could do that. It's happened many times before throughout the country with churches because insurance can be slow sometimes, but it's not that slow. And again, we saw what First Baptist did in Dallas. They already they're rebuilding. And so there should not have been a stop in the program, maybe in the location, but don't use this as an opportunity, even where other people who are also displaced, other people's homes were affected. But rather than getting back what you lost, you want to get back more than what you had. You want to know, I started off here, but let's use this as an opportunity to go here. Don't do that. Don't take advantage of the situation. Don't take advantage of the people. Don't do that. This is another reason, in yet a string of reasons, why this person just should not be pastoring.
Welcome to another episode of our Mega Church Messiness series. Shaquille O'Neal's ex-wife, Vashondia Carlette Nelson, better known as Shawnee O'Neal, found love again with Pastor Keon Henderson. While people were happy to see her being loved the way she deserved, some interesting information about their relationship raised more than a few eyebrows. Today, we'll be diving deep into this hot, stinking mess. But before we get into it, oh Lord, how excellent, how excellent, hallelujah, how excellent, how excellent. Let him use you, girl. Let him use you. Oh, our snacks. I brought the choir this time, girl. I hope you don't mind. Don't forget to scoop up something to munch on at rrgsnacks.com, our online concession stand that has an assortment of Applewood smoked bacon jerky, freeze-dried goodies, and buttered toffee peanuts. To give you some more insight into this mess, we have to take you back to sometime around 1986 when 5-year-old Keon received the calling to preach the word of God from his pastor. At the age of 21, the Gary, Indiana native founded Pilgrim Rest Missionary Baptist Church and grew the membership to 600 parishioners over the span of 5 years. At some point, he married a woman named Joshua.
And notice how I thought that was really, I was like, this is quite a cute coincidence, right? He's from Gary, Indiana. Who else is from Gary, Indiana? Right? Who else is from Gary, Indiana, y'all? Who else? Guess it's a very famous family. And you see them, instead of being pastors, instead of going to the word of God, they decided to be business people. Okay? What other Black family do you know? What famous Black person, super famous Black person, what mega famous Black person is from Gary, Indiana? Michael Jackson. Right? You see what I'm saying? Michael Jackson, the Jacksons, right? Okay. You see how they became entrepreneurs? They're going to sing, put the daddy say, y'all going to sing. We're going to make a whole band. We're going to get out of poverty. We're not going to do this no more. Okay. The number of kids he had. Okay. Mr. Jackson could have started a church. But you don't make money with them church stuff. He's like, oh, no. Then you, Michael, you going to sing. You going to do the lead. Tito, you go here. Jermaine, you go right here. You okay? All right. All the people. He took all these children and he made them do a business. Like, y'all gonna become entertainers. And they got out of Gary, Indiana. You want to be a pastor. You see this? There's something to be said about having a business, like doing something and like selling something. Okay? But you see, two families come out of Gary, Indiana. One family embraces capitalism. One family said, we're going to be church people. One family becomes mega, mega, mega rich. Another family is sitting here asking for money because they want to be socialist. Okay. All right, let's go.
Well, according to Professor Blackmore's YouTube channel, Keon filed for divorce from Joshelle in May 2008 in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Their divorce was finalized in December of that same year. He opened the Lighthouse Church in 2009, and in 2010, he married a mother of 2 named Felicia. He and Felicia welcomed a child named Caitlin sometime around 2011. Keon told Praise Houston Radio that a friend reached out to him and told him that someone was interested in him. That someone turned out to be Shawnee. They started texting, and eventually, while Keon was in San Bernardino, California, he invited Shawnee to watch him preach. During an episode of their podcast, Shawnee said the drive was a bit too far for her. So instead, she met him in the lobby of an LA hotel. They went out to eat, and they chatted for 6 hours straight.
Because she's not interested in church stuff. And that's another thing too, also, when it comes to these two right here. Let's assume he really loves God. It's like, but Shawnee is not a church person. Like, she's a pagan. She's a heathen. Right? So how can she be your first lady? So you divorced the wife that didn't mind being in church, that was about church life, that was a first lady, to go marry a woman who does basketball wives, where these women just act a fool and like are extremely promiscuous. That's your first lady? You make no sense. Like, he really makes no sense. Okay.
Shawnee claims this interaction happened in 2020. However, RRG can exclusively confirm that their timeline is a bit off, and we have a strong suspicion that their first encounter actually took place in 2019.
Lord, this gonna be messy, ain't it?
In a live stream on YouTube that Keon has since made unlisted, Shawnee can be seen at a women's relationship panel at his church that took place on June 15th, 2019. Keon's wife, Felicia, was also in attendance and watching from the audience.
Even though we don't know each other, and even though I know Shawnee and I've met all of the rest of you today.
During the panel, Keon told the audience that Felicia made more money than him.
But that woman right there makes more money on her own. When I met her, she was making more money than I was. My wife could leave me today and wouldn't have to change her standard of living. I made sure of it. If she walked out the door today, she would not be on an air mattress.
So you hold up, wait a minute. This is where I must invoke the sisterhood. Oh yes, on this point, I will concede to the sisterhood. Do not settle. Okay? Do not settle. Do not settle for a man that make less than you. The sisterhood might have a point. So I guess the sisterhood is not always wrong. So you mean to tell me a woman that makes more than you gave you a chance with you and your Bible, okay? And you had the audacity to divorce. I mean, it makes sense though, because he's hypergamous. He's a soft boy. He's a kept low king. It makes sense. Because he got with her for money. So if he finds a woman with way more money, of course he's going to jump ship and go over there. That is very shameful. And once again, you talk about he has the Bible. You have the Bible, but you don't compete and fight to make more than your wife. And you have, I think, and for me, honestly, I think he cheated. So whatever, right? No, he wants more. This dude has a serious problem. Okay. Wow. 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 Wow.
You made sure that you didn't provide enough for your wife, so she had no choice but to be the breadwinner. And you're sitting up here bragging about it? Make it make sense. I'm confused. I don't know, Keon. I don't know.
So, as we mentioned, that event took place on June 15th, 2019. Now, Shawnee said she didn't meet Keon until 2020, but the timestamp on the live stream from the women's panel proves that is a bald-faced lie. Now, Shawnee has also referenced that Keon invited her to watch him preach at a San Bernardino church. Well, RRG can also confirm that his speaking engagement at the San Bernardino church took place just a few weeks after Shawnee was speaking at his church. We even found Keon's San Bernardino sermon online, courtesy of this July 6, 2019 YouTube video. So, the correct timeline of their relationship appears to go a little something like this. Shawnee was hired to speak on the women's panel at Keon's church on July 15, 2019. Despite Keon being married at the time, they exchanged contact information, and he invited her to his July 2019 speaking engagement at the San Bernardino church. She turned him down because of the distance and met him in the lobby of his LA hotel instead. So yeah, this all went down in 2019, not in 2020, like Shawnee claims. This also might explain why Keon unlisted the June 2019 video of Shawnee at his church, since the video confirms that they aren't being completely honest about how and when they initially met. Just 4 months after Shawnee spoke at his church, Keon filed for divorce. During a joint speaking engagement,
So imagine that, right? He's a married man. Oh, this guy is truly treacherous. He is a married man, y'all. Y'all listening? The wife makes more than him, and she allows him to pursue his dreams or try to be the next superstar pastor like Bishop Jace. While he is married, he uses the fact that he's putting on this little a panel, right, to invite Shawnee because he wants to get to know her. While he's still married, he exchanges numbers with Shawnee. Then he invites Shawnee because now I guess he's on a business trip because he's probably not at home. He's in a different place in LA somewhere. He's preaching, inviting her over. She's like, I can't, it's too far, but I'll meet you at your hotel. But Shawnee is scandalous. I'm like, this is why her and Evelyn, they're like bestie. I kid you not. When Tammy told Shawnee that allegedly Evelyn had sexual relations with Shaq, me, Marlene, I believed it. I don't put it past Evelyn. And one thing I also don't put it past Shawnee is that Shawnee knew. Because her reaction, it was given like, okay, you're not telling me nothing new. Right? So then Evelyn's like, oh my gosh, I would never do this. Oh my kids, I'm all, Evelyn, you've done worse. Be quiet. You bruja. Okay? But me, I believe them because why would Jennifer lie? And why would Tammy lie? And when you look at Evelyn, would you put it past her? Right? The guy who has 1501, what's his name? Megan's former CEO. The guy from 1501, what's his name? Mark, what's his name? Crawford? Carl Crawford, right? He was in a relationship. Okay, he had a baby on the way. And Evelyn went over there and messed that up and got pregnant by the man. Okay? Angela, you don't have to be here, girl. You don't have to be here. Because if you sleep with somebody's husband, you better repent. Okay? If you sleep with people's husbands, Angela, you better repent, ma'am. Okay? Because why are we talking about side piece and you get triggered? I've been live for 3 hours and 36 minutes. And now that we're talking about side pieces, people who sleep with people's husband, you poke your head out. So if that's your lifestyle, if that's your filthy lifestyle, get on your knees and repent. That man is not your husband. He has a family. Go find your own husband. Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Y'all stay telling on yourselves and your filthy lives. Right? Okay, exactly. And that's exactly you. And that's exactly you. Right? Because I've been live for 3 hours and 36 minutes. You never said a word. Is that who you are? You sleep with somebody's husband? If that's the case, stop. Okay? Stop. She sure is hollering. Holy water on that. Oh, you okay? She hollers. She sure. I've been live for 3 years. She's been here the whole time. But as soon as we talk about people who sleep with people's husband, she's like, oh, if you let it, just girl, you need to stop. That man is not your husband. Have enough self-esteem and find your own. It's ridiculous. How you gonna meet a man's wife? You meet a man and his whole family. You meet the wife. You see the children, and you exchange numbers with her husband. Why don't you exchange numbers with the wife? Exchange numbers with the wife. Why are you exchanging number with the husband? He's a married man. What is wrong with y'all? And then he's inviting you to church because you a whole Jezebel. You can't step in a church building. He said, oh, it's too far, baby. His hotel ain't too far. Okay? His hotel is not too far. Breaking up families. That is crazy to me. He's a married man. Why would I exchange numbers with you? I'm going to go talk to your wife. What the heck? I'm like, no. Why would you exchange numbers with a man? You are a woman. He's a man. And on top of that, he's a married man. Hey, Aquarius, what's the problem? So as I stated, when Tammy said what Jennifer told her about Evelyn potentially most likely having relations with Shaq, I believed it. Because one thing Evelyn gonna do is sell the punani. Remember she went like this? The pack up. She was, I got good vagina. I said, bruja, tu vagina está muy sucio. Okay? Tu odoras, okay? Tu vagina está muy sucio. We do not care. Okay? Yes, baby. Está muy sucio. Go somewhere. Okay? Go somewhere with that. But it's like Shawnee did not seem shocked. I thought that she probably already knew. She probably knew. Right? So I'm like, that's why her and Evelyn are always like this. She'll protect Evelyn no matter what because they share the same mindset. How can Evelyn say to Tammy, who is the wife at the time, that when I slept with your husband, you are a non-factor? Excuse me, what? And Shawnee, who's a woman, who used to be a married woman, who also got cheated on, does not say, you know what? Look at Nikki. I'm serious. Tu vagina está muy sucio. It means your vagina is dirty, okay? Está sucio. Okay? Ay, Dios mío. My goodness. Okay? ¿Qué eso? What is this? Está un sucio vagina de la mujer Evelyn. Está un bruja. She's a witch. Okay? But I'm like, you, Shawnee, you're married, or you used to be married, and you also got cheated on. So how can Evelyn say to a wife, a former wife like you, that, oh, when I slept with your husband, you were a non-factor? I'm like, that is so cruel. And I told you, they did something to Tammy. Because before Tammy was on that show, I never saw Tammy like be so skinny. But these girls are bullies. Evelyn is a bully. Shawnee's a bully. They're all a bunch of bullies. And they always made Tammy feel like she was not good enough. She didn't have nice clothes. She didn't have enough money. She didn't have enough cars. They always made her feel like she was less than. And now you see Tammy Roman, she's so thin, she's so frail. And I'm like, that show triggered something in her. They triggered something in her. These evil wenches, these brujas. Okay? I'm like, Tammy was never this small. But being on that show was just, it was so detrimental to her health. Because they're so fake. They are so fake. They spend all their time lying. They lie and they lie and they gaslight you, right? But Tammy was never this small. They did something to her. She never should have joined that show. Okay, this is how she used to look. Where's she at? You see, look at how beautiful. Tammy's always been beautiful, though. A little crazy, but she's beautiful. Okay? Look at that. Tammy has always been beautiful. Then she joins that demonic show, that stupid show. Okay, then bad things start to happen to her. I'm like, what is going on? Okay. Oh, this is Tammy from what's it called? MTV. Oh yeah, remember those days? Oh my gosh, she was crazy. Tammy was crazy, y'all. She's a little unhinged. Okay. Where's her picture? Okay. But that's Tammy from back in the day, Real World, MTV. If you know, you know. Look at that. Okay. Look at that. Tammy been that girl, Chad. She's always been very pretty. Okay? She's seriously gorgeous. But she joins that show with all these bullies, bunch of bullies. They have filthy lives. They sleep with husbands, and they have the audacity to tell you that you're a non-factor. She never should have got involved with this den of HOE, what they call HOES. I'm trying not to cuss. Very pretty. Evelyn Lozada does not come close to Tammy's beauty. Tammy is seriously gorgeous, right? Now messing with these people, they did something to her. They did something to her self-esteem. They did something to her self-worth because they're bullies. And Shawnee sits there and she cautions Evelyn doing her evil things to people. And yet she's a black woman. And she lets this Latina be so mean to people. She destroyed a black home. And you have the audacity to say to somebody, oh, when I slept with your husband, you were not a factor. What'd you say to me? Okay. So I'm like, yeah, her and Shawnee, it's the same animal. It's the same. They're the same creature. Like, who does this? Like, me, I'd be like, what did you say, that girl? Because me, I'm a wife. Even if I was divorced, I will always side with the wife. You cannot sleep with her husband and talk about she's not a factor, especially when she was married and she had kids. Shame on you. And when she meets Carl Crawford too, he has a girlfriend and she's also pregnant. She does not care. She starts a whole new relationship. At 45, she's pregnant at 40-something because she got a secure check. And Shawnee's always defending her. So are we surprised? Are we surprised that Shawnee, you go like he's a married man. He's a pastor. He invites you on the panel. You get to meet his wife. And then you leave the event and then you exchange number with the lady's husband. Why don't you exchange number with the man's wife? Why don't you talk to the woman? No, she wants your man, sis. She wants your man. And because she probably recognized that he's a money person, she probably was like, yeah, I can have him because she makes more. Because, I mean, on top of that, he told everybody that she makes more. But Shawnee also makes more than the wife. So now that she knows that he's a soft king, drizzle. She's like, well, I can leverage my money and I can snatch her husband and destroy her family. The sisterhood. Go somewhere with that. That is just so wicked. I'm like, who does this? Yes. Hold on. Where's the video again? Let's keep going, y'all.
Keon stated that the next time he saw Shawnee was on Christmas when she flew into Texas to surprise him. He was depressed and frustrated about spending Christmas alone. His ex-wife later dropped their daughter off to spend time with him. One can only assume that Keon is referring to Christmas 2019, which was 2 months after he filed for divorce from Felicia. And
he loves depression, this man, right? Well, he told us earlier he got depression. Oh, and the man was like, boy, it's only been 30 days. How can you be depressed? So you decide to fornicate. Then that fornication puts you in emotional. Hold on, baby. Hold on. You decide to fornicate. That fornication puts you in emotional turmoil. You file for divorce. You're in turmoil because you're being a traitor. You're breaking up your family. And then your homewrecker says, oh, I'm coming to see you because you're so sad. Yeah, he's sad because you led him to temptation. You damn Jezebel with your wallet and your last name. You know exactly what you were doing. And it's giving Alicia keys.
Yep, Shawnee left her 5 kids in the dust so she could spend a portion of Christmas Day with Keon and his daughter.
She left her kids at home to come be with my kid in my mama's house.
Before they eat me up, I literally went for an amount of hours and went back home to my babies.
Despite Shawnee dropping everything to be with him, Keon said they were just friends. During his church's annual Pry Out conference, he stated that he and Shawnee were both wounded by divorce since Shawnee had 2 divorces to her name as well. For more information about her dating history, be sure to check the link in our description box. So anyway, Keon stated, I didn't want to get married and stay married because I was afraid to get divorced again.
And I say, why not? Why just jump straight to divorce? How about, first of all, make sure that this is a person you want to get married, get some premarital counseling. You a pastor, you don't know this. And then if stuff start going left, you get some more counseling, see if you can work it.
And you see, and most likely because she's divorced, she encouraged him. Like, oh, look at me, I'm divorced and I overcame. Don't just stay because of the kids. You deserve to be happy. You know, she hyped him up. Right? Because I guess it seems like he struggled with the decision because he knows he's being a traitor. He's moving like Judas. You know, when you stab somebody in the back, it does something to you. I don't care what nobody says. A guilty conscience. You know the song from the Ghetto Boys, My Mom's Playing Tricks on Me? Okay, y'all know the song? Who knows the song? Y'all, we can't really play music over here, but how many of y'all know the song from the Ghetto Boys, My Mind is Playing Tricks on Me? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Child, you think I'll go for my ass, child? Just a little bit, okay. But that's what happens with Scarface, right? When you do bad things, hold on. When you do bad things, you can't sleep. When you do bad things, you cannot sleep.
trigger. My mother's always who it is, so I'm watching my back. I can a black suit and a cane like my own, trying to kill me. I'm popping in the clip when the wind blows.
Okay, that's enough before you two come to my ass, okay? All right? But you see, the ghetto boys, they don't told y'all, your mind gonna play tricks on you because you know you are doing, y'all know I knew the ghetto boys, huh? Let's stop playing with me. You better stop playing with me. Y'all didn't know this, did you? Y'all better stop. I better put some respect on my name, okay? I told you I'm outside. I've been outside since I was born. 1985, been outside, okay?
Mind's playing tricks on you. A corner. It's fucked up when your mind's playing tricks on you.
Oh my gosh, YouTube. YouTube is coming. I'm looking at the trouble with this, okay? But that's what happens. Okay? Your mind gonna be playing tricks on you. There's a part in the song, he lost it so much, he thought he saw people. He started fighting people the whole time he's fighting the concrete. Okay? Okay. When you betray people, it's going to weigh on your mind because he knew he was doing wrong by that lady. He knew. He knew. That's why I always tell you, when a man cheats, when a husband cheats, don't you worry about it. Because he's doing it to himself. When you backstab a person, when you backstab a wife that's been good to you, you will never know peace. You see, not once again, he's depressed. He stays being depressed. And he knows that he suffers from depression and he keeps doing bad things. Okay? You keep doing bad things. When you know you have depression, do the right thing. Because depression is a guilty conscience. For the most part, it comes from guilt. The things I should have done, I could have done. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay? But she eased them into it. Oh, look at me. I'm divorced. It's not that bad. I've been divorced. Don't stay married for the kids. If I had known, I would have left sooner. Womp, 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 womp. Because she's a lustful woman. That's why her and Evelyn are like this. They're perverts. They are pervert. Because a good person would have said divorce is hard on the kids. It's hard. So make sure you really want to do it. You think she said that? No. She eased them into it and he was suffering. So that's why, because he was probably like debating, like, maybe I'm going to call back my papers. Maybe I let it slide. So she flew into town, had some punani. She gave him some punani to encourage him to keep going. Because I promise you, he suffered with that decision. And that's why she flew. Me, I know how people think. That's why she flew over to Texas, left her kids to come and play with him, have sex with him. So that way she could secure that she needed to secure his mind. And how do most mistresses get the man to leave the wife? They be having all kinds of sex with him. All kinds of guac 3000, like, whoop, 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 okay? Doing all that nasty stuff. Because she knows when a man has sex, he becomes weak. He becomes very weak. And if him and his wife were already not on good terms, if they were having issues, and also if they were not having enough sex, and if they were not having enough intimacy, you know, he's probably backed up. Yes, ladies, the men can get backed up, y'all. He's probably backed up. His pipes were probably backed up. So when Shawnee emptied his pipes, okay, he felt relieved and confused. And she has money. She knows what she's doing. And that's the same thing Alicia Keys did. You could have had anybody. How can what's her name? Maisha, how can she compete with you? You know dang well this lady, Shawnee, knows this girl cannot compete with her, even if she tried. Shawnee has way more followers. And you know how social media goes. Social media, whoever has the most followers is always right. Oh, you can't steal a man. Don't say she didn't steal your man. Your marriage is already falling apart. Girl, he left because he wanted to. Don't come for her. Right? The sisterhood. They always pick and choose who has the most money, who's more famous. That's the black girl they're going to support. They never stand for the truth. Yes. You know she did that stuff. Because you know sometimes when you're a wife and you busy, plus girls sometimes share. So like that's how these girls be getting these dudes because they do stuff they haven't had in a long time. Okay? So his pipes were backed up. And you know a lot of pastors are kinky, Nicole. A lot of pastors are nasty. A lot of pastors love sex. A lot of pastors they just some filthy people. Okay? So she knew. So he was debating. He was really suffering. Had she not come to see him and have sex with him, most likely he would have called his divorce attorney. He would have pulled back the divorce. So she had to come and seal the deal with more sex and more sweet words and rubbing on his bald head. Okay? Yes. Hold on, little baby. Hold on. Oh my gosh, hold on.
It out. Like, why is your thought process, if it ain't working out, I don't want to just stay married. I need to just go ahead and get the divorce. What the hell is you talking about, Keon?
He also admitted that he started to self-sabotage, and he missed 6 to 8 months of happiness with Shawnee because he wasn't happy with himself. As for Shawnee, on an episode of their The Grow Zone podcast, she said she had never dated a pastor before, and she was scared that Keon would be too boring for her.
Boring. Pastors are some of the freakiest men in the... You know what? Let me mind my business.
But apparently, Shawnee showed up in his life at just the right time. Keon said he was actually looking for someone who understood that his whole life wasn't confined to a sanctuary. He added that he wanted someone who could let me access that side of me without feeling judged. Things were so easy between them that Keon couldn't help but fall for her. He told People magazine, "I felt like the day I met her, I felt like I knew her. That kind of natural transmission between souls that meet, it's amazing." He got over his fears, and he admitted that because his divorce was so messy and drawn out, he decided to start dating Shawnee before his divorce was finalized. He said,
I made a decision that I was going to start dating her before the divorce was final because I wasn't going to let somebody holding up the divorce show me how I could live my life.
Love is messy. You feel what you feel, but you do what you're supposed to do. In the meantime, you get your divorce, you show your current wife respect, your current children.
Hold on, y'all. Sorry, Mac was here. And you see what he just said there, right? He's not going to wait for the divorce to be finalized. He's going to start dating her. He rushes, right? The same thing the other black man said. It's only been 30 days. Why don't you wait to see how much the insurance is going to pay you first and then decide how much more you need, right? Wait for the insurance. It's only been 30 days. No, we don't want to wait. Are you starting to see a pattern with this man? Right? He rushes. He's very hasty in his decision-making skills, right? He's very hasty. And I want y'all to pay close attention because we're going to watch another video. I'm not done with this man, right? He rushes. And then because he rushes so much, he always has depression because he has emotional anguish. He has anxiety. And also he has low self-esteem. He has really low self-esteem. So when he's presented with an opportunity, he doesn't feel like he can get something like that again. Oh, I got to do it now. Maybe I'll never have this chance again, right? That's why he jumps on things. Because had he said no to Shawnee, and sometimes God will test you. Sometimes, right? The devil will, but God will, I don't mind, right? But my thing is, imagine, maybe if he had stayed with his wife, he had said no to Shawnee. I'm a married man. I can't do this. And he had stayed to his wife. He has no idea what God could have done to his ministry. And he's in a rush because he wants to compete with people. He wants to do what some people have done in 40, 50 years. He wants to do it in 5 years. It's not possible. It's not possible. Slow and steady wins the race. Stay with your wife. Stay with your sweet wife. Stay with this woman who's enabled you to be where you are today, right? Because when you didn't have much, she didn't care. Stay with your wife. Stay with your kids. God is faithful. No, because you met a millionaire. Now you think you're cute. You think you're going to speed this thing up, right? Please. Please.
And respect, then you move on. Damn. And listen, bitches, y'all ain't special. I mean, you are, but you ain't. What I mean by that is Shawnee should have paid attention to how Keon treated his ex-wife. Now, if he gonna do that and lean out on her before the divorce is final, Shawnee, what make you think he won't do the same thing with you? Or if he lacks the ability to show self-control before his divorce is finalized, what the hell make you think he's suddenly gonna get self-control with your ass? Pay attention, bitches.
Almost 3 years after filing for divorce, his divorce was finalized in 2021. According to Professor Blackmore's YouTube channel, the divorce decree revealed
this boy ain't got no real property whatsoever prior to or after the marriage. This boy is so broke that if you rob him, your ass will be in debt.
She messy as hell.
Felicia was awarded $5,000 per month in spousal support until March 2023 and child support until their daughter reached the age of 18. She was also awarded a house, money in 2 bank accounts, $53,000 in profit from a house they sold, a 2016 Land Rover, and 7 business entities. Shawnee and Keon went public with their relationship sometime around July 2021, and he proposed in November 2021. She told People magazine her children loved him, and he really stepped up and filled a void in their lives. Looking toward their future, she said she couldn't wait to build a legacy.
So imagine this. You see how wicked Shawnee is. Such a witch. Shawnee's an evil. She's an evil woman. Like, she's so evil to me. You take this man from his family so he can fill a void in your kids' lives who already have a father. they have a daddy, right? They have a daddy. Shaq is their dad. You take this man from his family, so now he's no longer full-time with his daughter, but now he's taking care of your kids, and he's helping your kids. No, that's not his place. Shaq is there. They have a dad. Okay? And this Keon dude, you have notion that you have a daughter who needs you, and now you're splitting your time between your daughter has to share you with other people's kids, with other man's kid that they have their dad in their life. Make it make sense. They already have a dad. And on top of that, she has multiple kids. So those kids, they also have each other, right? The boys, the girls, like they have each other. Sharif and them, they have each other and they have their dad, right? The little girl that you have with your wife, she's all alone. She doesn't have any siblings. And now it's like her world is shattered because you're no longer there. You're not there full time. But like the little girl who's all by herself, she has to share her dad with people who already have a dad. They have a dad. They have a wealthy dad. They have an active dad. Shawnee is demonic. She is evil. That's why her show is so evil. Nothing good comes out of Basketball Wives. Nothing good. No good person could think of something like this. Okay? No good person could think of something like this. That show is so evil. I told you, being part of that cast did something to Tammy Roman. I have never seen Tammy suffer like this. I'm like, what exactly did they do to you? Because there's what we saw on the show, but what about? Sorry, hold on. What about behind the scenes? I know.
Together. During an April 2022 appearance at Bishop T.D. Jakes' Potter's House Church, Keon, despite having 2 failed marriages under his belt, told parishioners,
"This is my mother. She was the first lady until I got one." And this has been my prayer warrior for 40 years.
Oh, so he's a mama's boy. Is that what you're trying to say?
In May 2022, 47-year-old Shawnee and 41-year-old Keon got married in Anguilla, and Bishop Jakes officiated the ceremony. VH1 cameras captured the event for a reality show centered around the couple's nuptials. We're unsure if they have a prenup.
Shawnee, I'm telling your ass right now, if you didn't get that ninja to sign a prenup, you need to meet me outside, ho. We're finna come to blows. I'm finna whoop your ass. I'm just playing. But girl, please tell me you ain't this dumb.
Although Keon was a bit apprehensive about getting married on TV, he later told BET that it was the right thing to do, especially since his 15,000 church members were unable to attend the ceremony and they wanted to be a part of his special day. They love their time in Anguilla so much they donated a park to the Caribbean island, and they plan on retiring there one day. Following their ceremony, Shawnee surprised her new husband with a month-long honeymoon. She told People magazine she chartered a yacht in Monaco, and they sailed down the coast of France before finishing their trip in Italy.
She trying to raise my blood pressure, ain't she?
Upon their return to the States, they settled down in a $3 million home in Houston. Professor Blackmore's YouTube channel confirmed that the property records show that the home is owned by someone else, and Shawnee and Keon are renters. Shawnee has assumed the role of his first lady, and on the church's website, he describes her as his forever wife. He told People magazine that they're committed to making sure things never get old between them. He added, "Every day we wake up, try to figure out how to make sure it feels as good as it was in the beginning." During a 2022 interview with Mind Blowing magazine, Shawnee said it felt good to finally have the man she had been dreaming about her whole life. She added, "You want your hero, your knight in shining armor guy to come along and sweep you off your feet, and it took a while to get there. It is a new beginning for me."
Ma'am, this ain't no knight. This is a joker on a donkey, okay? That's what this is.
And then came January 2024. A rapper named Loose Cannon told...
And imagine saying out loud that the man you've always dreamt of is somebody else's husband. Girl, you're sick. You are truly sick. So you go to an event held by a pastor who's married. You see his wife in the audience. You say, "Nope, that's my husband." Seriously? This woman is sick. She is sick. So your dream man is someone else's husband? Are you insane? She's so filthy. She's such a filthy woman, right? Somebody else's husband is your dream man. All your life, you wanted to marry someone else's man. Unbelievable. I mean, this is crazy. Yeah, and that's the trip he's talking about. Like, oh, they went away to Italy for like 30 days. That's the trip he was talking about. Oh, we were on our trip, enjoying ourselves. That's what he's talking about. On a chartered yacht somewhere in Monaco somewhere. Okay, now we owe this man money. Please.
The No Jumper podcast that while Shawnee was with Keon, he was beating Shawnee's cheeks to smithereens.
That sounds fun as hell.
Loose Cannon said Shawnee was pretty much his sugar mama, and she purchased him a couple of expensive watches. He also alleged that Shawnee contacted him before her wedding.
Shawnee O'Neal, she know what's up. I fucked like 2 weeks before she got married to the pastor.
Oh
she
my
was like,
God. You gotta get her divorced. Stop it.
No, she told me, she was like, I need some good dick before I go down the aisle. I said, Crip, I got you. What you got for me?
Oh
She was
God.
like,
She reportedly offered him $10,000, but he told her that wasn't enough. When Loose Cannon pulled up to her spot, Shawnee handed him $50,000, and they proceeded to bump uglies.
Now wait just one damn minute. He broke and he ain't got no good. Shawnee, what? Now you, girl. Come on now. What is the angle? Are we being punked?
As of this video, Lighthouse Church has 4 locations around Houston and offers members the option to tune into virtual church services. However, in July 2024, the main campus suffered significant damage after Hurricane Beryl swept through the city. A spokesman for the church revealed they were still assessing the complete extent of the damage, but they knew the building wouldn't be usable in the foreseeable future. Many of the rooms had water damage, and the electrical system had been compromised. Despite the damage, they were grateful that no one from the church was injured during the storm. About a month after the storm, Keon told parishioners that not only did he want to rebuild the main campus, but he wanted to start over with an even bigger house of faith. He said, I want to increase the size of our sanctuary by 2. I want to double the size of it so that no one who has an opportunity to get in is turned away because we don't have a seat. Instead of waiting for the insurance money to get dispersed,
God gave me a vision, and he said we can do it in 21 days. I'm asking 2,100 people to give $2,100.
You see how he's rushing again? Oh, it has to happen in 21 days. Why? This dude is so insecure.
In the next 21 days.
someone in the comment section responded, call Shaq.
Yeah, broke ninja. Shaq said, now why am I? You better wait for that insurance money to kick in, ninja, with your begging ass. Broke ninja.
As of this video, it's unclear if he has received the full amount of his request, although he still has a couple of weeks until he reaches his deadline. As for now, Keon and Shawnee are focused on the other campuses, and they have participated in a few marriage conferences. On one hand, some people think that two people who've been married 3 times each have enough experience to share with other couples, while others think Shawnee and Keon need to sit their asses down somewhere, since they're still newlyweds and they haven't experienced a long and successful marriage.
In other words, don't nobody want to take relationship advice from two people who can't maintain a happy relationship. They need to be the ones taking notes and figuring out how to make things work this time around. That's what the hell they need to do. Reverse. Put this shit in reverse and sit y'all ass out in the audience.
Shawnee and Keon celebrated their second wedding anniversary in 2024, and although this story has been a hot, stinking mess from the jump, we wish them nothing but the best.
Bestie, you so damn messy. I love it.
Now, besties, if you enjoyed this video, let us know down below. And thank you. I want to say thank you.
He dropped the episode with this brother and his wife. Y'all loved it. I saw so many DMs. New York Times bestseller.
Yeah, so it's a rhythm. You know, it's a compilation of things. Not just the amount of books sold in the specific time, but the diversity of which the places, the outlets they buy them from. So it's a formula. And the great thing about the formula is you can't trick it.
Nobody knows it.
You can't trick it because you don't know it. And it's probably some people in the room that also have a say in it. One thing is, so you can't buy it.
You sure
you got to earn it. So
you got to earn it.
You got to do the work.
And with this platform being all across the world, one of the biggest relationship podcasts in the world, we consistently rank top 20 on Apple Podcasts. That this relationship space, I'm so honored that God has allowed me to be a voice as we've been curating these conversations. And when you told me about this book, first of all, the title just grabbed me off the top. Why'd you name this book Lazy Love?
First of all, do your producers got like one of them buttons they can push with like the clap can come in? Like, can they just start clapping right now? Like top 20? You understand this? It's 50 states with 1 million podcasts. Yeah. Everybody's talking about relationships in the top 20. That's crazy, man. Congratulations.
And it's the number 1 African-American one.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So that's the part that just blows my mind. But this is your second book?
Second book. So this is how it wasn't even supposed to be a book.
Well, it was supposed to be a sermon?
I wrote a sermon.
Okay.
You know how we do as preachers. So one day, I think Valentine's Day came on a Sunday. So I said, let me figure out a relationship sermon that I can preach. And so I wrote this sermon called Lazy Love. And one of my associate pastors at the time, he was like, man, that's a book. See, sometimes it takes somebody else to let you know, because you're so common with what God gave you. He gave me a whole book, which, by the way, shameless plug, was number 1 in new release the day it came out. And I thought it was a 60-minute sermon. And it was actually a book that God would eventually take around the world. So, the first thing I learned, man, you can't ever become common with the little things that God give you, because sometimes those little things become big things. So here it is. I read Hebrews 6, and it says that God is watching your works and the way you love. And the C part of the verse says, and do not become lazy. Man, that thing hit me, because I was like, wait a minute.
Wow.
I've always attributed lazy to work,
Yeah.
but he said love. Now, all of us Bible buffs and readers, we always, the sloth, right?
Yeah.
So I tried to figure out a way to connect it. I looked up the word lazy in context. It said sluggish. Another context said slothful. I went right over. See, you're a preacher, so it already hitting you. I go right over to Solomon and start talking about the sluggard. But I get out. See, here's one thing, and we're just having a conversation. Here's one thing I've learned as a preacher.
Hey, if you want to keep working 50, 60 hours a week in a career building wealth for the enemy's plan.
If you read the Bible only, you can't be a good preacher.
Nope.
I know somebody's that's gonna go viral, right? And I'm not saying that
the Bible's not enough.
The Bible is enough.
Yeah.
But in order for it to reach people, you have to find personal application.
Well, that's what Jesus did.
That's what he did, right? Yeah. So he talks about water being turned to wine. He talks about laying on the bed. But in order to find out why his legs don't work, you need to ask an orthopedic surgeon. You can't just read the Bible. So I went and looked up sloth. Found out that they eat a leaf that makes them high. Right? So when you see a sloth moving slow, it ain't because it's slow, it's high. The sloth is high. That's the true That's the truth. It's high when you see it in the wild and it's moving slow. It's high off of the leaf it eats. And when the Bible says do not be like the sluggard, I thought it meant don't be slow. What it actually means is don't be addicted to the thing that impedes your movement.
Teach. Good Lord. Don't be addicted to the thing that impedes your movement.
Yeah, because most of us, if not all of us, we are addicted to the thing that slows us down. Like the trauma that was passed to me from my father, I was addicted to it. The trauma that was passed to me from my mother, I was addicted to it. The pains that I caused myself, I was addicted to. And so what happens is when you are addicted to trauma, you try to find a way to get what you need through a route that has the little amount of pain associated with it. The problem is that you create a defense mechanism that keeps you from being able to receive love from people who ain't trying to hurt you.
So you're just gonna start off like that. Because there's people right now saying, ouch. There's people, they like, oh my God, let me pause this video and take all that in. And when I'm going in my mind when you're saying that and saying, I'm looking at the pain points in my own life throughout the years of saying, yep, that's real. I remember that season in my life. I was addicted to that, or addicted to that person that is like, I ain't finna tell all my business, but keep talking, Pastor.
I mean, it's your podcast. You can tell.
I tell all my business.
Let me ask you a question, Brother Letarius. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead,
so our life is the sum total.
Yes.
Of our yeses and our nos.
Yep.
If you would have said yes when you said no, said no when you said yes, you'd be at a different place. So we end up here because of our affirmations or our declines. I said yes, this is the result. I said no, this is the outcome. That's called pain. So what is lazy love? Lazy love is when I don't have the energy to either rescue me or rescue the person who's depending on me. And where does that come from? Well, you and me both. We both came through the womb of a woman.
But what he's describing, isn't that what we call negligence? I'm like, it's not lazy love, it's negligence. No, I'm like, that sounds like negligence. I don't know. This is crazy. This dude is hilarious. I'm telling you, he's so insecure. He's so insecure. And it's always insecure people who he needs a lot of validation. He needs a lot of validation. He's very, very insecure. He is really insecure. And that's why Shawnee got to him, because he's insecure. Because you see, when you know who you are and you're grateful for what you had because you realize like you didn't really deserve it, right? Do you really deserve a woman who makes more than you? And instead of you being a man who allows her to live her dream, she enables you to be a mediocre pastor, whatever, right? You like gratitude because you're very insecure. He is seriously insecure. He's so insecure. Even now, being married to her, like it's like you're in Shaquille's shadow right now. And imagine how that must feel. Right? Imagine how that must feel. Even all these kids, like all her kids, they're all in private jets. Like, hey, I talked to dad, he just sent me $250,000. I don't know. But these kids are like, they live a very, very privileged life. I'm like, that has to be a life for you too. Like, you're so insecure. So you always want more. And then when things come around, you're like, wow, I can't believe this is happening to me. I got to have it now. I got to have it now. It's like, no, you don't. You have what you need. You already have a wife. She's somebody else's ex-wife. Right? But insecure people are greedy people. And greedy people don't know how to say enough is enough. Like, I'm okay. Right? They always want more. And in the process of wanting more, They're not even realizing how much harm they're doing. I couldn't talk because of the baby. But in the other video by RRG, she said he had a church with like 15,000 people. So when you go through a divorce, it's not just like you're breaking up your family, you're hurting your daughter, but those 15,000 people too, like they probably looked at him and his wife as old couples go, like, oh, I want to be like my pastor and his wife. Da, 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 da. So they also had to go through this divorce. I'm like, look at the many lives you impacted because you had to be nasty with Shawnee O'Neal. Now, because like when the pastor has it, when there's a divorce in the church, when the pastor divorces his wife, you guys, the whole church goes through a divorce. It is a lot because you have some who are going to support the wife, you have some who are going to support him, and then you're going to have some like they're just so confused, like what the heck, right? But I'm like, it's over 15,000 people. And when you're creeping around with Shawnee, you didn't think about your family, you didn't think about your daughter, you didn't even think about your congregation. How's that going to impact them? Like, how's that going to impact like their faith, like their belief in marriage, when they see their own pastor is leaving his wife after like 19 years? For what? For a celebrity? That is so shameful. Greed. People always want more. Instead of realizing that what you have is so much more. There are people who will be crying right now to have your life. Nope, you don't want it. You want more. You want more. And more with who? A pagan. She's not a church person. Right? And on top of that, she doesn't even know she doesn't even know if she's not going to be bored with you because y'all don't have the same lifestyle. You don't have the same culture. You don't have the same mindset. Because I believe the little rapper, because Shawnee's known to be like a sugar mama. Like, I believe the rapper dude. Okay, I believe that. Like, he probably did. She probably did pay him. Because why would he say that when he could get sued? I'm like, why would he say that? Because he probably has receipt. But I'm like, this is just madness. This is I'm like, to me, it's just madness. You have a thing that you know it for sure. Like, you know your wife, you know who she is. You have your church, right? These things are for certain. You're going to throw it all away to go try something with a reality TV star just to see if it works. You are insane. He's insane.
Yeah. Well, that woman, my mama, your mama, whether they're alive or not, the person who's watching their mother and their father or their grandmother, whoever raised them, aunt, uncle, adopted parent, that person was loved by somebody else.
Yeah.
And if they were loved improperly by the person who raised them, then they pass that leaf, talking about the sloth, they pass that diet over to you and you eat it. And what do you do when you go in the kitchen of life? You make the same meal somebody taught you how to make. And you cook for your new spouse, your new boo, your new girlfriend. You give them the same meal. What do I mean by meal? I'm going to give you this love if you love me first. Right? If, it could be, well, I'm a woman, and so I don't believe I should ever have to pay for anything. Well, that may be your story until you meet a guy that you say you love and he finds out, well, nothing.
There's gonna be some reciprocity around there.
Yeah, some reciprocity.
Yeah.
So that's what the substratum of the book is, and so the subtitle is.
Hold on, what word did you just say? Substratum. What'd you say?
That's the meaning of the book. Like,
say that word one more time.
Substratum.
Substratum.
Substratum. It's like
never heard that word my whole life.
I'm absolutely sure you have.
No, I haven't. I'm sure I haven't.
So you're gonna start off like that?
No, I'm just saying I've never heard that word. I'm a wordsmith. So when I hear a word, it tickles my ear, and I'd be like, oh, I've never heard.
It's one of my favorite words. It's the substratum. It's like the summary of the book. It's like you're recognizing and reversing the threats to any successful relationship. And this book ain't just about romantic relationships, because you got to learn how to get along with your brother.
There it is.
You got to learn how to get along with your coworkers. And bro, last but not least, you better learn how to get along with yourself. Because if you can't get along with you, can't nobody get along with you.
So as you were writing this book, because a lot of times writing books becomes therapy to, for us first. So what were you unpacking as you was writing that? And what were you going back into the crevices of your mind and saying, ooh, God, I hear you doing surgery on me while I'm trying to educate about this?
First of all, everything.
Yeah.
So now I got to relive my own failures.
Yeah.
And here's a problem with being an author. If you're vulnerable. Now I got to tell you how to be good at something I'm bad at.
There it is. There it is.
I got to tell you now. It's through learning and experience that I've overcome. But I have to tell you, because I got to start at the beginning. I can't start at the end.
Yep.
So now I got to walk you through my failures, give you a preview of what we would consider success, and still having some of the particles of that failure still on me.
Yes.
And then tell you, but you can make it. That's a hard job.
Do you think you do that? Is that kind of synonymous with what you do as a preacher?
Absolutely.
So with writing, what makes that even deeper?
Because with a sermon, it's 60 minutes. With the book, it's 300 pages. And I can't give you my whole story in a sermon, but if that book's going to be good, I got to give it all to you. I got to go back and tell you, my mom worked at Taco Bell, made $6 an hour, never married my father, didn't have enough money to turn air conditioning on, so we had to put fans in windows, couldn't pay the water bill, so she filled the tub up once, and all of us took a bath in the same water. Like, that's vulnerable.
Yeah.
So now I got to out me, and I got to out her.
Yes.
And I got to put my mama on the line who didn't ask for this, and involve my sisters who don't get an advance for this, right? Or don't get royalties.
Yeah.
So it's hard. But I found out that one of the ways you can be a great leader, and I'm not talking about skill set, or a great writer, is to ask the people who are involved in the story for permission to tell the whole truth.
And they all said, yes, do it.
Do it. Do it. My mom, she said, go for it. My sisters, absolutely. And that was a part of the failure of my first relationship, is that I pursued my dreams without asking for permission. I was too lazy to look back and say, are you willing to come?
You said you pursued your dreams without asking for permission.
Yeah. Do you know how hard it is to be connected to a driven person who never asks your permission? Is it okay to drive?
If you've ever dreamed of owning an apartment complex and you live near one of these cities, then you've got to see the same.
That's hard. Just absolutely. And that was a part of the failure of my first relationship, is that I pursued my dreams without asking for permission.
So that means he's selfish, right? Okay, let's go.
Was too lazy to look back and say, are you willing to come?
He calls it laziness. Like the gaslighting, like the level of gaslighting is like really killing me, right? I was too lazy to say, are you willing to come? No, the word is not laziness. I was too inconsiderate. You were rude. You were an asshole. You were selfish, right? That is called being inconsiderate, because you are in a relationship. You are married. Nobody forced you to marry, right? You chose to be with this person. So it's not about, oh, I was too lazy to say, do you want to come? No, I was too inconsiderate to ask, hey, wife, are you okay? Like, do you want to do this, right? You are inconsiderate. You only think about yourself, because like I said, he's insecure. He is seriously insecure. And like, I was like, the level of gaslighting, it's like, it's excessive to me. Hold on.
Said you pursued your dreams without asking for permission.
Yeah. Do you know how hard it is to be connected to a driven person who never...
So he said, so now another level of gaslighting. He's like, oh, he did it because he was driven. So who's not driven? Because like, you know, from the first video, the second video was third, okay? She told us the wife makes more money than him. He even said, my wife makes more than me. If we ever left, she would never be on an air mattress because she makes more than me. So my thing is, who's actually driven? You are a dreamer. Let's not get it twisted. Right? Let's not get it twisted. Your wife, she's driven, because driven people have results. You hear me? Right? Your wife is driven, because driven people show us results. She has a salary. She makes more than you. Right? You are a dreamer. You're trying to do something. You're trying to build something. But right now, you don't have it. She does. She's driven. You are a dreamer. Do not gaslight us over here. Okay? I refuse. You will not gaslight me. Okay? You are a dreamer. She is driven. Right? Let's go. So I'm like, do you not connect to the person who's driven? No, you're not driven. You and the more now I'm starting to think about this, right? I think low-key, high-key, you were jealous of her. Okay? You were jealous of the fact that your wife made more than you. So low-key, high-key, you were in a competition with her. That's why you didn't ask for, hey, do you want to come with me? Because you were in a competition. She couldn't know, because you were hoping to do things that were going to overnight make you rich. And somehow you're going to have way more money than her. And God didn't let it happen, did he? Right? Because if you had, I'm like, if you really had an open heart, if you were really happy for her, if you were proud of her, and you also love what you got going on, you will share your dreams with her. I mean, she's obviously driven, but maybe not only is she driven, she's more organized, she's more intelligent, she's more strategic. So whatever little dream you had you told her, she would have told you how to do it better. And that's the part you can't stand. That woman knows more than me. Exactly. I was so driven. Driven how? You're not driven. You are a dreamer. And y'all need to tell a lot of these people out here who think they're entrepreneurs or like they think they're driven. You are not driven. You are a dreamer. You're like Joseph before he goes to Egypt. All you do is dream. You have no tangible results because if your wife is making more than you, if she made more than you and she's still making more than you, she's the driven one. Do I make sense, you guys? Are you guys here? Do I make sense? Am I making sense to y'all? He's a dreamer. And not just that, he's an envious little dreamer. Because if you're really happy for someone, and you're surprised he's a socialist, okay? If you're really happy for someone, you're not going to be resentful that they're successful. And you can share your dreams with them and let them know, hey, wife, I'm doing this. What'd you think about it? You share with your wife. But you were in competition with her because she's doing so well. And it triggered you. Because you're envious. Okay? Do not gaslight. I'm like, because I was so driven. I didn't have time to ask her for do you want to come with me? No, you were inconsiderate. In a marriage that nobody forced you to get into. Nobody forced you. You don't have to be here. So if you want to go, go. But I'm like, don't pretend as if like you were forced to marry this woman when you brought nothing to the table but a Bible. You gotta stop. I cannot stand dishonest people. Hold on.
Ask your permission. Is it okay to drive?
What?
That's hard.
No, that's
imagine everybody can't be married to LeBron James.
Yep.
He's going to spend 12 hours in the gym.
Yep.
If you want your man at home 15 hours.
You see this? Oh my gosh. This like, oh my goodness. You guys, I'm going to say something. Please don't be offended, right? But it reminds me of people who go to prison. Like, if you ever talk to felons, they always oversell themselves. Like, they'll tell you stories and things they've done. It's like, child, you sound like you've been in prison. Why you lie so much? Have you ever met people who've been out of prison? They lie so much. They embellish everything. Like Charleston White. He's had like 25,000 lives. I'm like, nobody's life is that interesting. Stop. You committed murder. You were locked up for almost like 15, 20 years. Like, when did you have time to do all of this? It makes no sense. Right? Insecure people. They always oversell themselves. They always lie so much. Right? Make it make sense. Now he's going to sit here and compare himself to LeBron James. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? LeBron has results. The man's been in that league for almost like 20 years. His record shows for itself. He's a billionaire. Like his work ethic, your work ethic, it don't make the same. On top of that, I mean, he might be cheating though. They say he likes white women. I don't know. But my thing is, he still marries the same woman. Okay? But I'm like, you go compare yourself to LeBron James. You are insane. Be reasonable. Find someone in your tax bracket. Okay? You can't even compare yourself to your wife. You imagine this. You haven't even made your wife's money. You talk about LeBron James, who makes like $50 million a game. You can't even make $300,000 a year, but you're gonna compare yourself to LeBron James. You are unhinged. And that's what goes on in these churches. Just like the girl Carrie with Jamal Bryant. Oh, if you only have $5 in the bank, put me in the car, drive me around Buckhead, and tell me that one day you're going to buy me $1 million house. Girl, he don't need to do that. Y'all can do it on Zillow. Y'all have to drive. He barely has money for gas. Stay your ass at home. Open your computer. Go to Zillow. Okay, look at all the houses you want. But a serious woman will say, tell me how you're going to get to 100,000. You know, baby steps. You can't go from $5 to a multi-million-dollar house. How? How? Do you even know how to manage $50,000? Do you even know how to manage $100,000? And that's why so many of our people, so many Black people go to church because they think God is some kind of juju, like some kind of genie, like, oh, I'll do a few prayers. I'll run around the church. I'll proclaim it. I'll claim it. And then somehow $50,000, $100,000, $2 million, cars are going to show up out of nowhere. And I know where they get that from. I know where Black people get that from. It's from the book of Joshua. You know, what God says to them people, you going to have houses you didn't build, right? That's where that comes from. Like, oh, all you got to do is believe. And you're going to have houses in Canaan that you didn't dream, that you didn't build. Why would you ever want to have a house that you didn't build? So who built the house? So it's somebody else's house? I'm like, sometimes you gotta think about what you're reading in the Bible. I was like, why would I want a house I didn't build? It's not my house. I want my own strength, my own money, my own vision, my own land to build my own house. I don't want to take a house from somebody else. That's their house. It has their energy in it. I don't want their house. I want my own house. Right? But so many people in the church are going to church because they think it's some kind of juju thing. It's some kind of witchcraft thing. It's a genie in a bottle type of stuff, right? And these charlatans, right, feed right into that. Okay? That's for them. Okay, preach, Kevin. Okay? That's exactly why we have mortgages. Because you live in the house that really don't belong to you until you pay the house in full. All right? But like, you're not LeBron James. You're not in the same league, and you will never be. Because these people are not socialists. They compete. They are capitalists. They sell their talent to the marketplace. He's a great basketball player, so he sells his talent and his time to whatever team can afford him. He's a businessman. He's not a socialist. Right? So I'm like, you are insane. You are so insane. You are really insane. This dude is crazy.
Hours a day. You can't marry a professional.
Yeah, ain't gonna work.
Yeah, so you have to.
And he is married. People are married to professional. You're not that special, Keon. And whatever you do in your life, it does not require the same amount of time as whatever LeBron is doing over there. You're not in the same league. You can go home. You can have a reasonable work schedule and take your behind home. Okay? But you have an ego problem because you're insecure. You want to be famous. You want your name to be known. Like you want to be even more known than Jesus. Right? And because basketball didn't work out for you, right? You can't sing like, so you're like, oh, I'm going to go through the church thing because you know how obsessed Black people are with the church. So you want to use the church and the platform, like the, what's it called? The altar to be a superstar. That's not about that. Serving God is not about oneself. I'm like, you're all about yourself. Because if you were not about yourself and you were truly serving God, you would know obedience is greater than sacrifice. Even the Bible says, do not forsake the wife of your youth. You know that, right? Jesus said, you people divorce because you're wicked. Otherwise, y'all can fix this. What's the problem? But because you're not in the church for the right reasons, you're there for your ego. That's why someone like Shawnee can come with sex and money and get you to turn your back on your family. Because if you had the word, if you meditate on the word, right, you will know your priority is your family. Your first ministry is your family. Your first ministry is to be a father to your daughter. You shouldn't allow anybody to take you from your daughter. But you did over sex. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Turn around and say, kids, wife, is it okay? Or let them know for the next 6 months, I ain't going to be a good dad.
When did that dawn on you? Did that dawn on you after you got into your marriage with Shawnee, when you look back and said, gosh, I didn't ask permission? Or did that happen during the marriage and you tried to recalibrate and say, okay, let me try to figure it out, and then found out that y'all had just grown apart?
No, it happened in between, because when I started to look back and figure out where I failed, because see, when you first go through something like that, you always want to blame somebody else.
Yep.
See, blaming somebody else only gets you to the end of the road to find out that you were part of the problem, and you never get to the solution because you never admit that you were part of the issue.
Exactly.
So I got to the end of the road and was like, dang, I wouldn't have liked me either. Who would like somebody who is walking around the house all day singing church songs and reading the Bible, and then let me tell you one of the traumatic inconsistencies. I'm trying to find the word that could fit in there. Hypocrisies that I would have. Giving myself the grace to be a failure and then using the Bible to tell somebody else they ought to do better. Ain't that sick, man? That's crazy. The Bible says you ought to do. Well, yeah, you too. Boy, I'll tell you, boy.
Why you say you walking around the house singing church songs?
Man, listen. I've been preaching since I was 14. I had to find out that preaching is what I did, not who I was. It took me some time to figure out that there was a difference between Keon and pastor.
Keon, what's wrong walking around the house singing church songs?
With house shoes on, a wife beater, church socks, and basketball shorts.
You was working on your gospel album. What's wrong?
Just terrible.
So what you mean? So when you met your ex-wife, you were a preacher then? So did you say that you wanted to be a pastor, or you just an evangelist traveling around?
I was a pastor before I met her. I've been pastoring since I was 21.
You was pastoring?
I pastored. A senior pastor. I started a church my senior year in college. Bro. I told you think I'm playing when I tell you about this churchiness? Bro, I played basketball. My coach would let me leave practice, go teach Sunday school. I would go teach Sunday school, leave Sunday school, and go back to basketball practice. I had 600 members when I was in college.
Are you for real?
Playing basketball.
Was it all students or people in the community?
Oh, bro, let me tell you the real story. So my first 5 members were all over the age of 72. So I'll never forget a lady named Vanita Early. She heard me preach in a church called True Love Baptist Church, and she said, "You're going to be my pastor." I didn't believe it at the time. We ended up starting a church together. She invited her friends. So I said, yeah, invite them. I'm thinking, man, this about to be dope. I get to the first service at Saloni Mayhill's house. She was sitting in her maroon lazy boy. It was leather. And she had the first 5 members there. Saloni Mayhill, Vanita Early, J.D. Henderson, Mother Williams, Brother Williams. And they were in there, and they were all 72 and above. I preached my first sermon in her living room. Called my pastor and told him, I said, oh, no, I can't do this. By the way, the name of the church that we picked was the Pilgrim Rest Missionary Baptist Church. And I was in on that meeting. I said yes to it.
They was your founding members?
My founding members, right? I go in there, preach that sermon.
And you was like, what, 19, 20?
I was 21. This is what all of them was doing while I was preaching. So,
how long did you preach?
About you got to stop because I'm going to run out of here.
How long you preach?
Oh, man. I intended a half hour, but they would sleep 5 minutes in. I called my pastor after it was over. I said, I'm quitting. I ain't doing this. They would sleep. My father said, who was my pastor, that man said, didn't you say they was all 72? I said, yeah. He said, fool, that's the side effects of medication. He said, they all on something. And the medicine got them sleep. He said, you doing good. Go back and do it again.
He said, go back and do it again.
Go back and preach again.
So you went back and preached.
And you know the part that's sad, the part that's also really sad about this, you guys, because I'm like, think about him splitting his time like this between basketball and preaching. All that because when he was younger, somebody told him at church that, oh, you're going to be a pastor one day, right? But does that mean like it got to be right now? That's the thing with prophecy. People think if you get a prophecy or a word from God, it has to happen by tomorrow, right? You are in college, especially if you have a what's it called, a basketball scholarship. Instead of dividing your time between practice and becoming a quasi preacher to people that are like 72 years old, give all your energy to basketball so that you can actually make it into the league. Come on, that's what I feel like that's what you should have been, right? But now I see why you probably did not make it into the league, because if you're wasting your time between basketball practice and then being a part-time pastor, you're not focused, right? You're not focused because you try to be a socialist. Compete, become the best basketball player on your basketball team in college, right? And see if that does not get you at least into the NBA. But now look at you, right? Because when you were younger, somebody told you, oh my gosh, one day you're gonna serve God, you're gonna be a pastor. You can do that when you're 60, when you're 70. What is the rush? Like, what is the rush? For right now, focus on what you're there for. You have a scholarship to play. Play for the people, focus on your game. When you have free time, then study. Okay, you can pray for people later. There are a bunch of pastors already. Nobody needs you to pray for old people. That's a waste of time. Praying for 5 people when you could be out there practicing. Make it make sense.
The next at her house?
No, we didn't go back to her house. Her daughter was over a daycare. So we went to a daycare.
She went the opposite. You went always to start preaching.
I went from I went from the elderly to the barely, and then went to the daycare, and it was disgusting because they ain't cleaned it. Diapers everywhere. I rented 2 speakers from a dude named Rob Ryder. 15 inches. One was facing them, one was facing me, with a microphone with a 6-inch cord on it. I couldn't lead the speaker too far, so I had to stay connected to it. I'm preaching that sermon, man. I'm preaching that sermon, and people start joining.
They did.
Start joining, man.
At the daycare?
At the daycare.
And that's where you started holding services?
Started holding services at a daycare.
And you were 21, your what, junior year in college?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And you grew that thing to 600 people?
Grew it to 600, man.
At the daycare?
Not only did I grow it to 600 people, we purchased a building for $40,000.
Hold on.
On 2 acres.
At that age?
And I bought the 10 acres across the street. I brokered a deal. So I went to school. I didn't go to school to be a preacher. I went to school and got my degree in business. So I wanted to be a CEO of a corporation.
So what are you doing basketball then? Where that's going to fall in?
I wanted to play in the NBA too. Man, I love this podcast. We just talking about everything. So let me tell you what I did. My coach asked me, he said, you going to preach or you going to play basketball? Because it did become a problem. The more the church grew, the more practices I missed. My coach said, you going to play basketball or you going to...
What did I tell you? I didn't even see this part. What did I tell you? It's lack of focus. Like you're being distracted. You know how they say, like, what they say, jacks of all trades, master of none. When you try to do too many things at once, you end up failing. Sometimes you got to pick something. You stay focused on that. Once you're done with that, you've accomplished everything. Then you move on to the next thing, right? But it would have made more sense because, like I said, you got a scholarship for basketball. Be the best player on your team. No, you want to split your time between basketball, which is why you're there, because that's what's paying for your college, and then praying for old people in their 70s, like, and it's only 5 people or even 600 people. You're not there for that. You're not there for that. Lack of focus. Just because you receive a word, even if it's real, right? It doesn't mean it has to happen by tomorrow. David had a word that he's going to be king. It took 17 years to come to pass, right? Joseph had a vision. It took 20 years or so for it to come to pass, right? Like, it doesn't happen overnight. And when people receive a word from God or a prophetic word, right, they stress themselves out like, oh, it has to happen by tomorrow. No, maybe the prophecy is like for something that is to come, like in the long future. Don't grow worried. Like, do not make yourself anxious. Don't obsess with it. If it's meant to be, it will be. But right now, you're getting paid your school's getting paid by you playing basketball. Be the best player you can be. Because now you're cheating. You're cheating your teammates. Because everybody's here working hard, practicing and stuff, and you're not there. But that's what you're there for. You're getting paid for that. Why are you not there? Like, that's crazy. Oh my goodness.
Preach. I looked at him and said, I said, man, I got baptized at 6. I've been preaching since I was 14. I started preaching July 1995, last Sunday of July. I said, I got baptized at 6, been preaching since I was 14. I've been in church all my life. This is an easy choice. You're asking me, am I going to play basketball or am I going to preach? I'm going to play basketball. And I'm going to ask the Lord to give me enough money when I play basketball to buy him a church. I said that at 4:00 in the afternoon. By 8:00 that evening, I was on the stretcher on my way to the hospital. I tore every ligament in my left knee the same day I said that. So it wasn't no doubt what I was supposed to do in my life.
You said that was an easy decision?
Easy decision. Because when you...
And you see, that's the mindset of a socialist. Being rich is a bad thing. So if somebody's saying, focus on that so you can go in the league. No, I'd rather be a pastor and do what? Preach for people with no money in your pocket? Right? And he said, oh, then I tore every ligament in my body. Yes, because you were not practicing. That's the thing about practice, right? The more you practice, especially with like strength training, it avoids injury. You then break every ligament in your body because God was like, yes, look at him. He's so committed to me. Let me destroy his body. Like, he's insane. You are insane. No, you got injured because you were not practicing enough, Keon. And he knows this. We all know this. Even running, if you don't prep well before you run, you're going to hurt yourself, right? Like, please. Oh, my little baby's crying. Okay? No.
You hear your knee pop in your ear after you told God what you're not going to do? Yeah, you know that you had better listen. So although I was playing up until that point, I got real serious. I got real serious at that moment. And that's when I knew I was going to do ministry the rest of my life.
But at that point, when you hurt yourself playing basketball, your church was thriving?
Church was thriving. I still had another year of basketball. So instead of pursuing professional basketball, I spent my whole senior year knowing that once I dribble the ball the last time this season, that's it. I can't pursue professional basketball. I've got to spread the gospel. And so,
what city were you in doing this?
Fort Wayne, Indiana. I was at Purdue University.
Purdue, okay.
Under my coach Doug Knoll at the time, and Cliff Livingston. He won a couple championships with Michael Jordan and Joe Pachota. So yeah, that's my life, man. That's how I got here.
So did you regret it? Like at that moment when you hurt yourself, that you go, wow, God, now I got a problem with you because I said this and I'm hurt. Because your goal was, to be the next Michael Jordan. You know, if you're looking at that like that, I have goals to be in the NBA. I say this, and then you did this to me, God.
You know, I had some dark nights. I ain't gonna lie to you. I did have some dark nights to the point where I dreamed about the injury over and over again. And if I ever saw somebody get hurt on television, it sent me into like a psychological shock because I got hurt with them.
Like PTSD.
Yeah, and I probably still do have it because sometimes I see something and it'll bother me a little bit. So I did have some post-traumatic stress. And I would be honest, I think I still do. I think I still do at this point in my life. And I don't know how to fully get rid of it. I've been to counseling about it, but my best strategy for it is literally, here go the Bible stuff, to put old things behind me, press toward the mark for the prize of the upward call. And I am who I am. I got what I have. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And so I'm happiest. And my route here, man, it was full of hell, quite honestly. But I made it.
Did you, when did the singing aspirations come into play? Because a lot of people don't know you can blow. So it's like I went to your church one day and you started singing. I was like, this joker can sing. Like I was like, this joker can sing. I was like, what in the world? I had no idea. And then I was talking to my publicist and she was like, oh yeah, he had an album. You know, he's a for real gospel artist. I was like, he is? He was? I was just
I have a nomination for a Stella Award.
Stella,
So when I was in the 6th grade, I tried out for the talent show. I sung.
What you say?
Forever My Lady by Joe C. I created a group in elementary, man. And we wore Timberlands and everything. I could still see myself. Ooh, yeah, you know. So,
did y'all win?
I don't even remember, man. I don't remember. So I started early, and then when I got to high school, a guy named Leon Kendrick, he's a legend in the town I grew up in, and he had me sing Chestnuts Roasting on the Open Fire for the Christmas play.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Yeah. And I got a standing ovation.
He was like, yes, I like this.
It's like, dang, I'm the next Eddie King. I'm about to sing this thing. And that's when I fell in love with singing. He made me fall in love with it, man. He was so patient with us. He made me fall in love with it. So yeah, man.
So through college you were singing?
Yeah. The first song that I sung as a pastor was A Change Gonna Come by Sam Cooke.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it was my favorite song.
So you were preaching and singing when you started off?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I can see why they were being drawn to you like that, because that's a perfect duo to have together. If you're preaching and you can preach the word and you can sing, and then you're young and vibrant. And so, well, let me ask you, before I assume, when you were 23 and 21, well, I'll say 21 years old, when you were preaching, were you trying to preach and be like the old folks?
Yeah, I'm younger now than I was when I was 21. When I was 21, I had 5 buttons. I had a knot with a Pat Riley collar. And I was like, what's up, Doc? You know, all that kind of stuff. Man, I remember meeting Bishop Jakes. Bishop Jakes told me, he said, now you know you too old to be this young. He said, your problem is you trying to be like people who you're already above. Man. And he said to me, I listened to 5 of your sermons online. This is the first conversation we ever had. He said, I listened to 5 sermons you preached online. He said, you are an Olympic swimmer in shallow water.
Woo!
And you notice how all the people we met tonight who are a little crazy, this auntie here too, you got this auntie here, you got this dude over here, they're all listening to Bishop Jakes and making bad decisions. Okay, y'all, I'm here, I'm taking care of the baby, right? But please, like, listen carefully, right? You see, Bishop Jakes over here, right? This, so he doesn't go to the league, Bishop Jakes. This one, she sells all her multi-million-dollar properties that she built. Because Bishop Jakes, she heard a word from Bishop Jakes. They're all listening to Bishop Jakes. And they're all making horrible financial choices. Okay? You understand? And then think about this too, right? Everything about his life, he's basing it off something that happened when he was 6 years old. Child, please, like what? You are 6. Now you're grown. You are in college. Like you have a whole basketball scholarship. And you keep going back to when you were 6. Somebody said you're going to preach the word. They say that to everybody when you're 6. Oh, you're so cute. You're going to preach the word when you get older. They say that to everybody. Who hasn't heard that? When you were a kid and you went to church, oh my gosh, one day you're going to be a little preacher, right? You are an adult. Like you're a grown person. You're in college. and you're basing your life, you're making life decisions based on something that was said to you when you were 6 at church. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yes, they all keep coming to this man's show. And Latarius is a mess. I can't stand him. Okay? They do. They're like, oh, you gonna preach the word. Because it's a thing to say. Like, oh, preach the word, preach the word. Oh, you gonna preach the word when you get older. I heard that growing up too. They're like, okay, sure. I even told you my pastor mom. She was like, oh, Marlene, she was like, daughter, you have a street ministry. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's probably true. I'm not rushing into it. I need money. Okay. So, like, I mean, for me, I think like they say it a lot at church, though. Look at these little kids. You gonna sing in the choir, huh? Just like your mama. Oh, you gonna preach like your daddy. They say these things. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's church talk. It's like these are just platitudes. They're just things people say. But does it mean that it's like real, or it has to happen by tomorrow? But if you have a chance to get into the NBA, you should really go for that. But when you're raised in the church and you're raised to be a socialist, you think it's a bad thing to be rich. And not because you hurt yourself. Oh, yeah, God broke all the bones in my body, like the other lady. And God proceeded to break me and tell me how to sell all my homes and give all my money to the poor. No, he didn't say that. Okay? It's not God who caused him to be injured. He was not practicing enough. If you don't practice enough, especially when it comes to your strength training, if you're not out there in the gym lifting these heavy weights, you are going to hurt yourself. If you don't warm up properly, you're going to hurt yourself. Not everything is God. It's just lack of practice, and you're not maintaining your body properly. That's why the coach was like, you're missing too many practices. He's not practicing. He's not lifting heavy, and he's not warming up his body adequately. So he hurt himself. Oh my gosh. Not everything is God. It's just insanity. Right? So I'm like, Bishop Jason comment, and then they all sit with Latarius. I'm like, this is pure madness. Had he gone to, had he made it to, oh my gosh, had he focused on his training, made it to the league, right? He would not have to ask us for $4 million. He would have had it. You have a chance to get into the NBA and you throw it all away because you want to start having church. You can do that later. Like, it's not your time now. Everything within season. And you don't practice. Now you hurt yourself, so you have no other choice than to do this. And he probably lost his scholarship. Like, it makes no sense. God is not going to tell you to go start a church that will cause you to lose your scholarship and therefore not have your bachelor's degree. When the Bible says my people perish for lack of knowledge. So if you're in school, it's to learn. You have a gift. The gift enabled you to have a free ride to college. Finish your degree. That's like being a Christian too. Like, it gotta mean something to people. Like, it's like you're a brand, right? When you're a Christian, you should say to yourself, whatever I start, I finish. When I start something, I finish, right? Let that be your reputation. You start something, you don't finish. You have an engagement with the team. You don't show up for practice. It's not fair to your teammates because they're showing up and they need you. The church did not give you a free ride to college. If the church was paying for you to go to college, I understand why you have to preach. But it's not the church. It's the school. It's the basketball team. It's coming out of their budget. They are investing in you. You sign a contract. You agreed to this. Now, that's an easy choice because when I was 6 years old, the pastor said, child, shut up. You're 21. You know the kind of stuff I said when I was 6 years old? I don't care about that stuff because I'm old. I know better. And just because you want to be a pastor, it doesn't have to be right now. It can be later in life. It's not a big deal. Focus on what you have going on. You're seriously blessed. Like, make something out of this. No, you want to be a freaking socialist. You weirdo. Hold on.
Changed my life, man.
How old were you then?
Early 30s. Early 30s.
Did you take heed to that and adjust?
I did. So when he told me, and he gonna get mad at me for telling this story, I'm on the phone with him. He said, I don't know why it took you so long to say nothing. He said, you preached so long and you didn't say nothing. I put the phone on mute and cried because I wanted him to be impressed with me. And one thing about that man, he will not give you an approval until you deserve it. But when he does give it to you,
you know you deserve it.
You know you deserve it. Yeah, you know you deserve it.
He said, you preached so long.
He said, why did it take you so long to say so little? Whew, man.
Why it take you so long to say something?
Preached the hour and didn't say nothing.
That was one of your favorite sermons.
Man, I thought it was my stick. Because, you know, you send them your best ones. I said, did this man just look at my best sermon and say I ain't say nothing? I ain't got a shot.
And see, and the fact that, I'm not trying to be funny, huh? I'm not trying to be funny. But the mere fact that Bishop Jake said to him, you preached for so long and you said nothing relevant, at that moment, he should have known. Preaching is not for you. I don't get this. I really don't get it, right? Preaching is not for you. You're not good at it. Focus on what you're good at. You're super tall. Like, look how tall Keon is, really tall. Like, you're super tall. You have a basketball scholarship. Focus on playing basketball. You're good at that. You're not a good preacher. Even like when you watch this interview, it's kind of dry because he's not very charismatic. He's very boring. His sermons are boring. He's not a great preacher. You just don't have it. I don't know what else to tell you. You don't have it. So when Bishop Jake says, like, you talk a lot and you say nothing, it's like ding, 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 ding. This is not for you. Whoever told you you're going to be a pastor, maybe they made a mistake. They just told me it was probably just a little cute little compliment. And you really took it to heart. Right? But I'm like, even this interview, it's a very dry and boring because he's just not that person. He's not inviting. He's not charismatic. He's not warm. Like, oh yeah, like, oh, he's my preacher, right? He's boring. Yes. But I'm like, Bishop Jenkins, he's trying to tell you you're just not good for this. What, like, if you see Jamal Bryant, I know Jamal's a creep. Like, Jamal's a super creep. But if you ever see Jamal Bryant preach, though, Jamal is good. He's just a little thotty, okay? But it's like Jamal Bryant, he's really good. Jamal can preach. You cannot. Jamal has it. Like, it's just a thing. Like, you have it or you don't. So sometimes there's things you wish you could do, but it's just not your thing. You should have focused on basketball. The man is telling you, like, child, you talk too much. Get to the point. Right? I'm like, do you know, child, people just don't know how to read the room. I don't know.
But let me tell you what he do, though. Let me tell you what he do.
Oh, goodness.
He ain't going to just leave you like that.
Leave you wounded?
No, he ain't going to leave you wounded. He said, if I preached this sermon, this is what I would have said.
Ooh,
and he went for a half hour and killed it. And then I started crying again.
You see?
Like, man, I ain't.
And then notice, too, what it took him an hour to say, Bishop Jake said it in 30 minutes. And he said it an even better way. It took you 60 minutes to say something that could have been said in 30 minutes. This is not for you. That's why I told you guys, if you remember I said to you, like, there's no reason for a man to pray for 2 hours, right? Because when you go into prayer, if you are intentional, you can say it in 15 minutes because you go into prayer being intentional. When you are intentional, you get straight to the point. You talking too damn much, right? Why does a man need to pray for 2 hours? You have to go to work. You see, he said he had a sermon for 60 minutes. Bishop Jake said that is just way too long. Get to the point. 30 minutes and you can be concise. Why? Because Bishop Jake, he has the gift for it. He has a lot of practice hours. And not just that, he knows how to get to the point because he's intentional. What makes you impactful as a speaker, right? What makes you impactful as a public speaker, as a preacher, is not being verbose. People are going to fall asleep. You got to get straight to the point. Make it tangible. Make it palpable. Make it understandable. Get to the point. You're talking too much. But I'm like, obviously, I hope you guys can see, he's not called to do this. That is not his calling. And because he's so obsessed with something that happened to him when he was 6 years old, here we are. We have to suffer through this. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. And the thing is also, let me tell you this, right? Because he wants to do something he's truly not called for and he truly does not have the gift for, right? He's always going to be insecure. He's always going to feel like he's not good enough because that's not what he's supposed to be doing. You gotta truly do what you have gifts for, right? Your gifts will make room for you. You don't have the gift for this. So you're always going to look over here, look over there, and there's always going to be someone way better than you who does it with so much ease, and it's going to trigger you because you're going to feel like you're less than. No sermon needs to be 60 minutes. It's excessive. cut it down. You're talking too much. Get to the point. Makes no sense. Hold on. Wait this.
You're never gonna get good at this.
But Bishop is on a different level.
Whole nother level.
He's just on a different level. Because I'll be listening to him sometimes. I said, how does he know the vocabulary that well to string words together like that so effortless?
Yeah, he different.
It's just, I watched this video one day where he was, who was that? Your boy, God, it's not Virginia. I just forgot the man's name, but it's a pastor. And they were just throwing stuff at him and told him to preach, freestyle. And I was just like, this don't make no sense.
That's how he trained us to preach. He would take a glass, sit it on the table, put water in it and say, preach on it. And we have to say something like, as the dew runs down the, he would make it.
I'm gonna do it. Here it is, right here.
This is an award you got?
Yeah.
He would give it to you and say, in my hand, I hold something that was given to a man who didn't make it. So the person who made it obviously had some sort of idea of the specialty or the specificity of the person they were going to give it to, because they didn't make it out of wood. They didn't make it out of some inferior object. They made it out of precious metal. I guess it would signify the level of man or woman it would be given to. But what I see, he must have been a worshiper, because his head is looking toward the hills, like David said, from which his help would come from. And his arms are, so he would make us just, and then he would say, but what's greatest about this is it's a picture of God, because the man who it belongs to, I assume the fingerprints that I'm looking at belong to him. And ain't that like God? If you look at me, if you see anything, you could assume he touched me. So, and he would just make us just preach. That's what he would do.
God, no. And you were doing it at 30.
Yep. He would have it no other way.
So what did you feel, or how did you feel, and what was it that you said, if you remember, where he said, now you got it?
It took a while. But when he told me, I think I was preaching for him. I did a virtual sermon for his Pastors and Leaders Conference. It was shut down by COVID.
So during 2020?
Yeah. And I preached, and I sent him the video, because he's involved in all of his business. So I sent him the video, and he called me and he said, I'm proud of you.
You cried again, huh?
Did I cry that time? No, I was like, man, about time, bro. Dang. No, I'm kidding.
Took you long enough.
To be appreciated by somebody you admire it means a lot. Yeah.
He the GOAT. He the GOAT. And so when you start looking back, so now here you are at 21 years old, you've abandoned your dreams and aspiration of being an NBA player, and you went full in to ministry?
Full in. I was full-time then.
But I'm talking about with no backup plan.
No backup plan. I got my first salary 6 months in. They gave me $50 a week. Yeah. So I got $200 a month. I was driving a 1996 Buick Regal. It was.
You see this? Socialism, right? You see this? And the Bible, especially the New Testament. You are noble for being poor. You're bad if you're rich, right? Because my thing is, with the scholarship, I'm sure with the scholarship too, he had money. Because usually, like, if you have an athletic scholarship, it covers like your room, your board, your tuition, and you also have a stipend to eat. So you lost all that to get what? $50 a week. When you could have focused on basketball, trained super hard, made to the league. Even if you got picked as like a 50 round pick, you still would have hit up with at least $1 million, right? Focus on that for a little bit. Once you secure the NBA thing, you can go be a pastor full-time, if you half-time, because now you're a millionaire. God is not going to punish you because you prioritize your stuff. It's unbelievable. So he thinks being poor is cute. Look how tall he is. Like, look, his legs are like right here. Look at his feet. Look how long he is. He's not even comfortable. He is so freaking tall. No, you are born you're almost like 6'7" or something like that. You're born like 6'7", which is really rare for most people. You're very athletic, and he's really cute, right? You have a full ride scholarship to play basketball. Like, look, he's uncomfortable. He's a freaking giant. No, he wants to be a giant that preaches the Bible. Like what is this? He's so tall. Like, you were born this tall for a reason. It is so obvious. I'm like, this is so freaking obvious. You were called to play basketball first. People go, oh no, if I focus on money, God's going to hate me. Jesus is going to hate me. I need to be poor. I need to just throw in my education, throw away my scholarship because I'm a good Christian. When I was 6 years old, I was told I was going to pray. Okay, Ann, does it have to be right now? It's okay to work. God can't wait. There are other pastors right now. God can send those people to those pastors now until you're ready. It's okay. You're not here to save the world. Think about yourself first. Secure yourself before you think about other people. But when you're a Christian, a New Testament Christian, oh, the poor, put the poor before you. Put the poor before you. Put the poor before your education. Put the poor before your scholarship. Put the poor before even good sense. Like you make no sense. Okay? Focus on this college thing because it's a great opportunity. Give it your all. Show up for your team. Honor your contract. You gave these people your word. Be the best student possible. It's only 4 years. Focus on it for 4 years. Then do whatever you want. Even Jesus did not even rush into ministry. He was a carpenter first. He had a career. Then he started at 30. You're 18, like 18 to 22. Jesus himself did not even have a ministry. Hey, OG, even Jesus didn't even have a ministry at 21. He was still a carpenter. He starts his ministry at 30. So you can, even if you want to be a pastor, even if you believe that you're called to be a pastor, you can say, okay, at least wait till I'm 30. But you're 18 or 22, like 18 to 22, it's only 4 years. Once you're done, you can do whatever you want. Like honor your contract. You signed a contract. You accepted a scholarship to play basketball. The money is coming from the basketball team's budget. You breaking your word. Then you got to focus on your classes. It's part of your contract. You don't honor that contract, you want to go do something completely different. They're not the ones paying you. Make it make sense. Bishop Jakes, he's short and he's fat. He couldn't play basketball. He's a short man with a big old belly. He's not athletic. So of course he's going to preach. He doesn't have what you have. You have your gift. You're super tall. You're athletic. Go play sports. Make it happen for yourself. No, you want to look up to a short, fat man with a big old belly and a bald head. Okay? Look at Black Santa Claus. You want to see how big he is? He don't exercise. He just eats all the time. Okay? No. I'm looking up to that man. Okay? He can't do what you can't do, nor can you do what he does. And that's okay. Bishop Jakes is fat. He's obese. Okay? His belly's always right here. I'm not looking up to this man. He does not exercise. Does he even know what walking is or treadmill is? He doesn't. So why would you keep up with him? You know, he does what he does. You do what you do. That's it. That's that. People have to learn to be content with what they have. Stay in your lane. Now you're sitting here, you lost your scholarship, and you're making $50 a week. What is this? You did not get into the league because you want to do this stuff only to make $50 a week. And he thinks it's cute. Like he's like, he thinks it's like, oh my gosh, look at me. I'm so noble. I turned my back on my scholarship. I turned my back on college so I can preach the word of God. He thinks he is so noble doing this. You are a fool. And that's what the Bible makes a fool out of people. This New Testament stuff, it will make you sound like a fool. A real fool. Did you see Jeff Bezos drop out of Princeton? Heck no. He went to Princeton and then he went to work for McKinsey. What's it called? Some big firm. Got to know so many people. Then he started out the whole Amazon thing, right? Make it make sense. And even like people like, what's his name? Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, they dropped out of Harvard, but they started a business. And those businesses are billion-dollar businesses today. You drop out of school to become a pastor to old people. Make it make sense. When you had a full ride scholarship to play basketball, you could have made it to the league and you turn your back on millions of dollars so you can make $50 a week. It's embarrassing. And this is what they preach to young people. This is what they preach to young Black people. That it's noble. It's heroic to throw away your education, throw away your scholarships, and be a pastor for $50 a week. Like, what is this? This makes no sense. No, seriously, this is just madness. And do you know how many kids do the same thing with medical school and all kinds of stuff? They turn their backs on education. They are so intelligent. They are so smart. But they think, oh no, it's the right thing to do. You know, God, I got to go follow God. God can wait. Are you the only person out here? Tell God to go find somebody else to do it. I'm busy. He can wait. God can wait for you. It don't have to be right now. God can wait. He can find somebody else while you finish your degree. As Jesus said, the poor shall always be with you. So make it make sense. I'm like, it really triggers me. Like it triggers me. It triggers me. 4 years, 18 or 22. Focus on that. Even Jesus did not start his ministry until he was 30 years old. So that goes to show, even after you get your bachelor's, you still have 8 more years before you can say, okay, like since Jesus started at 30, I also want to start at 30. You don't need to have a ministry at 22. You don't need to have a ministry at 16. It doesn't impress anyone. Focus on your education. You're not here to save the world. You're here to be successful. And being a broke pastor in a broke car does not give success. And you wonder why so many young people don't want to go to church. Because the church is full of broke people, poor people, defeated people, and confused people. It's giving mental illness. These young people better be on Twitch, on YouTube, on TikTok, making all kinds of money. Because the church is nothing more than a covenant with poverty. And young people today do not want to be poor. They want to travel. They want to have nice cars, nice apartment. They want to buy stuff from Amazon. They want to go to nice restaurants. They want to live. Today's young people don't want to be poor, and they should refuse. You should rebuke poverty. Rebuke it. Exactly. Preach, Kevin. Okay? Like God can wait for you. Just because God said, I want you to do X, Y, and Z, he's not saying do it by tomorrow. He's saying like in your lifetime, there will be a season where you do preach the word. It doesn't mean it got to happen tomorrow. Right? Like make it make sense. So I'll be right back, y'all. I'm here. I'm listening, right? So y'all talk, entertain each other. I'm going to take care of the baby. I'll be right back.
Turquoise, gray interior, dual climate control.
Dual climate control.
And so after that, they raised me to $250 a week. Then I got me a Chrysler 300.
What is this?
And like a fool, the note was $500. I spent half of my monthly salary on a car that they said looked like a Bentley.
Everybody wanted those though. That was the broke man's Bentley. Boy,
Yes, sir.
You see, he's so proud of being poor. He's so proud of, because people, and that's another thing too. If you grew up in the church, y'all, if you grew up in the church, especially Black church, they always make it seem like you have to go through trials and tribulation. You have to be broken down. You got to be broken. Like even what's her name? Juanita Bynum. She has a sermon like that. Oh my gosh, it went so viral. It was called No More Sheets. And she was like, God broke me and the Lord broke me and I was broken. And she told us that every time she would buy something nice for herself, God told her to give it away. Why do you think I give my stuff away? Right? Because I grew up listening to her too. She bought this. God said, give it away. She bought this. God said, give it away. That's how we grew up, like people telling us that, when you're a Christian and if you want to go higher in God, you got to be broken. You got to give your stuff away. You have to do X, Y, and Z, So that's why he thinks it's okay. He thinks it's honorable. Oh, look, I was chosen because I had to give things away, because I had to be poor. So for him in his head, it validates that he was chosen. Because we are told that when you suffer, when you are being humiliated, when you don't have enough money, when you turn your back, when you refuse to work, when you live by faith, that's the right thing to do. That's what a real Christian does. No, these are horrible teachings. If you have a great opportunity, give it your all and do not fear being wealthy. You're gifted. Of course you're going to make money. Doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you a bad person. And you don't have to be broken. You don't have to live in poverty. Being poor proves nothing. Just because you don't have money does not mean that you're saved and sanctified. It doesn't mean that. Just because you're poor does not mean that God loves you more. This is pure insanity. It is madness. It is insanity. Okay? It's insanity. It is pure insanity. God is not against you making money. He's the one who gave you those gifts. I know the plans I have for you, the plans to prosper you. So if he gave you natural gifts, if he made you super, super tall, it's for a reason. You can preach later in your life. It's not going nowhere. The poor, the broken, the destitute, the confused. Child, is always going to be an abundance of it because most people make horrible choices. They ain't going nowhere. But this opportunity that you have, it's once in a lifetime. Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. I'm like, what is going on? Oh my gosh.
Had that grill, and that was designed by a black man.
Really?
Yeah, it was designed by a black man as an engineer at Chrysler, and I guess he gave us the live on that one. He said, "Hey,
it wasn't like Cat Williams said. It looked like a Bentley until a Bentley passed by." Man.
And so now here you are. When did you relocate from Indiana to? No, when did you get married? At what age?
Oh man, I don't remember. Next question. Putting old things behind me. I pressed toward for
we can talk about your ministry. You can talk about when you started ministry, but you can't talk about when you got married.
I don't remember.
You don't remember how old you were?
Don't remember. Next question.
Plead the fifth.
I was like, don't remember. 20 something. 23, 24, I don't know.
So in that point, because you made a comment about how you didn't get the buy-in of your former spouse on what the trajectory of your life looked like, right? Yeah. What were you doing that moment? Like, hey, we're gonna go move to Houston, and y'all may have met in Indiana and didn't get a buy-in that y'all gonna move here and move there. How that work?
So it wasn't necessarily didn't get a buy-in. I was pastoring before we met, but she knew she was marrying a pastor,
right?
So it wasn't the buy-in. What I meant by that is when you pursue a dream, you have to get buy-in for the amount of work that it takes to pursue the dream.
Yeah.
It wasn't buy-in for who I was. It was buy-in on, I'm going to be absent, sometimes emotionally. I'm not just physically, but emotionally, because I didn't have enough balance to know how to pursue her and the dream. Right. So the other woman became the church.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting up there all day trying to make it grow, not realizing that it wasn't my church to grow. It was God's. And so I spent all of that energy to get an outcome that I would have gotten had I been more faithful to home, because he was going to do that anyway, right? I had a job to pastor my house. He was going to grow the church, but I was trying to help him. And I think that it grew to 600. Had I not been involved, it might have been 1,200.
Teach.
Because sometimes we think that our involvement is growing the thing. It could be that our involvement
is hindering
the thing.
When I say, I think this crosses beyond just ministry, because what you're saying is so important, and it's speaking to me about, because I've always said that I got to find a healthy balance in what I do. And I watched a video one day where this content creator took a break from their platform, and it grew more. It grew more while they were on break than it did while they were pushing the product. Or I said that math don't make sense to me, especially based on algorithms and all that other stuff. It's a concept that just doesn't make sense to me. But you hit the nail on the head. When it's God who's responsible for growing that thing, the Bible says you plant the seed, Apollos waters it, and God gives the increase.
Except the Lord build a house.
There it is.
He who labors in vain. Sometimes we have too much involvement in God's business. Sometimes I say you have to keep your hands off of it, because God doesn't want your fingerprints on his blueprints. Like, he don't want you to be able to take credit for it. He don't want you to be able to say, I was at the studio every day and I did it. No, there's some things that have happened to this podcast that there is only one explanation.
Facts.
But for the grace of God.
Oh, this is good. Lord, this is good. This is good. This is good. But that is so healthy. I need everybody everybody has to grab that, especially with people in ministry, because I hear that so often, is that the church becomes the other woman and their spouse gets left behind, and yeah, that just hit me.
Like my wife now, Shawnee goes to work with me, if not 80, 90% of the time.
And you know why she goes to work with him? Because he's proud of her. She's like a trophy. Because they know that Shawnee O'Neal, the celebrity, right? The Shaquille O'Neal's ex-wife, the celebrity, the millionaire, the mogul, right? That's why you go to work with her like that, right? If she was just like your regular wife, you would not be doing this. And number one, like I said, I'm always going to say that no matter how much God calls you, No matter how much God says ministry matters, right? Your first ministry is your marriage because nobody forced you to marry. You were an adult and you agreed to get into this covenant. You were not forced to marry. God will never tell you to put the church over your marriage. That is crazy because he knows the first ministry in the Bible is actually marriage. It said, go ye and be fruitful. Okay. So God can never say, okay, now I want your ministry to come before your marriage. No, because the marriage is the ministry. Because however you mold your marriage, that's what's going to inspire your church ministry. Because if the marriage is fake, one day y'all going to break up, it's going to split the church, right? Raising your children comes before the ministry. And that's why when you build your church, as you get older, you have the deacons. They're supposed to help you. You have elders, you got the elders, you got the deacons. They're supposed to help you. So if you're overwhelmed, spread the work. Give it to other people. Right? Because you have a family to go to. You're not the best pastor ever. Like, shut up. That's what you have deacons for. Deacons are meant to help you. Elders are also there to help you, right? So train people. Unless it's like really, really serious, talk to the deacons. Everybody don't have to go to the pastor right away. Deacons or elders, right? If they truly, truly can't help you, then I guess come find me. But everybody should know, hey, pastor also needs to go to his family. That's your ministry. And you should always pray for your marriage. You should always pray for your marriage. Because Keon, had you been more prayerful towards your marriage, you never would have been seduced and fallen for Shawnee O'Neal. But you were not praying for the marriage. You were praying to be famous with your ministry. No. Your marriage comes first. So you got to take care of that. Always pray for your marriage. When you pray for other people, you pray for your marriage and pray for your children, right? Because that's your priority. No, I'm going to abandon my family, but I'm going to be pastor of the year on the outside. It makes no sense. So it's like when it comes to Shawnee, of course you're going to treat Shawnee better because to you, Shawnee's a prize. She's a prize. And you want her to come to work with you because it feeds your ego. Right? But if Shawnee was not Shawnee and she didn't have Shawnee money and she didn't have Shaquille's last name, you would not be treating her this way. You're not a good person. Like, you're not a good person. Hold on.
I mean, if I walk through that door, my wife is with me because we're on this journey together.
Yeah.
Like this is our ministry.
But was that something?
So now that you married a rich woman, now that you married a woman that's richer, that's more famous, that's more this. Oh, now let's do it together because you know dang well, because Shawnee has more money, she has more fame, she has more followers than you. You can't treat her the way you treated your ex-wife because she's not going to stand for that and she's going to put you on blast. And if she puts you on blast, the sisterhood going to come for you. So you scared because you know the sisterhood, oh, they're crazy. They'll cancel you. They'll ruin your life. You know dang well they're crazy. So Shawnee, like she got a lot. She got the money. She got the sisterhood. She has her popularity. Like she's a very established person. So you can't treat her the way you would treat me, treat your ex-wife, treat Val, because us, we're not that known. So you can do whatever you want to do to us, right? Because we don't have millions of followers to come cancel you. I don't have the sisterhood on speed dial. So because Shawnee is on a higher pecking order, because you understand you're not stupid. And not just that too, her ex-husband is a powerful man. So if you do something to the mother of his children, he'll come for you. So of course you involve her and you bring her around because you know she wouldn't accept anything else. Right? And you know with how many, like the millions of followers that she has, you have to be on your best behavior. But your wife, she didn't have that. Because I'm sure if your wife also had a blue check mark, if your ex-wife had a blue check mark, if your ex-wife had millions of followers, it would have been the battle of the titans. Right? But she didn't build her social media following. That's where she messed up. So then you're going to treat her like this. So she didn't have the backup. Only the church people knew. But she needed like millions of followers just like Shawnee O'Neal. Like, you're not a good person. You are truly not a good person. You treat people based on their rank. Remember, we watched the Stoic video. They're like, oh, be very careful. Look at people who treat people who have less than them, right? If they're nice to people who have power because they want power for themselves. But if they treat everyday people horribly, they're not good people. He's not a good person. He's not a good person. Where was Shawnee when you had nothing? Where was Shawnee when you only had $50, $250 a month? Where was she? That girl with the 300,000, she took you in when you had nothing. Where was Shawnee? Now that she helped you to build a church with 15,000. Okay, now it's good. I'm tired of you. I need more. I need something bigger. Then you should have taken your little basketball thing seriously instead of having to rely on a woman. He's so dishonest. And not just that, you guys, he lacks self-awareness. Because so God told you to turn your back on your basketball scholarship. God told you to turn your back on your college education, right? Because he broke all your bones. Oh, shut up. Okay? But then he's going to have you rely on a woman when the Bible says that the husband is the head of the household. Make it make sense. So he makes you not become an NBA player where you could have been a millionaire and head of household, right? To break every bone in your body. So for you can be a pastor in order to lean on a woman financially. That's what God told you. Like, it makes no sense. Why wouldn't the same God make you richer than your wife, since he told you and he broke all your bones so you could serve in ministry? It makes no sense. Because according to the Bible, a man cannot be financially, especially for a long season. Things happen, but for a long season, you are financially dependent on your wife. Your wife takes care of you. Show me where in the Bible it says that. The man is the leader. You're the head, not the tail, right? It says, woman, submit to your husband, and wife, love your husband, love your wives as Christ has loved the church. Jesus provided for the church. He even died for the church. You, the first chance you get to get with a rich woman, you turn your back on your wife. You turn your back on your daughter. Is that something that Christ would have done? When Shawnee came with her Jezebel energy, her home wrecking energy, you should have set her free. You should have rebuked that spirit in her in the name of Jesus. You rebuke the spirit because she's possessed. She's a pervert. She's a pervert. Evelyn is a pervert. That's why they're like this, because they have the same energy. They have the same spirit. They have the same mantra. Okay. Oh, yeah, you got to go to sleep now. Don't worry. I'm going to leave this up. Okay. So you should have been able to read the spirit, like discern the spirit. She is perverse. Because when a woman who knows that you're married, you came to my church, you saw my wife, you saw my daughter, and now you're trying to tempt me with sex, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Right? That's exactly what happened to Joseph. When the wife of Potiphar tried to sleep with him, he said, no, I can't do this. You're the master's wife. He said, your husband said I could be a steward of everything in the house. But he never said I could sleep with his wife. So Joseph ran for his life. The Bible says you must run away from sin, not walk, not dance. It says run for your life. Right? So you see this woman, you saw that she was attracted to you because she has a type. She likes them tall. She's into basketball players. You look like one. You should have been one, right? And instead of rebuking that spirit, you give her your number. You open the door. You let her know you were interested. And then when you finally have a trip out of town in California, because she knows she's in California, you say, hey, big head, come see me preach. And then what? She already saw you preach. She can see you preach on YouTube. Your wife is not here. Why must she come alone to see you preach? For what? She said, oh, that's too far. Can I come to your hotel and stay? You say, yeah. For what? Are you R. Kelly? With the after party at the hotel? Okay, meet me in the hotel lobby. Is you R. Kelly or what? Make it make sense. You kept letting her know it was okay to do this. Make it make sense. Why? Because you never cared about your marriage. Like, no, you are obsessed with being famous. And that's why you got to pray. Even Jesus said you must pray without ceasing. But you always need to think about your wife. No matter what you do, whatever you do, think about your wife. Think about your daughter. Always be in prayer for your family. And the same thing for a wife, because we can all be tempted. So therefore, every day you must remind yourself about your wife. Put her picture on your phone. Like, have your wife as like your screensaver. Think about her. Put her all around you. Even if you're not home, surround yourself with images of your wife so that you keep thinking about your wife. You have a wife, you idiot. You have a daughter. If you have an Apple Watch, let your daughter be the face on your Apple Watch. So when you think about giving someone your number and you got to turn on your iPhone, you'll see your wife's face. Like, am I really about to do this? Or put your daughter's picture as your screensaver. And when you're about to, put your password and try to take another woman's number, you're going to see your daughter's face. Do I really want to do this? Right? If I sleep with this woman, my marriage is over. My daughter might have daddy issues. You had daddy issues. You had mommy issues. And then you inflict that on your daughter. She might have an OnlyFans account one day. You just never know. You don't know how little girls take to their dads not being in their lives. Is Shawnee worth it? Shawnee is really worth you doing this to your own child. Like, you're sick. Like, you're sick as hell. You know what I'm saying? And they call themselves pastors and they have no integrity. They have no form of sexual discipline. These people are nasty as hell. When your daughter becomes a teenager, then you'll see how this divorce affected her. You have no idea what you just done. But people don't think. They don't think. You can turn your back away. You can turn your back on a basketball scholarship, but you can't turn your back from extramarital sex. You don't turn your back from sex, huh? But you'll turn your back from a basketball scholarship that's enabled you to be in college for free. But when this woman offers you sex when you're married, then you don't turn your back. Now you're wide open. I'm not impressed with you. I am not impressed with this man. That's what I don't even know how people can let a man like this be their pastor. How can you let a man like this lay hands on you and pray for you? What you about to give me? What spirit is you about to transfer me? And that's why I told you, divorced people could never be my pastors because I intend on staying married. You know how to put your curses over my life. Why are you divorced? Okay? Why are you divorced? Because you're filthy? Because you lack a sense of priority? Because you're a pervert? What, she gave you good head? Is that what it is? Look at these people. You're so damn weak over money. Like, what was it? What makes a man break his vows to his wife and his daughter? You only have one baby. Shawnee got like 5 kids. You only have 1 kid. And as Jesus said, when you're a good shepherd, even if you have 100 sheep and 1 is missing, you'll do whatever it takes to find that 1. You only have 1 child. You got 1 baby. And look at what you're putting her through. And on top of that, she's a girl. Look at social media. Look at TikTok. Look at Instagram, YouTube, OnlyFans. Look at what happens to young Black girls who don't have their daddies in their life. You have no idea. You probably broke that girl's heart. She will never believe in love again. She will never believe in marriage again, right? Because you can say no to Shawnee O'Neal and her perversion. She's a pervert. She's a secular person. She's a pagan. What can she do for you? And right now you need $4 million. She got it. She won't give it to you. Make it make sense. I'm like, he's insane. He really is. I'm like, he's possessed. He's insane. He's truly insane. And I feel so bad for his daughter because, like, little girl, you don't deserve this. How can your daddy choose another woman that got a bunch of kids over you, and then he's playing a father figure to people who have a father who is way more successful, way taller, way more intelligent, and way more business savvy? They already have a dad. They don't need you. Okay? And when it comes to your poor money skills, you actually should be adopted by Shaq because he needs to teach you a few things about money. Make it make sense. This is crazy.
You had a conversation about?
Yes. This is what I'm saying. Yes. Yes. See, when you're young, let me not say you, because sometimes you put parameters on people that don't have. When I was young, I didn't realize that I needed to make sure that I made a decision that had enough room for my future in it. When you're young, you make a decision for where you are, and you have not yet considered where you will be. So when my wife and I got together, our first conversation lasted 6 hours. We were so brutally honest about where we were going and what we wanted to do. We both left.
See, and then he says this thing, you guys, I'm sorry I keep stopping. We might be here forever. But you see this? This is that love bombing stuff. Trying to say, oh, we like, when he says they talk for 6 hours, he wants us to feel as though this is the deepest conversation they've ever had. Like it was so, our souls connected. We had this bond, okay? She understood me the way no one else ever understood me. And I understood her, right? It's that love bombing stuff they do. They be on the phone for like 25,000 hours. It's like, oh, here. We've heard, y'all been here long. I mean, some of y'all knew, but the majority of y'all, you've been here long enough to recognize the signs of a narcissist, right? They'll keep you on the phone for like forever hours. Okay? There's nothing impressive about that. It's a freaking red flag. A married man on the phone for 6 hours with a woman, like, what is this? Okay? That is not impressive. It proves nothing. If anything, it's a true testament that someone here is a narcissist, because this is part of love bombing. Having you on the phone for countless hours. They want to be in constant, exactly. Thank you. Boom, boom. If y'all don't know, that's a story from Nigeria. This girl, Sharon, she married this man. He had her on the phone for hours. This is what they do. That's part of the whole love bombing process, is to hold you on the phone. Even the pastor kid who's like, who met his wife at the Diddy party, when he finally got her on the phone, he kept her on the phone for hours. Then he saw her every single night. Then he put her into the Bible. All kinds of weird stuff, right? This is what they do. Do not be impressed. If a man wants to hold you up for 6 hours, you better hang up the phone. He's a narcissist. It is not cute. Okay? It's not cute. It's love bombing. It is excessive. It is so excessive. It is so excessive. Don't believe me? You do your own research and you'll see I'm not making this up. It never fails. They will overwhelm you with their phone calls. They will overwhelm you with their text message. They'll be so sad when you don't call them back right away. Like if you have a missed phone call, you got to call him right back. Well, that's different. Okay? Right? Oh, you always got to be shady. Anyways, got to be very careful. I can't stand you. Okay? Yeah, he's trans Shaq. He has a trans identity. Okay? But you got to be very careful. Because he wants you to feel like, oh, this is a deep connection. Oh my gosh, we were on the phone for like 6 hours. We were on the phone for like 12 hours. Girl, it's weird. Weirdo. You won't even talk to your wife this much, but you go talk to Shawnee this much. And why? Because she's richer. And she's connected to Shaq. Well, I'm not stupid.
Left the table. People say a love story. We didn't leave the table thinking like, can I see you tomorrow? We left thinking like, ooh, should I ever see? Because we told each other like, I don't want to get married again. We told each other that. She said it to me and I said it to her. And we decided that we were just going to be friends and we were going to walk this path. But it was good, man. We had so many conversations.
Lies. So you're going to be a pastor of a church. You're going to divorce your wife and stay single and be a pastor knowing damn well you like to have sex. So you're looking for scandals. You're looking for sexual harassment lawsuits. Make it make sense. Like, he is so damn stupid. He's so damn stupid. What man do we know can stay single with no sex, especially when he's used to having sex, especially when he likes the guac 3000? Make it make sense, right? No. Men don't practice celibacy. Okay? They do not practice celibacy. Men are very sexual people. They like to have okay? So no, you're full of it. So y'all not gonna be married. You're gonna be a pastor. Y'all gonna be smashing. Like you have no integrity. How can you be a pastor and not be married? You're gonna divorce your wife. Hey boo, you're gonna divorce your wife, stay single, entertain this woman, have sex with her, but not be married. Then you're gonna come preach on Sunday. But then you're telling us you love God so much that you turn your back on your college scholarship, on your basketball scholarship, right? Only for you to be a pastor male hoe? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I'm starting to wonder, like, when you got to college for your basketball scholarship, was it the fact that there were other guys on the team that were better than you? And like you didn't know this because you come from a different place, like a smaller place, and like wow, these guys are really good. And instead of rising up to the occasion, instead of training harder, competing harder, you just gave up. I told you the church is for quitters. Because he's very insecure. So were there like boys on that team? Did you have to compete for your spot? Because I'm like, from Gary, Indiana, okay, sure. But when you get to college, it's like the best of the best from different states are showing up. What happened? You got scared. Because I'm like, he loves attention. So I feel like if he was doing well on that team, he would have kept up with the team. But maybe like it was not easy for you to integrate. Like maybe you had challenges. Maybe you were not the best. So what you thought was good in your hometown was no longer good once you got to college. So you chose not to compete. Because like preaching is such a lazy thing. Preaching, becoming a pastor, it's not competitive. So why would you do this? Right? Anybody can pick up a Bible and preach, but not everybody can play basketball like this. At a collegiate level, like what's it called? NCAA is hard. You're going to give up a hard thing to do an easy thing. What exactly happened on that basketball team? You were a problem because he's jealous. Like he's low-key envious. Like, were you jealous of other players who were better than you? So you didn't want to have to compete? So you went somewhere where you did not have any competition. And that's preaching and preaching to old people. You, Vukulu, whatever your name is, you don't have to be here. Do not trigger me. I will block you. Okay? It messed up my flow. Okay? Because make it make sense. Seriously and honestly, make it make sense. You don't compete to go do something that's super easy, only to make $50 an hour, not $50 every week. That's why they pay you $50, because it's not anybody can preach. It's not something that preachers are not in high demand. Doctors are, yes, because no matter, you can't just wake up and be a doctor, right? You don't like to compete. So when it gets hard, you just walk away and you're like, oh, well, da-da. So, because I'm like, there's no way that you gave up so much to become a minister, become a pastor, only for you to go out like this. So you are not serious.
Hard ones.
Yeah.
That we didn't marry representatives.
That's good.
I think I knew who she fully was. I think she knew who I fully was. And that is ever evolving because people change. So who I was when I met her isn't who I am now.
Facts.
But we sat with a couple once that was married 60 years.
60 years.
60 years. And to this day, every time they have an anniversary, I think they were just married 61 this past year, 62. They'll text us and say, 62 years, y'all can make it. Now, ain't no way we making it 62 years unless we're going to live to 190. But but I get the premise, what they mean. It's Brother Henry Jackson and his wife. And I remember asking her while we were sitting there eating at the table, how do y'all stay married 60 years? She said, Pastor, yo daddy, because when you're young and you start a church, everybody your father. She said, yo daddy has been 9 different men since I've known him. I have just learned to love every version of him.
That's good. I need them. Shout out to them. I need them on my podcast. I love to sit around wisdom like that. Yeah. I need them.
Yeah, they were
60 years.
62 years.
And because you hear so many people when the relationship goes awry, they say, we grew apart. That's because you didn't learn how to evolve with the person and grow to love the next version of that person, the next iteration of that person. Lazy love.
Lazy love.
It's just like, no, that's too much work. Because when I met you, you wasn't doing this and you wasn't working at this job. Now you're doing this. I don't want no parts in that. And then you it goes awry.
Yeah, there's a quote I saw it on a bumper sticker once. It said, "The true mark of a Christian is not one who can love Jesus, but one who can love Judas."
What? A traitor?
So are you still in love when you feel betrayed? Are you still in love?
Love Judas. So he knows he's a traitor. Judas. Oh my gosh. He knows he's a traitor.
When you felt like you haven't been told the truth? You know, one of the biggest myths in relationship, and I covered in the book, is this 50-50 mess.
Talk about that.
This mess. 50-50. You know, this relationship is 50-50. What if I don't got 50 today? Are we going to have an 80% relationship? What we should be doing is having a fill in the gap relationship. I need to know you well enough.
Yes.
What do you have today? I got 40%. Don't worry about it. I got 60.
Yep.
Today I got 10. I got 90. Tomorrow I got 0. I got 100.
You see, and he thinks he. Oh my gosh, y'all! Even the stock market is not that volatile. Who wants to be in a relationship like this where you don't know what you're getting every day? Because once again, he doesn't understand what being a man is and what being a leader of a household is. Like, it's a joke. Because the church teaches you it's okay to be poor. Instead of like, you have to be steady. You are a husband. You got to be steady. You know what I'm saying? If you think you're not going to have tomorrow, then you got to think about how you're going to have some by tomorrow. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to get $1 million by tomorrow. Okay? But that's not fair to your wife. I mean, this is frightening. I hope y'all see what this Bible church is. Especially the New Testament. This is what it does to people. This is what it does to people. Because Jesus lived by faith. He didn't own nothing. He didn't have nothing. So people think it's cute. And that's why I said when these girls say to me, "Oh, Marlene, I want to marry a man like Jesus." I said, no, you don't. No, you don't. Because when it's time to pay the power bill, do you truly want a man to say to you, "Verily, verily, verily, I say unto thee, for a woman shall not depend on electricity, but whatever light that God seeks to give to her"? What? What is he talking about? Okay? When it's time to go to the grocery store, it's time to go to checkout. My Father who art in heaven, all these groceries belong to you. And you have said that I do not sow, but yet I reap. Father God, I ask you now to clear the cash register. Do you want to get arrested? Do you seriously want to get locked up? Right? Look, we have to be serious people. Jesus was not called to be a husband. He was called to be a Messiah. Okay? So you do not want to marry. Like it's insane. You don't want to marry a Jesus person. You want to marry someone who knows how to be a provider and who knows how to be a husband. This is insanity. Where is the money? Pay the people so we can get out of here. When it's time to pay the mortgage, do you want him to say, "Well, I guess it's time for us to start fasting so that God can provide. So let's pray. Let's pray over the mortgage. Father God, you know we have a mortgage to pay, but we ask you, Father, do you mind giving us the money?" No, life does not work like this. This is not how you live. Serious people do not live like this. You plan for all these things. You know what your expenses are. You have to make sure you make enough to have the money. But it's, once again, the church, live by faith, live by faith, live by faith. Wake up in the morning and live by faith, live by faith. You cannot live like this. And therefore, you don't want to marry Jesus. You're going to wake up at night. Your husband is gone. He's somewhere in the cemetery trying to rise the dead, like we're trying to raise the dead. Oh, you get up, you get up, you get up. No, I'm not looking for you at the cemetery while you're trying to raise the dead. No, we're not doing this. You have to work tomorrow. And this is why you do not make prayers like, "Oh my gosh, I want to marry a man just like Jesus." Here you have it. Today he has 10%. Tomorrow he has 40%. The day after he has 0%. Then he has 20%. Like, you never know what you get with this man. This is crazy. It's not sustainable. And then you have to raise children with that kind of uncertainty. No, it's uncertainty. We're not doing this. I'm not doing this. Ask for a man who knows that family matters. He needs to be a provider. He needs to be a protector. He needs to provide consistency. Otherwise, I'm not interested. Got to have good character, like respect your vows, have integrity, walk away from sin. This dude he's insane.
Reciprocity. We're not looking to meet in the middle. I need you to meet me where I am.
Oh gosh, that's good.
I need you to meet me where I am. And yesterday wasn't a 50-50 day. Yesterday, the boss cussed me out. I couldn't respond. He emasculated me, made me feel like less than a man. And I did not walk in the house with 50%. I walked in the house depleted of all of my manhood. Lady, can you give me 100 today? Can it be about me today? I promise you tomorrow, I'll make it about you. But I don't got 50. And you just have to meet me where I am, not meet me in the middle.
I don't know why that spoke to me so deeply. That took root. Because that is so real. And when you start hearing all this rhetoric, especially on social media, 50-50, 50-50, finances, 50-50, this, 50, and I ain't going to give you this unless you give me that. It's so counterproductive to a healthy marriage. It's counterproductive to even Christianity. Even with the Bible, he says Christ will meet you where you are.
That's right.
If he sat there and just like, well, unless you come with your 50, I ain't coming with no grace.
Well, and think not only did he come, he came all the way. He came from heaven, put himself in the womb of a child, came through the womb, grew up another 33 years to get to the cross. All I had to do was look to him. He did 99% of the work. All I had to do is confess with my mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in my heart. He came all the way. So this idea that love is 50-50, it's preposterous in its nature, and it has no validity in its stance. So in the book, I talk about, see, Latarius, we all are born with attachment styles.
Yeah.
But see, that's going to be different for me because I was raised by a single mother. But one of your listeners, their mother passed when they were young. They were raised by their father. Somebody else was abandoned and they were raised by
grandma.
Simone Biles was adopted.
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to all have different evolutions of how we have these attachment styles. So watch this. If I have the attachment style, the avoidant attachment style, for instance, well, that's the person that when you try to love them, they're like,
push back.
Yeah. What are you trying to do to me?
Yep.
What are you trying to do to me? Well, I'm not trying to do anything. I just have to now recognize you don't recognize this signal. You don't recognize the signal, but you have to recognize that you have some faulty wiring.
Yes.
That makes this signal not get to you. And I can't force myself on you, but you also have to recognize that you have some deficiencies in that. Or maybe somebody who was loved by a parent, who a secure attachment, everything they ever needed
was there.
Yep. So the moment you get in a relationship with somebody who doesn't have everything you need, you think that's a signal that God's saying you need to go somewhere else. It's the wrong person. So we have to trace back to the root of who we are to find the fruit of who we're trying to become.
The root to the fruit. So as you were bleeding on these pages, how did it make you, what things did you have to tweak within yourself to show up different in this new marriage?
The first thing I had to do in this new marriage is I had to make sure that I kept my promise, that I was not the man that I was before. I had to keep that promise because let me tell you, everybody walks into new rooms fearful. And when you walk into a room fearful and you smell the scent of something somebody says they were not, you run because you feel lied to. Right? If somebody tells you, I was abusive in my last relationship, but I'm over that. I got counseling. And then the next time you say something they don't like, they hit you upside the head. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You said
what you said,
that you didn't do that no more. You lied to me.
Yep.
And now the lie becomes more powerful than the hit. Why? Because I grew up with a liar. I was raised by a liar. I look out the window every day looking for my father to come and he never showed up. So when you lie to me,
it's deeper.
You can smack me. I can get over it.
Yep. But don't lie.
Ooh, you lie. I can't make it. You leave me.
Yep.
I feel rejected because I got that insecurity. You leave me. No, you can hit me upside the head. I can forgive it.
But the fact leaving me, if you just go walk out the door and say, I need a few minutes. Oh, you
broke up with me.
Yeah, you broke up with me.
You broke up with me.
Don't come back. Leave. You're going to leave. Don't come back.
Can I be honest? No, that's me.
Really? Somebody walk away?
Oh man, my wife will tell you. And I'm not proud of it. If you walk away from me, I'm gonna help you pack.
But that's how I am though. I'm the same way. I like to deal with whatever it is right now. But if you walk away, it's like, I'll be like, Where you going? Like,
Yeah.
if you're gonna walk away, because first of all, I look at it as disrespect. So it's compounded. I look at it that you disrespected me. If you walk away and drive off and leave, then that's even more so. It's like, okay, you must not be coming back because you left, and you're trusting that I will still be here when you get back.
That's why me and my wife got out all that on the table up front. I'm like, you can't leave the house.
Yes, facts.
You can't drive away. We can't do that. I remember one time me and my wife got in an argument. She grabbed some cover and called herself going to the other room. I followed her in there and lay right next to her. She said, something wrong with you. I said, we talked about this. Where you going? You mad? We mad. Now get in the bed. You turn that way. I'm turning this way.
We're gonna be here
but
together?
we're gonna be here when we wake up. Do not play with me because I ain't all the way there.
But you say we talked about this.
We talked about this.
So don't be surprised.
The most powerful writing often comes from confronting taboos. All those subjects relate to many people.
That woman gonna get me when she see this boy. I'm in trouble.
You said you walked in and laid next to her?
Right next to her.
Try to cuddle with her. She said, get up off me.
So she ain't tell me to get up off her. She knew I wasn't playing. I came right laying her, put my foot on her just like I normally do. Go to sleep. Go to bed. We going to sleep.
We go to bed. We wake up. We'll be better tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. If people are transparent, honest enough to share whatever those idiosyncrasies are and have those conversations, then you get a chance to know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Too often people, like you said, they'll fall in love with a representative. And then when they find out who that person really is and they're nervous, twitches and whatever their problems are, then they be like, it's off-putting instead of saying, these are my insecurities.
Yeah.
This is what you're dealing with so that they can love you, flaws and all.
Insecurity.
Yeah.
Like inner security.
Inner security.
You know, it's how I feel about me. And I can't outsource how I feel about me to how you feel about me.
I can't outsource how I feel about me on how you feel about me.
Because if I don't know who I am by the time I get to you, we're already doomed. Number one, I can't tell you who I am if I don't know. And number two, I don't know what my reactions are. I can't be consistent in my reactions if I don't know.
There it is.
So I got to know me. I've got to know me. And here is something I cover in the book. You really don't find out who you are from you. You find out who you are from the people you're in relationship with.
Yeah, they're mirrors.
You remember back in the day when we used to go to school, you old enough like me to remember, Scantrons.
Yes.
So this is what I would do. The teacher would get up there and say, A. I'm like, yep, A. She'll say E. I'm like, oh, I meant to say E. I changed the answer because people grade themselves on what they meant to say, not what they actually said. I got a lot of A's because I meant well.
I meant to say E.
I meant to say E. I promise you with my whole heart I did.
You're erasing the bubble.
And I would color it in light to make sure I can get a full erase. Because if you go too dark, you can't get rid of it. Lazy love. You can get it anywhere. Amazon. Ain't that what we here for?
Yeah, Amazon.
Target, Barnes and Nobles.
Everywhere you pick up your books.
Everywhere you can get a book from.
Everywhere you get your books. Oh my God.
Man, you got me in here sweating, man.
I turned the AC off because it'd be loud when I had the AC off. So listen, when you think about this, and as you've been transitioning, one thing I do want to talk about is your church is going through a whole remodel. And shout out to Joel Osteen and them for opening up the doors and letting y'all have service there. How does that feel?
Man. So I called Pastor Osteen and just said, hey, Pastor, we ain't got nowhere to go. Pastor Joel's so nice, man. Anybody who says this man isn't kind is lying. He said, Brother Keon.
He said, Brother Keon, listen now.
Listen, anything you need, I will do it. His church staff put together a rental package for us of what it would cost. Now, anybody who's ever been to Houston,
the church is huge.
The church is the old Compact Center. This is where the Houston Rockets used to play basketball. And the church is the same size as the arena. 16,000 seats in, I believe.
16,000.
And he says, you have your people call. He sent me 3 names. He said, call these people, they'll get you set up. So they sent us the rental agreement. Lord Jesus. I ain't never seen a rental agreement like that. And it was love. No, it was a love rental agreement. His love rental agreement
was way too
was above
what your budget was.
Pastor Joe called me back and said, I saw the rental agreement. He said, that's way too much. I can't be a burden to you. I got to be a blessing to you. He said, I'm going to cap it no matter how long you stay. He capped it at a number that was feasible for us. His volunteers are there when we're in church.
Really?
His camera operators are on the camera. Some of his staff are.
Sorry, because baby was here where I could talk. But it's funny to me how when he meets somebody like Pastor Joel Osteen, even though I will say his dad did lay a great foundation for him. But when you meet someone like Pastor Joel, and you see that he's been married to Victoria for all these years, when you see that Pastor Joel does not cheat on his wife, when you see that Pastor Joel goes to his family, his children every night, you don't have shame in your bones. I don't know how these people do this. Like, are you not embarrassed? Like, are you not embarrassed? Right? I'm not trying to say that, but I'm like, are you not embarrassed? And do you not think that maybe the fact that you did this to your wife, your ex-wife, is the reason why you're in this like conundrum, right? Because he's staying with his wife. Like, that's the same woman he married is who he's still with today. Look at how successful he is. Because your dad can lay a great foundation. You can fumble the bag too, though, right? But the fact that Pastor Joel is still married to Victoria after all these years, all these decades. He loves his wife. He adores his wife. He does everything with his wife. He's only had one wife. You call yourself a pastor. You are on your third wife. Do you not have any shame? Like me, I would be so embarrassed to like be around these people. Right? They don't cheat. They do not cheat. I'm telling you, them white Christian people, they do not play around with infidelity. They'll get rid of you. I'm like, you're not embarrassed. And when I tell you over here, there's a culture of no accountability. In Black churches, a pastor cheats, he gets to stay a pastor. A bishop has an affair, he gets to remain the bishop. He still gets to preach, right? There are no consequences. A Black pastor has babies all around the city, he can still preach. No, like there's no punishment. No punishment, no consequences, right? In white churches, you cheat, you're gone. You have an affair, you're out of there. They don't play stuff like that because they're like, yo, if we like let you stay or we let you stay in leadership, you're going to inspire other people to do the same thing. So they get rid of you. Yes, they don't do that kind of stuff. You saw the guy who was like the white guy from Hillsong who was the pastor to Justin Bieber. When it came out that he had an affair, they're like, okay, we forgive you, but you got to go. They let him go. Because they don't want you to, that's not their brand. Like, they're like, no, they're really about family. Like, one man, one wife, and the children. So when he had the affair, even though he apologized to his wife, he apologized to his kid, the white people say, you gotta go. Okay? John Gray, when John Gray, the church he built, North Carolina or something, he was renting the church building from a white man, a white pastor. When the white pastor found out that John Gray was having an affair on Aventure, he said, you got to leave. Leave my church. I don't want to rent my church to you because you're not a pastor. I said, no, that's right. These Southern Black, I'm telling you, these Southern white Christians, they don't play about infidelity. They will kick you out the church. I mean, nah, it's over. Because that's one thing they don't play with. Like, they don't play about family. You want to mess your reputation up with white people? Go have an affair. They're going to be so done with you. And I get it. If you can cheat on your wife, you're going to cheat me too. Because if you and I are in business, you would think, okay, your wife is your everything, right? If you can lie to your wife, if you can cheat on your wife, if you can steal from your wife, what you going to do to me? No, you have to go. And that's why I said sometimes, but because we're Black, they're racist. I'm like, no, it's not always racism. It's the culture. You have bad culture. In their culture, you don't cheat on your wife. It is I'm telling you, like Southern Christian white people, they don't play with cheating. It is so serious. Over here, people justify it. They normalize it. You know what I mean? Like they don't play with that kind of stuff. Oh my gosh. I need to find a video for you guys. Okay, but I'm like, he's a cheater because even what he described, if the teacher said eat, then I erase my answer. So you were cheating at school. Like, you've been a cheater. Okay. Oh, you're not going to leave me. If you walk away from me, like it's like you left. You're like, son, you got control issues, man. Get some help. I'm like, he's very possessive. Okay. And he thinks it's cute. She got here, so I followed her. Wumpty wump wump. I'm like, y'all bye. If the teacher says something, the right answer, I would just delete my answer and say what she said so I could have an A. Like, you see, you've lacked integrity for a very long time. But this is the person who told us, since he was 6 years old, he knew he was going to be a pastor, that you out here cheating. It makes no sense. You want to be a pastor, but then you don't want to have integrity. Make it make sense. He has no integrity. You sign a contract with these people. You agreed to play basketball in exchange for X, Y, and Z. You get to campus. You do the complete opposite. You turn your back on people. You don't follow through. You don't keep up your word. You don't have integrity. And I can't stand people who don't have integrity. I'm so done with people. I had a friend who was like, oh, yeah, because she told me that she was dating this man and that this man was divorced because he had an affair like years ago. And then eventually it came out on Facebook and he was in the church. But then she was like, oh, the reason why he had the affair because his wife was neglecting him. She didn't want to spend time with him. But I was like, it doesn't matter to me. If that was the case, right, just go file for divorce. Do things the right way. But you have an affair and you never told her because you thought you got away with it. He thought he got away with it until it came out on Facebook and he was exposed. So, of course, you're going to step down. Why would you not step down? That's the least thing you can do. You are surrounded by drama and all kinds of, scandals. You need to step down. That's not what the church is for. It's not a place for scandals. Y'all some scandalous ass people. It's like he doesn't have integrity. The moment you realize that she was really serious about not loving you anymore, you should have served her a divorce paper. Like, listen, before I cheat on you, I'd rather divorce you. No, you go have an affair because you said, well, I tried, so she don't care, so I'm going to have an affair, and you say nothing about it, and you thought after all these years, you got away with it, right? But you forgot, no one gets away with anything. Everything comes out. I don't care how long it takes. Everything will always come out to the surface. So the sooner you confess to your sins, the sooner you repent and you atone, it's going to be better for you, right? I'm like, you can't defend this man. Why would you even date a man who cheated on his wife and just sat on it, hoping that it was never going to come out? He's very sneaky, right? No. Go somewhere. Got time for that. Now that you have Shawnee O'Neal, you want to be a devoted husband. You don't want her to leave the room. If she goes in one room, you grab your blanket. Go somewhere. Finding what stuff, baby? What stuff? Be specific, right? But I'm telling you, Pastor John Gray, that's how he lost that church. When that white man realized that he was having an affair on Aventure, he said, leave my building now. I want nothing to do with you. You're not a good person. I'm like, y'all gonna find out. Y'all think your culture, you can drag your culture everywhere. No. Like Southern white Christians, an affair is a no. It's a no. No. They can forgive a whole lot of things, but when they hear that you cheated on your wife, you guys, they take that stuff so seriously. You're like, damn, these people are so uptight, but they have to be uptight. Because if you let this thing slide, it's going to become a trend in the church. And the church is about family. It's not about scandals. Okay? I'm like, this dude is crazy. Hold on.
In the room, they're in there. Said, that's way too much. I can't be a burden to you. I got to be a blessing to you. He said, I'm going to cap it no matter how long you stay. He capped it at a number that was feasible for us. His volunteers are there when we're in church.
Really?
His camera operators are on the camera. Some of his staff are in the room. They're in there serving us like we're members of their church. That is not lazy love. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's what real love looks like.
Yes.
But here's the thing. Me and Pastor Joe had a relationship before I had a need. And the problem with most people is they try to form relationships around the need they have.
Gosh, that's good.
You can't build a house in a hurricane. It got to be built before the storm comes, and it got to be strong enough to withstand the wind. But he's a great person. Thank God for him.
Y'all gonna be there how long?
We got 3 more weeks. I'm working on some stuff. I got a plan and I got faith. Faith without works is dead. So I'm using my business acumen and my prayer at the same time. And I think we're gonna be all right.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of times pastors, they always get a lot of negative flack from stuff, but people they can't even conceive mentally what y'all go through. It's like the weight that you have to carry. People, it's hard for them to hold their household together, let alone the whole church.
I mean, I get people saying stuff to me about what I should do. They can't do the same thing with their own child. One person said, "Don't worry about it. They got insurance. I just beg people not to listen to people's solutions who don't have your problems.
That part.
The insurance company gives you a depreciated value.
Yep.
Of a thing. So this microphone, if it's $1,000,
yep.
I had to raise money, save money, whatever, borrow
Yep.
money to buy this.
Yep.
Okay. Now, whether this microphone works or whether we're in the building or not, I
Yep.
still have to pay the mortgage.
Yes. Educate the people.
The offices were destroyed. So now I have to rent the second and third story because of the size of our office of an entire office building.
Second and third.
The second and the third. We have 75 employees. I'm renting the second and the third floor of an entire complex. And to this day, as God is my witness, in 15 years as a pastor, nobody has ever gone without getting their paycheck.
Good.
Thank God.
Good.
Thank God.
Good.
Even if it meant that I took less.
Yes.
So we're going to make sure that everybody gets that. And let me correct that because people will take that. Not took less, paid less. So that's one thing. Then I've got 300 students in a daycare and a school.
I forgot about that.
Okay. So we had to spend the money that we did have to get the school back. I went school first, not sanctuary. Because I got to get, those kids are 3 months to 5th grade. They can't be displaced for 2 years and have no education. So I had to spend what I had to get them back in the building. Okay. So that's number one. I took care of them. You can worship anywhere, but you can't have pop-up schools. People can't, you can't go
driving all around.
Yeah, you can't go to 5 different schools in the same school year. That's not feasible for parents. So I got that taken care of.
That's good.
Okay. The daycare is next. Well, I got to rent pods to put on the parking lot so that they can do that while they're building. I'm showing you that expenses go up, but the budget stays.
Yep.
The money that comes in doesn't.
Yep.
And then the insurance says, oh, the mic is worth $200.
Yep.
So now I got to buy another $1,000 mic when I got $200, but that's going towards it mathematically doesn't work. So that's the part where I'm walking by faith. But my strategy.
And then mind you, he's talking about microphones, buying microphones, while a lot of people don't have food or shelter right now. Like what? Oh my God.
Strategy is that I didn't live in good times like bad times were not coming. So there's an old story that says when you're on the mountaintop, throw enough dirt in the valley. So if you do fall, you don't have that far to fall.
I ain't heard that. That's a good one.
So we had some dirt in the valley. And that's why the fall wasn't catastrophic. And that's why I know now we're inching our way back up. We've had partners, the Potter's House, Right Direction Church.
So he thinks asking for $4 million is not catastrophic. Oh, wow. Then I'm like, the way he's so disconnected from what money is, I don't know what to tell y'all. You don't think that asking for $4 million out of people, you want 2,100 people to give you $2,500 in 21 days. And somehow you don't think that that's a serious thing you're asking for. Like he is a loony. Like he's
man, Darius Daniels in Change Church. And Lord, if I don't say your name, y'all, please forgive me. I've had pastors that say, hey, here is something for your church to keep going. It's amazing, man. It's amazing how it happens. Dr. Mike Freeman just said, hey, man, we're sending something to the church.
So if all these pastors poured into you, why do you still need $4 million? I'm confused.
Church, nothing to me.
Yeah.
To the church.
Yeah.
So that keeps us going. But
thank you for taking the time to educate, because a lot of times they just don't know, and they don't liken it to their own personal situation when Hurricane Katrina happened, and what kind of, especially if you lived in New Orleans, how did that change your whole livelihood?
Man,
what did that look
everything.
like? And so what happens is that when we take that same ideology and go, okay, now what happens when you displace a whole church?
Man,
like what is that?
Thousands of people. Now, and I tell people, you may not have a church, but you got a smartphone. Break the
And the thing about, see, this is where Latarius is so dishonest. Like Latarius is being intellectually dishonest. Latarius, he's not raising $4 million to help the people of the church. If he was saying he's raising this money because when they do all the assessments, like financially to help all the church members, we need $4 million to get people back on their feet. That's a whole separate conversation. Nobody would have an issue if he was saying that he's raising money to help the people. He's saying he's raising money. He's not even waiting for the insurance to see how much they're going to give him. He's getting ahead of everything. He wants $4 million to rebuild a building. Like these are two different conversations. But if it was helping people in need, who's not going to want to help people in need? And even that too, he cannot impose a dollar amount on people. It has to be like, yo, here's the fund that we have. If you're touched, please give so we can help these people get back on their feet, right? But it's at their discretion. You understand, right? Also, like, and sometimes you might not even give money. If you have a job, if you have something that somebody can come and work, hey, that works too, okay? But here we're talking about raising $4 million because he said that he turned people away and he felt like the church is not big enough and that God told him he's going to destroy it to build it back better and bigger. What does that have to do with actually taking care of actual people? We're talking about a building. He wants to be in a bigger building because he thinks he's a bigger pastor. He's a bigger whatever oracle than what he truly is. And he's truly not. And I really doubt that he's turning 400, 700 people away every day, every Sunday, right? He's not that great of a preacher. Like what? No, he's not. Yes, Maverick, he's not.
That one and see what you get for it. Break you paid $1,500 for it. Break it and see if they give you $1,500 back. They're gonna give you a refurbished $200 phone and tell you this is what insurance covers.
After you paid the $150 deductible.
There you go. They know how it works. Get in a car accident and see if you get what the original value of the car was. They know how it works. They just like to mess with us, man.
They like to mess with you.
Yeah.
Like the best with you. So when you look at that, because I want to get more into your heart space. When that happened and your church was like destroyed, take me into the mind of Pastor Keon. What comes across your mind? Like, how do you feel? What does that do to you?
So my birthday's July 6th. The storm happened July 8th. My wife had planned for us to go out of town for my birthday. So I was out of town. My sabbatical month was July. I'm laying down, looking up in the sky, and I was in a different time zone. So it was still light where we were. When it started getting dark.
I'm on a cold cap on this one, right? It's not just of course, that's why he can't stay consistent with nothing. Okay. But it's not just that it was his birthday. I refuse to believe that he did not know that a storm was coming. So talking about, we just went out, we went out of town because it was my birthday. I don't believe that fully. I believe that, yeah, it was his birthday, but they knew a storm was coming. So he didn't want to be there. So even that too, that's privilege. Because a lot of people, when storms happen, they stay because they have nowhere to go. They can't afford a hotel somewhere else. They don't have gas or they even have to go to work, right? So I'm like, you didn't just go out of town because it was your birthday. Like there are weather channels, okay? We have a whole bunch of weather channels. All kinds of news network have weather channels, right? And I'm sure down in Houston, they had weather channels telling y'all, okay, we're expecting a storm. We are expecting a hurricane and it's going to hit this day or that day. So y'all knew that stuff was coming. And since y'all have money, you got out, you went out, you went somewhere else. So even that, it reeks privilege. Like you are hella privileged. They always let you know. Now, sometimes it's not as bad. Like, it might go left, it might go right, or it might just hit like straight on. Some days it's bad. It's not that bad, whatever. But I'm like, they know that these storms are coming. It's nothing new. It's not, I planned my birthday and I had no idea the storm was coming. Everybody knew it was coming. Now, how bad it's going to hit, they probably didn't know. But it's like you knew it was coming. I lived in New Orleans. They know. I'm like, he's full of it. And I'm like, even that too, they're like, it reeks privilege because most people had to stay because you can't go anywhere because you don't have the money.
And my power went off at the house. I seen it on my phone, the internet and all of that. No problem. The generator's going to kick on. Everything's going to be fine. We got a generator at church. No problem. Everything's going to be good. COO calls me and says, you need to speak to director of facilities. I said, okay. Now, I done been through so many storms. Ain't nothing happened. Ike didn't do nothing. Harvey didn't do nothing. We're fine. He said, sir, are you sitting down? I said, do not start a sentence off with me by asking me, am I sitting down? Whatever you got to tell me. If I'm standing up, you tell me. I don't care what I'm doing. Don't start it off like that. Roger said, it ain't good. I said, what do you mean? So assistant pastor him. I said, send me some pictures. Brother, they sent me a video and the entire ceiling of our church was on the ground. It was water in 100% of the building. And when they opened the doors to the church, the water went out like a river. I'd only seen that stuff on TV. Couldn't have been us. Now, my heart is broken because that building, I gave everything that I had for us to get in it. And on the day we closed on that building, or we were supposed to close, my grandfather died. So I had to postpone closing on that building to go bury my grandfather. The day that I signed the papers, see, what people don't know, that building, that didn't just come from tithes and offering. I had to put my name on that building.
See, people don't be knowing that
I
stuff.
had to pay the down payment deficiency on the building out of my own.
He's saying it like, who else was going to do it? It's your vision. You've had it since you were 6 years old. Imagine a grown man saying like, oh, I have to put my name on the building for my own business. Who else going to do it? God? Jesus? I'm like, these people are just, they're so freaking stupid. Like, they're so freaking immature. Who else going to put their name on it? Me? That's what most people do. Like, when you think Joel Osteen went and got his building, whose name he put on it? He's like, people don't know. I had to put my name on it. Yeah, it's your business. It's your vision. You are responsible for your vision. You are responsible for your business. I don't know. Like, who else is supposed to go there? Like, what is wrong with this man? Okay? It's your building. Like, okay. That's what most business people do. They put their name on the lease. They put their name when they buy a real estate, like commercial real estate. Who else is going to put their name on it? Who else? Make it make sense. Like, truly, make it make sense. So we're supposed to be impressed because you went and put your name on your own commercial building? What else you thought was going to happen, Mr. Businessman? Like, make it make sense. And you know this thing too, like, I would feel his pain. Like, when he's talking about the building, I would feel his pain if he was talking about a hospital. Yes, baby. If it was a hospital, right, that was completely flooded, I would understand. But it's a church. Get over yourself. You're crazy.
Because I'm a businessman. I own a tax company, so I had some revenue. I had to use all of that for us to get in it. And while I was signing the papers, my oldest uncle died. And when I got the keys and went over to run in the building to be excited, I got the call. My mama said, your cousin, who is my uncle's oldest daughter, she died of a brain aneurysm. And so that building for me was a victory of having come through a hell of a tough time. And in 15 minutes, everything was in water, floating and broken, and lights were flashing. My cameraman, who's here with me right now, will tell you it's so bad that when we went in there, he was filming me in there. Pipe hit him in the head and cut him, and he started bleeding. It's a war zone. So I was just broke, to be honest with you. For a couple days, I didn't stay broken for long, because then the Lord said to me, the church is still open. The building is closed, but the church is still open. And for 5 years, the first 5 years of our church, we didn't have a building.
What y'all doing? Are y'all hopping like
school to daycare center to hotel to school? For 5 years, we never had a church. Then 2 years, the church was closed for COVID.
Oh, yeah.
The church is 15 years old. The Lord reminded me, half of this church's life has been built outside of a building. And that's when I knew we could do it again.
There it is.
That's when I knew we could do it again. And then I started.
So if you know you can do it again, because for 5 years you didn't have a church, right? Then why do you need $4 million? And why do you need $4 million in 21 days? You waited 5 years to have a building. And it's not even like you don't even have a building. It's just damage, right? The insurance is going to pay you something. Take what they give you, make the best out of it. And if it takes you 5 years to raise the $4 million, then so be it. What's the rush? What is the rush? You waited 5 years for a church. You can wait 5 years to rebuild it because the insurance is going to give you something. That's what the other man was saying. It's only been 30 days. Calm down. They're going to tell you how much they're going to give you. And from whatever they give you, right, make the best out of it. And if it takes you 5 years to rebuild it the way you want it to be built, then it takes you 5 years. Oh my gosh, Keon, God forbid you have to wait. You think you're so special, right? You have insurance. They will give you something. The walls are still sitting upright. The ceiling fell. There's water. They're going to take care of what they can. You will have a building. Be patient. I'm like, what's the hurry? You waited 5 years before. You can wait. Okay? Yeah, he's like an influencer. He's like them social media people. They want everything overnight. They want to start a YouTube channel today, and then they want to have 1 million followers by tomorrow. Right? They're always in a rush because they do it for the wrong reasons. Like, oh, I want to be an influencer because they want to make money and they want to have PR boxes. Like they want to have free. They want to get free stuff and make money. I'm like, it takes time to build an audience. Like it takes time to build a following. If you want to do your YouTube channel, it's going to take you about 5 years. Okay. That's how long it usually takes. It might go quicker though, but don't have that in the back of your head because it might not. But it's like, if you want to do it, you do it. But if you waited 5 years for your first church building, you can wait 5 years to raise the $4 million. In the meantime, between what the insurance is going to pay you, what all these pastors are giving you, you're okay. Your personal money, Shawnee's money, y'all should be okay. There's no rush to build a mega church. You are not competing with anybody. If you're doing God's work, the most important thing is when people come, let them have a great service and be touched. That's it. That's that. They don't have to be in luxury. Like you don't have the money. You just don't have it. You don't have it.
Started getting excited again because God gives us two things. He either gives us a chance or he gives us an opportunity. And the people who take the opportunity do something with it. The people who take the chance are sitting back waiting on God to do it. And God said, faith without works is dead. So God, you do what you do. I'm going to do what I do. And somehow when we come through this, we're going to come forth as pure gold.
And it's going to be so much better because I already know that you already put your mind together and what you're going to build next is going to...
Man, I listen, I told the church, I said, I'm putting us on the hook by faith. I already called the architect. I already called the general contractor. I already called him. I ain't got nothing to give him, but I sure called him. Listen, the insurance adjuster ain't even came to the church yet to tell us what they're going to give us.
You said I already called him.
I done already called him.
This is what we want.
This is what's going to cost to build what's in my head. And the problem, and I know what God did because I told our church and
So you see, what he's trying to build has nothing to do with God. That's what's in his head. This is what he wants. Now he wants to tell us that it's God, because if he says it's God, it makes it more legitimate. Then who can argue if somebody says, oh, God told me? What can you say? No, it's fake, right? No, it's false. No, right? Like he has a vision because he's envious. And when he goes to Pastor Joe Osteen's church, when he goes to Bishop Jake's Potter House, when he sees maybe Pastor Tony's church, he's like, yeah, I want to be on that level. But these people been hustling for how many decades? Even Joe Osteen, he did not start off with the Compact Center. He was preaching in his dad's church, and then they moved into that building. But it didn't happen overnight. You want to use this hurricane as a reason to build a mega church when you barely even have time for your parishioners. You're always to and fro in a private jet, on a yacht somewhere, on a panel somewhere, on TV station somewhere. You don't even have time for the congregation. So why do you need a mega church? Just to say, oh, there's 20,000, there's 60,000 people who come to my church. Like he's just, oh, I'm like, this dude is crazy. He's really crazy.
Jason, who's here with me, he'll tell you. I'd already told our church that we were going to rebuild in October. I told him we was going to, I'm just going to knock the wall out.
You talking this before this happened?
Can I talk to him off?
Talk to him.
How many months before the hurricane hit did I tell y'all we were going to rebuild? 6 months before.
You see?
I was like, we just going to add 500 more seats to the sanctuary. Here I am talking about what I know we can do. Oh, it's only going to cost this and all that. And the Lord.
Well, see, now he's confessing it was not God. He had this plan all along. But the first video he told us, this video right here, he said to us, right, that it was God who told him. God told him he's going to build it better, right? But now in this video, he's admitting that it was always his idea. Like 6 months before the storm, he was already talking about it, right? So maybe low-key, subconsciously, he was praying that the church will get destroyed because he's been trying to start over. Just be honest about it. I want to have a bigger church. I want to have a fancier church. I want to have more parking. I take ownership of your ideas. Take ownership of your greed. I want to have a bigger church. I want to have more parking. I want to have more seats because that way you can make more money and you can take care of Shawnee. Okay, that's the bar. Exactly. Like I said, if we were talking about a hospital, especially like a hospital that has like a NICU to it, and there's all this water and all the babies are displaced, I would understand why he would be stressed. But I'm like, it's a church building. Nobody lives there. Y'all don't administer aid or services or like medical services to people. It is just a building. Y'all pray all day and play music all day. It's not that deep. Okay? If it was a hospital, it would be different. If it was a nursery for babies with like, you know, special needs or like who are in incubators and stuff like that, yeah, that would be really, really sad. Right? But it's not the case. It's just a church. It is just a church. Okay? Like, bye.
Said, oh,
he tore the whole church down.
Oh, okay. So you ain't gonna tear it down? Or blow it down. Man.
He's gonna add 500 seats?
That's all. I was like, yeah, we're gonna add 500 seats to it, and just because I've added 700 to it once. So
okay.
So I'm like, yeah, now we'll be sitting, it'll seat 3,000 and right where the Lord wants us to be. And then I'm gonna redo the bathrooms. God says, okay, you keep trying to take this incremental progress that you know you can do, and you will not walk by faith. I'm gonna make you do it. And he tore the whole club up. Tore the whole club, just tore it down. I'm like, Lord,
what you gonna build? You finna build a 5,000 seat sanctuary?
Once again, he's full of it. So you barely struggle. You can barely manage 3,000 people. God's gonna destroy your church. So you can suddenly go from 3,000 to like 15,000 or 20,000 people. God's going to 3x the people, like the parking. Do you even have enough volunteers for that? You're not ready for that type of growth. Right? I'm like, this makes God did not tell you this. It's like if you have a regular business and you make about $3,000 a day, right? Now you want to just go crazy because you saw someone make $1 million a day on Instagram with their business. And now you say, oh God, I want to go from making $3,000 a day to making $100,000 a day. You have no idea what that looks like. The work, the labor, the emails, the complaints, the chargebacks. Like God is not going to do that for you. You're not ready. You're not ready. God's not going to give you more than you can handle. Because I'm like, from 3,000 to 15,000 people on one campus, do you have any idea what that looks like? Even the city of Houston, what the police station, what the mayor might ask me, because bad things can happen in the parking lot. Y'all could create a traffic jam. It is a lot. Because you can, when you think about having a church building with 15,000 people, right? You can't just think about, oh, the chairs you're going to put on the inside. You also got to think about the parking, and then you got to think about the flow of traffic, because these people coming in and coming out, right? It has to flow with the other traffic around your church. So it's something that you even have to work with the city of Houston. You can't just do that by yourself. So I'm like, why would God have you go from 3,000 members to 15,000 people overnight? You are not ready for this. All you're thinking about is how much money you stand to make if you increase your people, not 3x. No, I lied. It's 5x, right? You go from that's 500%. You go from 3,000 to 15,000 people. It's not 3x. It is what? It's 5x. So all you're thinking about is just the money you're going to make off tithes and offering, but you're not thinking about everything that involves. It's like the parking, the traffic. It is real. You have to actually work with the city of Houston. You might even need police officers, because if you don't, you're going to have traffic jams. Like, these cities do not play. God is not going to take you from 0 to 100 in 24 hours. Why would he ever do that to you? You are going to be so miserable. Everything happens in increment to make sure you know how to handle what's about to happen. Yeah. Because God forbid somebody dies. Like, it's truly serious. These are human beings. And not just that, this is also America. Something bad happens to a person, you're going to get sued. You can lose everything. So I'm like, you can't go from 3,000 to 15,000 in a matter of months. Are you insane? Because once again, you're envious. You just want to compete with people and make it happen overnight. But I'm like, Bishop Jakes did not get here overnight. Joe Osteen didn't get here overnight. Pastor Tony Evans did not get here overnight. These thousands of people, because they've been preaching for almost like 20, 30, 40 years. You started preaching like You just became kind of known like 2 days ago because you married Shawnee. Nobody knew you before then. Calm down. It's not the Lord. You cannot go from 0 to 100, especially in business. You're going to do more harm. You know, if you make $3,000, maybe ask God for like a $5,000, $6,000 a day. Make sure you ace that. Then you can then ask for 10 grand. But I'm like, it's better for things to go into increments because you're going to make mistakes. So go in small increments and learn as you go. Correct your mistakes as you go. But to go from 3,000 to 15,000, that is 5x the population on campus. And you got to handle all of that. From the time they, like, because even the parking lot is still your property. Anything happens on that parking lot, you're responsible for that. So from the parking lot, inside the building, all of that you're responsible for. Even the sidewalks, you are responsible for. You got to make sure that you also have a lot of handicap stuff because they can also sue you for that. It is real. I'm not, oh, wait a minute. That is excessive. Like, that's not God. That's you.
Yep.
Sure am.
The 500 wasn't gonna do it.
Sure am.
Let me tell you how this, because this is what I was hearing in the spirit. The fact that, and this is, God is just so magnificent in this. So he's moved you to Joel Osteen Church to expand you so that when you go into the new church, you ain't got to look for the membership to fill the capacity of it.
This is what I told him. I said, God ain't no tease. God never introduces you. He never introduces you to anything he doesn't intend you to become.
You see how I'm like, this sounds so envious. So God introduced you to Joel Osteen so you could try to be like, you could have the same size like congregation that he has. You are seriously envious. That's jealousy. You're not Joel Osteen. You're not a good preacher. You don't compare to Joel Osteen. I'm not trying to be funny, but Joel Osteen, there's a reason why he's that big. You don't have it. The way you tell people to hush and shut up, you're not the one. Okay? You and your wife, you're not the ones, okay? But not just that too. Just because you went to Joel Osteen because you wanted to be there. You didn't have to be there. Right? And like you say, when you run your service inside his church, you're using his staff. Latarius, like God said to me in spirit, Latarius, have you been listening? God told me in the spirit, what spirit? Be quiet. It's your own head. Okay? When you're inside of Joel Osteen Church, of course you feel safe. Of course you feel like you could do it because this thing is so organized. And not just that, you have access to all his staff and all his volunteers. So they make it seem easy because they have experience. They take over an entire stadium. You don't have those people. You don't have those volunteers. You don't have the staff. And even if you had them, they have to be trained. They're not trained. You're not Joel Osteen. If that's the case, when what's his name? John Gray. John Gray he used to work, he was like what, choir director for Joel Osteen, right? Oh, do you know who else used to work for Joel Osteen? Israel. The guy who's married to Cheetah Girl. Arian Ballon, her husband. He used to also be with Joel Osteen. Then he had the affair. And like I told you, Joel Osteen said you got to go because he cheated on his wife. Israel from New Creed, is that what it's called? It's not over till God is in it, right? If God is in it, all things are new. That song? Yes, right? Yeah, New Creed, Israel. He used to be a choir person. Yeah, New Breed. There you go. He used to be a choir person with Joel Osteen. But when he had the affair, they let him go. Right? So he didn't turn out like Joel Osteen. John Gray was also with Joel Osteen. I think he was like the youth pastor or something like that. He was never able to build something as great as Joel Osteen. So it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Right? Especially if you're a cheater. I'm like, y'all crazy. Oh, no. Hold on. Hold on.
There it is.
Why would he waste a visual on something he don't want you to accomplish?
He never operates like that.
So I told him, I said, y'all look around.
Yep, because this is going to be
This is a view of a common attraction.
This
is what we got to do.
I always see how God moves. It's like that. You don't just sit there and you take How many members y'all got at your church now?
We got 20,000 members.
So y'all got 20,000, but y'all, have y'all ever felt that building up, the 16,000?
No, absolutely not. Well, I wish 16,000 out of 20,000 people would come to church. We would have had it already. We'll do, 4,000 or 5,000 on the weekend. At Pastor Osteen's church, we had 3,000 at 7:00 at night, which wasn't our normal time.
Yeah.
Where we have our biggest impact is online. We'll have about 20 to 30,000 people who will watch the sermon either live or within the first hour of it viewing. And so we have about 1.8 million, 1.6 to 1.8 million unique views of every sermon of all of our sermons every week. So we understand that, this is what I tell our church. The people in the room are the studio audience.
Mm-hmm.
And the people through the lens are the ones who are watching the attraction. And so we've got to literally sell them on Jesus. And it's got to be excellent because they're not in the room. They can't feel it. So we got to do it at another level.
You get it. You understand. It's you get it. Because when you first started talking about, being at, what is Joel Osteen Church called?
Lakewood.
Lakewood. Yeah, Lakewood. So Lakewood, and I already knew that's what God was doing. He expands that way, and I watched how he did that in my life. He'll take me somewhere, I'll see it, and then he'll be like, take a picture of it. Teray mentioned that one day. He was like, he said, you have a unique ability to perceive stuff. Because before I got signed to Jan Miller as my literary agent, I used to go to her book signings when I was in my early 20s, and I'll be sitting around her house and I'll be like,
it's crazy.
Yep.
Jan's my agent.
Jan, your agent too?
Mm-hmm. So I know you're going to do all right then.
Teray prophesied that I'll be signing with her.
Wow.
And literally almost 6 months later, no work of my own, trying to network myself there. It was somebody that knew her, that just met her, this guy named Billy. Billy, she had came out of church, and then she said, hey, here's my number. There's something about you. If you know anybody that wants to write a book, just give me a call.
Dupree Miller.
Wow. Dupree Miller.
Wow.
And he was talking one day, and I said, man, Teray had prophesied this or whatever. And then he was like, no, I don't even think I told him that. I just said that I used to go to a book signing. He was like, well, you want me to call her? We'll call her. And he called the next day, and we got on the phone 5 minutes into the conversation. He said, there's something about you. I believe I'm supposed to represent you.
Do you know who Tony Robbins' literary agent is?
Yes.
Do you know who Maria Shriver's literary agent is?
Absolutely.
Do you know who Joel Osteen's literary agent is?
Absolutely.
So God is showing you what he's going to do with you next.
Do you know who Bishop T.D. Jakes' literary agent is? The Jan Miller. And that's what it was. We was on a call today with a publisher,
And I'm going to say this too, right? They swear like, oh, if I have the same publisher as you, these people are seriously envious. I don't think this is cute. Just because we have the same publisher does not mean we're going to have the same sales. I am very sorry. She's a publisher. She'll sign anybody. And on top of that, I'm sure she saw your YouTube channel. She's like, okay, he has an audience. Like they want to make everything seem so prophetic and seem so God-led. No, it's business. It's business. You think if you didn't have this Dear Wifey podcast, she would have tried to sign you? Okay? She knows why she's signing you. You have an audience. It's predominantly Black people, and it's predominantly Black church people. So yes, she's going to sign you. Signing you does not mean that you're guaranteed success. You still have to work. You still have to work. You still have to write a book that people care about. You still have to know it. Like, you still got to pick the title of your book, the cover of your book. It is a lot of hard work. It's like, oh, because I signed to Sony, I signed to Columbia Records, and Beyonce is signed to Columbia, so I'm in good hands. No. Okay? Oh, Rihanna is being managed by Rock Nation. So if I also sign to Rock Nation, I'm going to have the same career as Rihanna. Oh, no. Stop the madness. Okay? You still have to put in the work. She might be a great addition. She might be of some great help. But ultimately, how far you make it is not because you're signed to her, and it's not because you have proximity to her or proximity to Bishop Jakes or Joel Osteen. No. How Joel Osteen write and how you write, it don't make one. Okay? And not just that. Joel Osteen has his audience, and because he does not cheat on his wife, because he's married to his wife, because he's a father to his children, okay? He's more likely to sell more than you because he's more trustworthy. He has a better brand. He has the brand of a real Christian. People who don't divorce their wives and abandon their kids to go be a father to somebody else's kids who are still alive and yet very, very rich. Okay? So it's like, you're not Joel Osteen. But y'all go into this man's building. You want his building. You want his staff. You want his audience. You want his publisher. You want to sell as many books as him. It is weird. Exactly. He's very likable. You, Keon, you're rude. You're seriously arrogant. Look at how you talk to people. Exactly. But I'm like, what? Joe Osteen, he knows what he's doing. Like with little jokes he says every time he starts the sermon, he always like a little stupid joke. He always makes me laugh. I'm like, this man is funny. Okay. And Victoria are her big diamonds. Okay. So I'm like, no. People need to stop doing that. And that's why people go and they sign to people, they sign to agents, they sign to manager. Oh, if I sign to this management company because so-and-so is signed there, I'm gonna also have the same success. No, you have to have the same work ethic, if not even more. Right? It's still hard work. So I don't like how they're pitching this. Faith, if I just claim it, be quiet. Be quiet. She signed you because you have a big following on social media. She sees what you do.
And that's what she and I was talking. And I said, yeah, I got Keon coming on the podcast. She said, blow that book up.
Yeah, because she's going to get 15%. So we got to go at it.
Blow that book up.
Jan's amazing.
I love her. She's an amazing woman. I just thank God. I call them destiny helpers, people that come alongside of you that help you fulfill destiny. And so I never take that for granted. Listen, why should people get this book?
They should get this book because God is love. And if you're ever going to be like him, you got to start there. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. While we were yet sinners, he commended his love towards us.
Here we go again with the BS, right? This book has nothing to do with God. It has nothing to do with God is love. It has nothing to do with God so loved the world. This is a book. It's a business. You need to make money. And like you said, the lady stands to make 15%. Is that also God? It is business. You wrote a book about marriage, failed marriage, and you want people to learn from it. And yes, it helped me financially. Boom, 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 boom. Stop trying to make everything overly spiritual and religious. It has nothing to do with God. Because I even think the title is quite mediocre. Lazy love. God would never. Okay? It's all mediocre. Even the book cover is mediocre. You have your whole face plastered on the cover. And you talk about God. God, it's your face, you moron. Okay? God has nothing to do with this. I failed at my second marriage. I'm on my third marriage. And here's what I've learned. So if you would like to know what I did wrong and what I got right, buy the book. And I hope it helps you not to make the mistakes that I made. And also, it helps me financially. So if you don't mind, right, please buy my book. That's it. That's exactly what Bishop Jakes told you. You say a whole lot to say a whole lot of nothing. Get to the point. You are on your third marriage. Your second marriage obviously failed. Okay? You didn't graduate, you failed. Okay? So now you wrote a book about your mistakes and the things that you got right with the wife that has way more money. And so you want to share. So you put everything you think you know in the book and you hope it helps someone. So if they have the money, they can get the book on Amazon. And it also does help you because you make money off the book. It has nothing to do with God. Because when you sell this book and you make money from this book, you're going to pay your manager, right? You're going to pay the IRS. You're going to pay yourself. You're not going to give any of this money to any charity. So how exactly does this help God? How exactly does this have to do with God when all the money goes into the IRS pocket, your manager's pocket, and your pocket, and Shawnee's pocket? Yeah, he's just like Devon Franklin. Like they just get on my nerves. Like, be honest with people. Like, it makes no sense. See, like, because God is love, and God is love, and it's your entire face on the cover of the book. You have your whole face on the cover of this book, and you're trying to tell me it's about God being love. Why don't you have a mother holding her baby? Why don't you have a father holding his child? Because God so loved the world, he gave his only son. So why don't you have a cover of a black daddy holding the hand of his black baby, of his black baby boy? If it's about God, why is your face plastered on the cover? And the God, like, Yes, seriously. I'm like, go sit down somewhere. And this is how they siphon money out of people in the church. It's extortion. It's a racket. They prey on people. They use religion and faith and the love of God to prey on people. They are financial predators. Lazy people like this, envious people like this. Okay, you're not Joe Osteen, and you will never be. Because like Lonnie said, he's the Taylor Swift of preaching. Okay, he's the Celine Dion of preaching. You are not Joe Osteen. Like, humble yourself. You don't have what he has.
This whole exercise of life is about love. The word love is mentioned in the Bible 361 times. You think he wants us to get it? You can't be like God until you learn to love properly. And you don't get that from hashtag, if it ain't like this, I don't want it.
So it took you marrying a rich woman for you to realize that love is in the Bible almost 700 times. When you married when you had your second wife, you didn't know the Bible had the word love in there like 700 times. Once you got with Shawnee, then you started counting how many times the Bible says love. You are a freaking charlatan. You are a fraud. He is a fraud. He is fraudulent. I feel so bad for his daughter because she has a father that has no integrity. And the sad thing is, she's going to grow up to want a man just like her daddy. And she's going to go through exactly what he put her mom through. This dude ain't got no integrity. He picks and chooses who he submits to. If you have lots of money, he'll submit to you. If you don't have money, he'll cheat on you. He'll leave you. He'll break his promises, and he will leave you with a child. That he wants to reinvent himself like he's a serious man who's ordained by God. You are ordained by nothing. And then shame on Bishop Jakes. Shame on him. Because Bishop Jakes, he's been with his wife, right? Unless he's hiding something. Because I find it very bizarre. Anybody who's divorced or cheating on their wives, he's always their pastor. So what exactly is he up to? Have you ever been swallowed? Okay? With his little pudgy self. All right? But I understand how a man who's been married for so long to one person, how is he always so accommodating to all these cheaters, these divorcees, like all these people and their filthy baggages? He's always so accommodating. John Gray goes over there. Keon goes there. His daughter goes there. Toure goes there. All these divorced people. All these cheating people. And he always lays hands on them. Tyler Perry goes there. He makes bad movies for black women. What kind of men are you? Paula White also used to go there. And then she was divorced too and stealing church money. It's always him. It's always Jakes. Have you ever been swallowed? Shut up. Make it make sense. Because I'm like, a man like this, if he's really faithful to his wife, I don't know, is she his beard? What is going on, Mr. Swallowed? Okay? It makes no sense. Because I'm like, why would you divorce your wife? What kind of serious bishop is going to marry people who are on their third marriage? Like, she's married. This is her third marriage. It's your third marriage. Marriage is not meant for y'all. Y'all don't respect marriage. How can you marry 3 times in one lifetime? You're 43. This is your third marriage? So let's say you started getting married like 20. You're 43. So in 20 years, you have 3 marriages. So every 6 years or so, like 6.5 years, you have a new wife. What is wrong with you? You weirdo. No, he's not. I'm like, this Jake's person, he's so wicked. Like, he's just, he's abominable. I can't stand him.
You got to get back to the origin of love. And I cover it with agape, storge, phileo, eros. I talk about all of the different loves, and I talk about the 4 threats when there is no community.
Anybody who wants to learn about love using Latin words, go to Google. You don't have to pay. You don't have to buy the book. Okay, I'm like, who? Like, he's trying to impress people. Like agape, shut up, Cupid, be quiet. You know all about this type of love, and you left your wife. You dang hypocrite. Anybody who wants to learn about love using Latin language, you can just go to Google, or you can just look it up on YouTube. Okay, like, that's so old information. Once again, like Bishop Jake said, you say a whole lot to say nothing. Nothing relevant. We know about agape. Okay, the steos, yeah, sure, whatever. The Cupid, whatever. Okay? You know so much about all this love. You know how to speak love in Latin, but you can speak love in the flesh to your wife and be faithful. Go sit down somewhere. Imagine me buying a book about love for a man who couldn't even live what love really is. You turn your back on your family, you want to teach me about love. I'm still married to my husband. I'm still here raising my kids. Oh, yeah. No problem, Kevin. We're almost done with this idiot. No, Kevin, hold on. We're almost done. He's almost done. We got
Communication
with this idiot.
when there is no respect, when you confuse sex for intimacy. See, these are all of the things that threaten the very nature of love, puts us at a disadvantage where we cannot receive the accoutrements that love offer. And then we walk through every week, weekly, right? W-E-E-K, W-E-A-K. And we walk weak because we were created to be loved. I don't care how much hurt you've been through. And you say you don't care what nobody thinks about you. You were created to be loved. And until you subscribe to that ideology, you won't get the full potential of your gift and destiny. Because when life isn't treating you kind, you need somebody who will. When you're speaking negatively to yourself, you need somebody who will tell you that you're more than a conqueror. And if you are lazy in your love towards them, it's possibly that they will be lazy in their love towards you.
There it is.
And the thing is, as he says all of this, I mean, because Latarius is not serious. Me, Marlene, I wish I was the one interviewing him. So now that you realize this, have you called your ex-wife to apologize? Now that you realize, oh, you have to love people, you got to do that towards people. Have you called your ex-wife to say sorry? Have you called your daughter to apologize to her? No, I really want to know because he's saying all this. I'm like, have you called them to apologize? Because you owe her an apology and you owe your daughter an apology. Before you try to sell me a book. Have you called her? Like, because all the stuff you're saying, it sounds like that's exactly what you put her through. So have you called her? When you were writing this book, did you realize that God was talking to you about what you just did to that lady? Have you called her to say you're sorry? You deserve better. You truly, truly deserved a better version of what I gave you. And if the way I broke your heart is impeding you from moving on, of finding real love, because obviously I was not the one, I really ask you to forgive me. Has he called that woman to apologize, even for his daughter? Have you called your child to say, I'm sorry? The fact that I left you and went to split my time with you that I owed you and gave that time to other people's children when I only have you? No, they don't apologize to people. They hurt people. They lie to people. They break promises with people. You don't even apologize. You want to sit here and call yourself a pastor. You lack human decency. You are very indecent. And that's how so many people have church hurt. Because these people preach and they preach. They pretend to know the Bible. They have these thick-ass Bibles. They're called tome. It's a tome. It's so thick, right? And you don't even say to yourself, you know what? I owe this person an apology. Maybe you didn't realize it when you were doing it. But now that you wrote the book, even when you were going through your manuscript, nothing said to you, wow, my wife deserves something better. My ex-wife, she deserved better. She really and truly deserved better. I'm not saying go back to her because she should not take you back. But she deserves an apology. Have you called her to say you're sorry? No. But you want to tell me about love. Love also, humility is part of love. And when you have a lot of love, you also should have loads of humility. And that right there should make you say, I went too far. She didn't deserve this. Because we all know you had an affair. If Shawnee had not come into your life, we would not be here right now, right? You had an affair. You know you did. And most likely for you to pay the wife and all the stuff she got, she had to sign an NDA. That's why she's so quiet. Because you made that lady sign a non-disclosure agreement. And you know you did. I know he did. So that way you could go on and pretend to be something you're not. And then Shawnee could pretend not to be a homewrecker. But you want to sell us a book about love. You're so damn fraudulent. And let the Lord handle you. Okay? The terrorist is not serious at all. Because I would ask, okay, now that you wrote, because I would seriously say, okay, now that you wrote this love, you're talking a good game. You're talking a great game about love. But what you did to that lady, it's not love. And the mere fact that you even dragged this whole divorce, if you're cheating and you want to go with this woman, you should you should have told her you can have whatever you want. You should have made that divorce so painless for her because you know what you did. Right? Everybody wants to be a Christian until it's time to say sorry, until it's time to apologize, until it's time to say, you know what, I owe you an apology. Because when we got married and we walked up to the altar, we said for better or for worse. And I left you. Not because you were mean to me, but just because I was greedy. And honestly, I was jealous of you. I told y'all he has a spirit of jealousy. He was jealous of the second wife because she made more. He was actually resentful. So he was in a silent competition with her. Now he goes to Joel Osteen's wife, and in his heart, he's like, wow, I want this too. I want that too. I want this too. Jealousy. Then he goes and finds a way to have the same bookman, the same publishing agent as Joel Osteen. He never forges his own path. He copies people. He competes for people. People who actually don't even mean him harm. You're nice to him, you become his competition. Right? You're not about to tell me that he never looked up to Shaq. Because he wanted to be a basketball player. So there's no way like he didn't look up to him. Now you go and want to try to get the man's ex-wife. He has no integrity. A man who sits there and tells us like, you don't really love Jesus until you can love Judas. Why would you ever say something like that out loud? What is he talking about? I can't really love Jesus until I can show that I can love Judas. What? I don't have to love Judas. I can understand who he is. He's a traitor. He's weak. He's insecure. He's jealous. He's envious. I can understand his motivations. I don't have to love him. I can understand his motivation. He was very jealous. He was very insecure because Jesus could do all these things. It got to him. Right? So he did what he did. I can understand his motivation. I will always try to understand why do people do the things that they do. But I don't have to show you love. Just like I don't wish you harm because Judas took his own life. So you don't even have to wish him harm because nothing good ever comes to a person when you betray a friend, you betray a wife, you betray a husband, especially if you betray your children or you betray your God. There is a covenant between you and God. When you choose to serve the Lord, there is a covenant. Jesus said, how shall we recognize them? He said, oh, you shall recognize my people by their fruit. And look at how you treat people. You're not of God, like you're not of Christ. You're not good fruit. Okay? And I'm like, in the words of Billie Holiday, you are a strange fruit. There is a covenant. And that's my issue I have with so many of these modern Black pastors. They don't respect the covenant. But if you can't even respect a basic covenant of marriage, how are you going to be a pastor? How can you be trusted with the souls? These are souls. There are souls. Like these human beings, like there are souls. They matter. But if you can't even be trusted to hold the covenant of marriage, if you can't even be trusted with the education of your children, raising your children, how can we trust you with souls, like human souls, like the souls of people? And that's why you can sit here and say, well, if you ever try to commit the self-deletion, I help you. Well, you owe me some money. If you ever had depression, I help you. Well, now you owe me some money because you don't care about their souls. Because you would never do this. You don't help people to say, oh, well, when I helped you this one time, now you owe me some money. What in the world? Make it make sense. Okay? They can do something for you, but let it do it the way they want to do it. Hey, Pastor Keon, it's your birthday. I got you a card, right? Let it do it the way they see fit. God's going to tell them how to do it. It's not for you to impose how they should do it. Make it make sense. We're gonna trust, and you like you can be. You only had one marriage, one with one daughter. You could not even be trusted. Shawnee came with her fame, her last name, her pocketbook. Look how quickly you dropped your pants. But now you want to convince us that God told you he wants you to go from 3,000 souls to 15,000 souls, where you could not even be faithful with one wife and one child. 2 souls. God gave you 2 souls. You agreed to protect your wife and your daughter. 2 souls you could not protect. But I'm supposed to sit here and believe that God told you that he's trusting you with 3,000 souls. He trusts you so much with 3,000 souls. Now he wants to trust you with 15,000 souls. Go sell that BS to somebody else, because I'm not the one. Foolishness.
Because you can never get a withdrawal where you haven't put a deposit.
That part. One of the biggest things I had to learn.
And that too, he said you can never make a withdrawal when you have not made a deposit. So for you to sit here and say, oh, you want 2,100 people. Did you make a deposit of $25,000 into 2,100 people for you to feel like now you can make a withdrawal? You lack integrity, Keon. It's seriously disturbing. It's like you say things and you don't see how your actions don't match what you say. You just said, right? You got to put a deposit into something before you can make a withdrawal. But then you're asking 2,100 people to give you $2,500. Did you deposit $2,500 into 2,100 people to not claim the money back? No, you did not. You paid your insurance premium. That's where you're going to make your withdrawal. Your insurance money. Why? Because you paid your insurance. That's where you made deposit with your insurer. So wait for those people to tell you how much they're going to give you. You have not poured financially into 2,100 people. So you cannot make any withdrawals over here. And in 21 days also is giving extortion. What is this? No, we're not doing this.
Especially getting married young, when I was married, is confusing intimacy and sex, and to know that there is a huge difference, and marriage will surely teach you that that's the difference.
Absolutely.
And so I think that this book is going to serve people in the way that God needs them to be served, on a level of knowledge and intellect and wisdom that you poured into this book. And so again, I'm encouraging everybody to go get this book, Lazy Love. Man, listen, I just think.
And Latarius, you are also dishonest. But since I'm using your video, I ain't gonna be too mean to you, right? But you also stand to gain because you both have the same publisher. So if he sells lots of books, they're also gonna make money, and they're gonna have money to pour into your project. Y'all gotta make these types of disclaimers. You also stand to gain. Because if your publisher makes money, if he makes money, the publisher makes money. The publisher makes money. They can have money to write you in advance for your next book. So you all stand to benefit. I'm telling you, it's so basic. I'm like, God would never. This is so lazy. God built this world. Like, this is just beneath him. Like, he would never. Like, what is this? Like, this is.
Thank you for being honest and transparent and vulnerable today. We just chopped it up. I didn't know what we're going to talk about. I said we're going to chop it up. And you showed up and did a great job.
Man, can I just say to you, like, I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you, Keon.
Like, you're always online. I tune in and watch. I had a lot of friends that you brought on the show.
Yeah.
I love the veracity and the diversity.
Veracity. Put that in y'all. Veracity.
I love the
veracity.
I love the breadth of guests you bring.
Yes.
Look at him being confused. Veracity means telling the truth. The breadth means the width of a thing. They don't even know how to use English. Like giving people wrong definitions of things. Once again, Bishop Jakes told you, veracity is the truth. It's from Latin, veritas, la vérité. In French, we say vérité. It's veracity. It's to tell the truth, like the veracity of the statement, the truthfulness of the statement. Oh my gosh, Keon, you should have stayed in college. Okay? The breadth means the width. Okay? Breadth, latitude, width, synonyms. Oh my gosh. Veracity does not mean breadth. It means the truth. Oh my God, I'm like, what is wrong with these people? This is why you should have stayed in school. You were not ready to pastor anybody. Make it make sense. Okay? Like, they're insane. They are truly insane. And of course, you people love Latarius because he gives you a couch to just say whatever you want, make people think that God is so close to y'all, and y'all bamboozle these people. Latarius does not hold y'all's feet to the fire. And every time y'all say the most basic things, he gets so theatrical, like, oh, yeah, that touched my soul. Oh, won't God do it? Oh, Latarius does too much. He does too much. It's excessive. I'm like, nothing was that deep. It's not that deep. Okay? But that's why y'all love Latarius. Because it gives y'all a platform to come over here and bamboozle innocent Black people, gullible Black people, who are truly desperate for intimacy for God. And you people come and take advantage. You know what I'm saying? Because Latarius, I'm like, you gotta hold the, like, no, he did not ask this man any hard questions. You want to talk about love? Yippity yappity. Have you apologized to that lady? Have you apologized to her? Ask him that question. Because there's a lot of women who've been cheated on, who've been divorced because of the husband and the cheating, and they're really broken. So for you, Latarius, to not make this man say, you know what, I apologize. Do you know how many women it could help right now? To see him say, you know what, I broke my marriage. I broke my vows. I abandoned my family. And for that, I was wrong. There was a better way to do it. And guess what? It's stay faithful, but whatever. But it didn't have to be like this. But now that you wrote this book, you should call this woman and apologize to her. You should call your daughter and apologize to her. Because she didn't sign up to be divorced.
You know, everybody ain't a pastor. Everybody ain't, you know what I'm saying? I love that we know who you are, but you represent the kingdom well.
Amen.
On both sides of the coin. So, man, you know, big ups to you. I'm praying nothing but success over this movement. 8 is the year of new beginnings, the number of new beginnings, and I'm asking God to give you 8 more.
I thank you, man. That means a lot to me. Like I said, I've watched you throughout the years, and I've just been in awe with. And I judge a man by is how they handle adversity. And so I've watched how you handle adversity, and you just keep your head up, and you'll be like,
Latarius, stop lying to that man.
it's like God fashioned you for such a time as this. You know what I'm saying? That's when you know people have been called to ministry because you just watch how they navigate different spaces. And that's the reason why I want to ask you, how did you navigate this your whole church been, you know, in water? Because that's a hard thing to navigate.
I think I handle adversity well because it's never my intent to be adversarial. So if I'm misunderstood, doesn't mean I was being adversarial.
You see how silly he is? This dude is so remedial. Latarius said, how do you handle adversity? He said, if I have adversity, it's because I'm being adversarial. I said, oh my gosh, this boy is stupid. So were you an adversary of the weather? Is that why your church got hit so hard? Boy, what are you talking about? He means like, why? Like, the question he's asking you is, how do you handle challenges in your life? He said, you see, it's like, oh, if I'm going through adversity, it means that I'm being adversarial. I said, what? What is he talking about? Child, so were you being adversarial to the weather? Is that why the weather pulled up on you and just wrecked your building like this? You make no sense. You are seriously remedial. It's actually concerning. Okay? It's really, really concerning. Okay? You say the way I handle adversity is that I pray, I reflect, I write a plan. I don't know. I raise money. I don't know. But you've already told us that within 30 days, you've had severe depression. Every time you go through a challenge, you retreat somewhere and you just go into a bout of depression. You struggle with depression. So you don't handle adversity well. It hasn't even been 30 days. You're already panicking, running to the internet, begging for money. You do not handle adversity well. Right? Shawnee came to your church. She tested your loyalty to your wife. She asked for your number. You should have told her no. You don't handle adversity really well. You're a grown man and you're 43 years old. And you're sitting here on this yellow couch, this mustard couch, talking about your mommy issues, your daddy issues. We heard you. You still have not gotten over that. It was like, what, 40 years ago, 38 years ago, and you still carry that with you. You do not handle adversity well, right? You don't. You quit, you start over. You quit, you start over. You quit, you start over. So now you are on your third marriage. You do not handle adversity well. Let's be for real. You're on your third marriage. You're 43 years old. You are on your third marriage. You don't handle adversity well. You were giving a basketball scholarship. You didn't complete what you started because it got harder. You don't handle adversity well. Okay? You do not. Make it make sense. You get scared. And when you get scared, we've all noticed, just listening to you for the past like 7 hours or so, right? When you get scared, Keon, you make these hasty decisions because you're scared. Because you're not aligned. Like, you don't really believe in yourself. You have low self-esteem. You're very insecure. You are seriously insecure. Because when, like the Bible says, right, God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of sound mind and understanding. Your mind, like, you're never sound in your head when you make these decisions because you struggle with depression. Right? You have depression. You struggle with depression. You need help. You need serious help. And if I was you, I would actually let the church, like I said, you would take the insurance money, let the people fix the church. I would sell it, and I would seriously work on myself. It's okay to take time off to work on yourself because you are seriously insecure. Because we all see that you do not handle adversity well at all. And when you get criticized, when people give you feedback, you snap on people. We see you. You snap on people. Okay? So it's like, stop. You're insane. You are seriously insane. And so is Shawnee. She's insane as well.
So I don't have to go to bed at night apologizing to anybody or myself because I was intentionally adversarial.
Easy.
I try to be as good to people as I want them to be to me.
That's good.
And I don't always get.
So therefore, have you called the ex-wife to apologize? Have you called your daughter to apologize? Even the first wife, have you called her to say you're sorry? I'm sure you haven't. But you want to sit here and tell us that you try to be good to people. You try to be good to people who don't know the real you, huh? Because you are fraudulent. Because if it really meant something to you to be good to people, you would retrace your steps, called the lady and said, ex-wife, I apologize. Well, you have two, but ex-wife number one, ex-wife number two, and daughter, I apologize. That's how you treat people well. Everybody makes mistakes, right? I wish you didn't have an affair, but whatever. Everybody makes a mistake. But now that you know better, you should go and call these people back and say sorry. Because I don't think she got married to get divorced. And when she probably thinks about what she settled, because she really settled for you. Because everybody has pride. Everybody has an ego. And I'm sure there were people who said to her, don't do it. He ain't got no money. Don't do it. Don't do it. But she believed in love and she believed in you. And you made a fool out of her. And all the people who told her not to do it, you proved them right. And you have no idea what that did to her. Her self-esteem, her self-worth. Could she even go outside and face those people? Because she settled for you. You had no money. You think you're driven. I told you you're a dreamer. You're not driven. You have no results. You just dream of stuff. You do nothing but just mess things up. Like, make it make sense, right? So I'm like, yeah. Call that lady and say sorry. Because until you call her, you're not going to prosper. Until you do right by her, okay, you're not going to prosper. Until you do right by your daughter and what you did to that child, you are also not going to prosper. And you're going to go from ridicule to scare. Notice that ever since you've been with Shawnee, you only go viral for bad things. You never go viral for great things, for positivity. Ever since you've been with Shawnee, you only go viral for bad things because Shawnee don't have good anointing. She don't have good favor over her life. She don't have good favor. And you would have known had you been prayerful. But you were not. Okay? But ever since you've been with Shawnee, Every time I see your name being mentioned, it's some foolishness. It's always foolishness. Because you two are foolish people. You mess up good relationships. You hurt innocent people. You lie. You backstab people. And you think that somehow y'all will have this amazing marriage life. You will not. You will not, and you will never. Make it make sense.
Get it right, but I do get it right sometimes. And there are times that I don't feel good. I remember recently, Deion Sanders is, I don't know what God has given that man. And if anybody who's watching him, you know, he's got a special gift.
He does.
There have been 2 occasions in the last year where I felt down and I didn't say anything to anybody. And he called me at the exact moment that I started to feel inadequate. And I'm like, man, how? He said, don't get this twisted.
See, he was about to have depression again. He was going through another bout of depression.
I'm a man of God. I do coach football. You heard him say it.
Yeah.
So God does that with certain people.
Yeah.
And that encouragement will lift me up. And I don't need a lot. I don't need to eat a lot to be full.
I want you to share that. Share what he said that day when you was on your couch frustrated when all the stuff hit the fan about the whole silence the lady thing.
Yeah, he called me. He called me then. He said to me, now, you can't slap a pit bull and get mad because they try to bite you. In other words, you can't get success and not run into the people who don't want to see you have it. He also said, number 2, it was the same people that said, Lord, Lord, that said, crucify. So he says, when they love you, don't be excited. When they hate you, don't be discouraged, because at any moment, both opinions can change.
Woo, we're going to end on that. That's some good stuff. Deion, the GOAT.
He the GOAT. He the GOAT. Yeah.
And one thing these people always do also, every time they have a reproach, they want to make it seem like people don't want them to be successful. Me, Marlene, I felt like when he hushed the lady, she did a little too much, but I get it. Church culture, Black church culture, people do be going off like that, right? So I feel like, okay, fine, y'all probably misunderstood me. That's what I meant. That's it. But it's like nobody's saying I want you to be successful. The way you did it, for some people, it rubbed them the wrong way because they're not used to that, right? So it was a misunderstanding, but it doesn't mean that intrinsically people don't want you to be successful. Like, stop. You're so full of ego. Like, please stop. You're so egocentric. Like, stop it. Nobody said he should lose his church because he hushed a lady, right? Some people said, okay, I get where he's coming from. It's a bit disorderly. For me, I felt like the lady, it was a bit disorderly. I was like, she's doing a little too much, okay? But for some people, it's like, oh, no, let her talk. So it's like it's different people. But I don't think that it meant that people didn't want you to actually be successful. I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. So here's the video, right?
Dead wrong. That's why so many people have church hurt. I have a similar experience years ago, which is why I became very selective about where I praise and worship.
Stop it.
Shameless, hurtful. To this day, I can remember the humiliation, the hurt, the betrayal.
Okay. So you see, me, I do feel like she was being disorderly, but I could see how when he goes like he's talking to a dog, I could see how Black people would take offense to that. I can see that. I get it. I see both sides. For me, I'm like, okay, when the preacher is talking, because the Bible does say that the spirit does submit to the prophet. So when you hear the pastor's trying to pray, you should be able to control it unless you're possessed by unclean spirit, right? But if it's the Holy Spirit, you should be able to stop it, right? You are the prophet, you control the spirit, okay? So I get that. But then the way you walk like, hush, hush, and then you do that like she's a dog, I can see how also Black people felt a certain way. Because that, like this, like that, is disrespectful. It's disrespectful. You can be like, baby girl, be quiet. It's okay, right? Calm down. I got it. There's a way to say it, right? But the way you did it, I can see how for a lot of Black people, it didn't give love. Like, there's a way to tell somebody, baby girl, sis, daughter, shh. Let me pray now, okay? Let me pray. That's how you do it. You don't do like, Like that. I can see how like this thing, like this, like that, like she's a dog like this. I can see how that right there. Hush, hush. Like she's an animal. You can't do that. Okay? That's not loving. There's a way. You gotta, there's a way. You have to learn. Like there's a way. You can be firm and still be respectful and still be loving. But like snapping your fingers like this and doing all this, it's a little too much. She was doing too much, but the way you corrected her also, it was too much. So I can see both sides. And the fact that you can't see both sides and somehow you think that, oh, it's because they hate me. When you look at the footage, do you think it's reasonable to do that to a person? Okay? Because you also embarrassed her. So you also got to understand, like, why are they mad? And it's not because they don't want you to be successful. They want you to work on your approach. As a pastor, right? Work on your approach. Be more warm. Be more nice. That's how it is out here. Gotta do that. Okay? Especially if you want to have a predominantly Black church, you have to cater to the sensitivities of Black people. Gotta be mindful. Because certain things you might not mean harm, but they can take it the wrong way because you're going like this in people's faces. Like, what is this? Who does that? You could hold her arm and be like, baby girl, be quiet. It's okay. I got this. That's it. You still get the same results and you're still being very lovely and you're still being very kind. Bum, 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 bum. We're done. I'm like, no.
That's why it's so important to have men of God around you to keep your arms lifted up when you can't lift your own arms. It's so important to have those errands on your side to just be able to say, listen, I got you. And give the word. It's like, who encourages the encourager? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, God will bring people that may be unassuming to most people. Be like, what Dion gonna say to you? You know what I'm saying? You a pastor. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, he's a coach at heart. And he's a man of God at heart. So if you put somebody that...
Okay, the Terry, you're talking too much. You're fans of Coach Dion. It's too much. So guys, this is it. Okay, it was a long live, so I hope you enjoyed this. But this Keon dude, he needs the Lord. It's too much. But that's why I say you gotta be very careful who your pastor is. You gotta be very careful who you allow to pray over you. You have to be very careful who you allow as your pastor, because your pastor is your covering. Okay. Don't let everything somebody says, because it says God and God and God and God, bamboozle you. Actually open your ears and actually listen, and listen with discernment. Do not get bamboozled. A lot of things they want to make it seem like it's so miraculous or it's divinely ordained. No, there is a logical explanation to what happened. Okay? Don't let people finesse you. Also, be very mindful of your finances. If you hear a voice that's telling you to sell everything you have and give it to the poor, it is not the voice of God. Okay? You don't have to be destitute to prove that you're loyal to God. That is ridiculous. You don't have to be broken to be rebuilt to be a good Christian. No. You're not a criminal. Okay? You're not. There are a lot of people who do all kinds of crimes. They're not getting broken. Jeffrey Epstein was out here living in luxury, doing all kinds of foolishness. Okay? Nobody was breaking him. Okay? Stop doing that. There's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with being affluent. There is nothing wrong with being rich. Okay? If you do it the right way. Don't sell drugs. Don't scam people. Don't be greedy. Okay? That's it. So with that being said, I'm going to let y'all go. It's already morning time. I'll see y'all later. Tomorrow we'll talk about, I don't know. I'm torn because tomorrow I wanted to do Ricky Smiley or talk about relationships. But y'all let me know. I have a community post. You can let me know the community post if you want me to talk about Ricky Smiley, because I got time for him. Or should we talk about relationships and how a lot of times fathers fail to tell their daughters what to look for in a man? Because I need to talk about that. I think a lot of young women, they pick poorly because they don't have a father to tell them. Their dad fails to tell them what to look for in a man. Because I think a father should play an active role in helping his daughter look for a husband. You talk about the pension stuff. I'll write it down. So it's Ricky Smiley, or what should my dad have done to help me find a man? Or like pick a better man. Something like that. So think about that. I'll make a post later. Y'all can vote, and then that's it. Okay? Love y'all. Let's go to sleep. Okay? Bisous. She got to go. She's tired. Thank you. And then Samantha, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. That's super sweet. God bless you. You didn't have to, but thank you. Okay? Good night, my peoples. I'll see you tomorrow. Love y'all. Okay? If the video disappears, it might be because I play the Ghetto Boys, so I might have to edit that out. But if it doesn't, I'll be here. Okay? Love y'all. Gotta go. Bisous. She's out.